agricultural innovations to meet the growing demands of the growing urban population. We believe the youth are at the center of this transformation, and therefore we work very closely with the youth. But today, our panelists are going to dwell more into the issues on how do we maximize opportunities for emerging sectors in agriculture and agribusiness. And to set the tone for us, I would like to invite Josephat Korir. Is he in already? Mr. Josephat Korir. He's here, yes. He's going to set the tone for us, giving us a brief presentation or overview on this sub-theme of emerging sectors in agriculture and agribusiness. Then after the overview or presentation that he will give, we will then call upon our panelists to come for the discussions. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Korir.
Good morning. So welcome to this discussion this morning. My name is Josephat Korir. I work for the International Food Policy Research Institute, KIPPRA, which is under the CGI, one of the CGI centers, as my colleague has said. I'll spend 7 minutes just to set the tone for this discussion. To try and paint a picture of where the youth are actually working, and first of all, try to establish what is the scenario. And I think we, as we are going to see, we have already done so much. The government has really been intentional in coming up with policies and interventions that are geared towards improving opportunities for our youth. So I'll go straight to it. This work we are working together with KIPPRA Abe at KIPPRA. So we are going to try to unpack the evolution of youth engagement in agri-food value chains in Kenya, and go straight to it. Sorry. Yeah, so to set the context for this discussion, we think that the youth unemployment rate is alarmingly higher compared to the national average, standing at 8.4% compared to a national average of 5.4%. And I think we have seen this even in the previous discussion, and this then calls for a concerted effort to try and reverse this trend. So we are seeing that the jobs, in terms of the formal jobs, only 10% are on that side of things. Therefore, leaving our youth to be in vulnerable, unstable, and low-skilled roles in the sector. The World Bank also estimates that by 2030, it's estimated that the population of Kenya will be at around 63, almost 64 million people, and 22.3 million of these will be youth. And therefore, this is likely to make the issue, the youth unemployment, much worse if nothing is done. However, as I hinted to earlier, something has already been done, and the government has really been very intentional in coming up with policies and interventions to reverse this trend and ensure that our youth are gainfully engaged and they feel part of the productive economy. So I'll just rush through. I'll just rush through the policies. These have already been discussed in the different sessions yesterday and the day before yesterday. But we are seeing that the Nyota program, which which is beginning this year, is really intended to kind of enable the youth and ensure that they are gainfully engaged through empowerment, especially for the vulnerable youth. And you can see that the policy is actually geared towards engaging the youth in all the 47 counties. So this is really a very promising intervention that the youth should be encouraged to take advantage of. We also, the Nyota program also came as a result or as a successor of the KIPPRA, which was implemented up to 2023. We also had the Ajira Digital program, which also reached 500,000 youth. And there was also the Kenya Youth Agribusiness Strategy, which was launched by the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture. And it really improved or was aimed at capacity building, access to finance, and employment and entrepreneurship in agribusiness. Other policies that have also been implemented include the National Employment Policy Strategy for Kenya, and this really led to the birth of the TVET, the NEA, and it really increased the uptake or the enrollment in TVET institutions. There's also the Kenya Youth Development Policy, KYDP 2019, which also developed by the government to empower our youth between the ages of 18 to 34 through education, skill development, employment and entrepreneurship, and also leadership and health and well-being. We realized that some of the mental health of our youth, this policy was very intentional in ensuring that over and above the other development side of things for the youth, we also focus on their mental health and well-being. So this was really very instrumental. There's also the National Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET policy, that was started in 2013. We are seeing that this policy was very instrumental in improving the number of TVETs. We are seeing that by 2022, we were looking at 2,300 institutions, TVET institutions, up from 700 in 2013. And enrollment numbers are really very high. I think the government has really been instrumental in ensuring that our youth are empowered with relevant skills. There's also the Youth Development Fund, which has been really embraced by the youth in terms of uptake. We're seeing that up to 2 million beneficiaries, and also the disbursement is really impressive. And all these policies have been geared towards encouraging youth to participate in the economy and be gainfully engaged. So having said that, and having seen all these interventions, what does the data say in terms of where are the youth actually situated, or where are the youth actually participating in terms of their employment level and also in the sectoral distribution? So I'm not going to delve too much into the charts that I'll be presenting, but I'll just be providing a high-level description of what we see in the data, and in the tail end, then we'll see what are the implications and the way forward, having known that. Yeah, so for us to answer that question, we used the DHS data. This is the demographic health and health survey data, which is a publicly available data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to see what is the distribution, where are the youth, which sectors are the youth working in, and what are the trends from 1998 all the way to 2022. Yeah, so that is just a brief description of the data and how the analysis was done. So we just did a descriptive analysis of how the youth are distributed in the different sectors. Yeah, so what you're seeing there is that youth employment in Kenya has generally declined over time, and the biggest dip was in 2022, as you can see in the chart on the far right. we are also seeing that just like what we mentioned, what I mentioned in what we showed in the first slide, youth unemployment is really higher, as you can see in the chart on the far right, compared to the adult counterparts, and that unemployment was really high in 2022, perhaps due to the disruptions brought about by the COVID disruptions, and so you see that there is a jump in 2022. Although there was the trend was declining earlier, but in 2014, but you can see that there was a huge jump there. We also try to see the labor force participation, which is actually the proportion of the of people who are participating in the labor market. That is both those who are employed and those who are actively seeking for employment. And we're seeing that there was also a drop in 2022, although there was the trend is a little bit erratic, but there was slightly more significance here. So looking at the sectoral distribution, we see that the youth participation in agriculture is actually dropping over time. So despite all the policies that we mentioned earlier, we are seeing that youth participation in agriculture is dropping, and by extension, we suspect that even their participation in the agri-food value chain is also dropping. We're also seeing that maybe or the youth is most of the youth is actually being or moving towards the industry sector, that is manufacturing, mining, and construction. As you can see, the trend is increasing over time, with only a small drop in 2022. In terms of the service industry, the informal services and skilled labor, the trade, and we see that the youth are actually, in terms of the service industry, we are seeing that the youth participation is actually increasing. So we're just making a guesstimate or a guess that most likely the youth are bleeding out from agriculture, leaving agriculture, and then moving to the service industry. So, sorry, I think there's a hitch somewhere. But I'm just concluding in a minute. Sorry. Yeah, so to conclude this discussion, or to set the basis for this discussion, we are seeing that despite all these efforts that have been done, for example, the Kenya Youth Agribusiness Strategy, among others, aimed at revitalizing the youth participation in agriculture, the data from the DHS indicate that young people are exiting the agricultural sector at a much higher rate compared to the adults. And it shows that, in contrast, they are moving towards the service industry. So what are we, the question then begs is, what are we supposed to do? What are we going to do to bring back these people into the agri-food system? Because as one person said that a country is truly independent once it attains food security. So how do we bring our young people back to the food, agri-food systems? And by agri-food system, we don't only mean production, but the whole continuum from production, the services in between, and many other things that go into the agri-food systems until consumption. So in response, International Food Policy Research Institute, KIPPRA, will be embarking on a regular study to try to understand what are the barriers and levers or enablers of youth engagement in the agri-food systems to generate evidence-based policy interventions that then can promote meaningful youth participation in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Josephus Korir. In the interest of time, if there are any questions, we'll take them all at the end of the panel session. So I'll take this opportunity to kindly request our panelists to come forward. First, we have Ms. Carol Mumo from Yara International. If you are here, please come forward. Ms. Carol Mumo is the head of social impact and innovation for Africa. Carol. Hopefully she'll be able to join us. Our second panelist is Dr. Jessica Ndubi from KALRO, Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. Dr. Ndubi, kindly join us at the front. Thank you. Our third panelist is Dr. Jeremiah Rogito from the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA. Dr. Jeremiah is the program coordinator and regenerative and climate smart agricultural expert. Welcome. We also have a panelist from GIZ, Ms. Sarah Mango. Sarah, if you are here, please come and join us. Thank you very much. We also have a representative from KENAF, young leader, Kamau Njoroge. Please come and join us, Kamau. And then last but not least, we have a representative from Youths in Climate Action, Boniface Muema. One more. Thank you, Boniface. Can I kindly request a mic? Okay. So we'll just give 2 minutes for our panelists to we've just mentioned your name and also your affiliation, just in 2 minutes to just give briefly an overview of some of the work that you are doing with youth on the sub-theme of emerging sectors in agribusiness and agriculture. In 2 minutes, kindly.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is rightly Boniface Muema Harrison, and I'm a representative from Youth in Climate Action, and I'm also the founder of Muema Action Posts, which is a social enterprise focused on capacity building and skills training. And firstly, before I proceed further, I would like to recognize my professor, Professor Benson Ateng. I have a little story with him. When I first joined the Technical University of Kenya, during orientation, he asked me to give a story. And today, I'm delighted to be sitting in front of him talking about policies and the work that we are doing. Yeah. So our recent project that we did at Muema Action Post was organizing a Climate Smart Agripreneurs workshop, where we brought together 100 youth from across the country virtually, and brought in experts to talk to them around basics to climate smart agripreneurship, agri-tech innovations, value addition, and agribusiness finance. We also had a presentation and facilitation on urban climate smart farming. So that is a foundation of the work that we have done with young people recently. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kamau Njoroge. I am the National Youth Representative at the Kenya National Farmers Federation. I'm also the CEO and founder of Wing Farm Organization. So Wing Farm Organization is a non-profit organization that focuses on empowering young people to join agriculture. So at Wing Farm, we say Kilimo ni Mboka. So repeat after me. Kilimo ni Mboka. So do you know what Mboka is? If you don't know, ask a Gen Z next to you to tell me what Mboka is. So Mboka means work. So what we do at Wing Farm is, Wing Farm and KENAF, what we do is we are trying to change the perspective of agriculture. It's not a punishment and it's not a dirty man's job. It's Mboka. It's just like accounting, like a doctor. Yeah, so it's a good job and it is profitable. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Okay. My name is Sarah Mango. Just a point of correction. The county government of Siaya. I'm in charge of agribusiness development. I'm here courtesy of GIZ because we collaborate and work very closely in areas of youth. In Siaya County Department of Agriculture, we realized that for us to increase productivity in the value chains, we need to bring young people in the space because they're the ones who are creative, who are techno-savvy, who have the energy, and they're quick in taking up the new technologies. So together with the partners, GIZ being one of our strong partners, we've come up with the Siaya County Youth Agribusiness Strategy that is giving us a roadmap on how to unlock the bottlenecks for young people so that they can enter into the space of agribusiness, and just to give them hope that agribusiness pays. It is not a sector of last resort, but it is a sector of choice if a young person wants to have money in the pocket. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Jeremiah Rogito is my name. I do so many things. I'm happy to see Alex in the room. One of my affiliations is Board of Advisors members at SMARCS Foundation. I have the privilege also to be the patron of Kenya Agriculture Student Association, the interim co-chair of the World Food Forum in Kenya. In my local church, they appointed me recently as a church elder, so part of my work is to inspire people as they go through their daily struggles and challenges. But I think I'm here because of my position at AGRA as a specialist for food systems and youth in climate. And AGRA, over the next 5 years, has invested most of its resources in issues around young people, and I hope I'll be able to find time to reflect on this. Because as the good book always tells us that where your money is, that's where your heart is. As an institution, for the next 5 years, our budget is $550 million US, and we've put $350 million US, roughly about 44 billion Kenya shillings, to youth empowerment strategies across the African continent, and I hope we find some time to reflect on those. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Jessica Ndubi is my name. I work with the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, and of course this institute in the Department of Policy, Socioeconomics and Policy Development. Part of what we do is that, of course, we conduct agricultural research in all crops and livestock value chains. And as we do this, youths are part and parcel of our clients. So one of our programs is to ensure that we mainstream gender in all our agricultural activities, that is, all the agricultural value chains. And part of mainstreaming this gender is that we mainstream, or rather we identify the youth's needs and concerns in the various value chains that cut across crops and livestock. After identifying their needs and concerns, what we do is that we design tailor-made technologies, innovations, and management practices that are tailor-made to meet the needs and concerns of our youths across the value chains. I don't need to mention the value chains. They cut across all crops and livestock in the country. So that's what we do. And when we mainstream from policy to programs, projects, and activities. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a very diverse and rich panel, and we're looking forward to the rich discussions. So I've been given the task of ensuring that our panel session, we stick to time in order not to overflow to the other sessions. So kindly let us try to keep the questions brief, and I might give you a sign in case the answer is taking a bit long. So my first question is directed to Dr. Jeremiah Rogito from AGRA. It's in terms of policy incentives and regulatory reforms. In your opinion and in your vast experience in the different capacities that you mentioned, what would you say is required in order to accelerate the investments and innovation in emerging agricultural sector, such as agri-tech, precision agriculture and sustainable food systems?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I spent the better part of last week in Bangkok, Thailand, for the Global Youth Preparatory Conference for the UNFFS, which is taking place later this year in July in Addis Ababa. And one of the interesting things that we did there is to vision the future of the food systems. And one of the questions I was asked to reflect on food systems in 2050. And interestingly, one of the things that really stood out is the issue around technology, that we cannot underscore, we cannot overemphasize the importance of technology, especially as we vision the future of food systems. Of course, there are many other challenges that I was spoken to. But responding to your question directly, and I want to reflect on this as a farmer myself, I've had the privilege also to be engaged in farming across all levels, as a smallholder farmer in a quarter an acre, half an acre, 50 acres. And actually, when I landed from Bangkok, the first thing I did is straight to run to the farm because I'd been away from the farm for quite some time. So the importance of technology cannot be understatement. And for us to be able to drive technology, then policy becomes very, very important. So ensuring that how do farmers easily access technology, precision technology particularly for farming, becomes very critically important. And I think there are various models that can be used for farmers to easily access technology. I think first, ensuring that private sector that exists in particular country are able to produce these technologies and able to be able to disseminate this to farmers more easily. But also the farmers themselves to have the knowledge in terms of how useful this technology is. You know, I remember when I was doing my farming in 2 acres piece of land, I had a friend at that time who was doing in a 50-acre piece of land. Me spraying with a knapsack, the amount of time that I would spend there, or my farm workers would spend there, comparing with my friend with 50 acres who uses a drone, within a very short time is able to spray a very big piece of land. So I think there are many things that can be done, but I think I'll just want to point out two. First, ensuring that you're able to incentivize private sector to be able to produce these technologies, either through tax reliefs and things like that, so that technologies can easily be accessed. But also ensuring that farmers have access to this, they have knowledge about these technologies and are able to apply them in their farms. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My next question is directed to Sarah Mango from the County Government of Siaya. So how can national and county governments design inclusive digital and technological policies to ensure that smallholder farmers and agripreneurs benefit from, for example, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and biotechnology in emerging agri-food markets?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. There are two aspects here. There should be policies towards helping farmers to access, and also policies towards protecting the farmer or the agripreneur. And one of them towards helping farmers access is the issue of connectivity, especially for the young farmer whom everyone assumes that they are digital savvy. In a rural area like Siaya County, I remember when we started working with the young people, everyone was assuming that it is very easy to reach young people because they have smartphones, they know how to use the internet, until we started wanting to have maybe virtual meetings with them, or you send them emails, and you hear somebody saying, I have to travel to a center to be able to access internet, I have to borrow my uncle's smartphone. And you know, we are assuming that young people are tech savvy, young people are able to access. So improving the connectivity in the rural areas, and also coming up with infrastructure. I've seen some partners and even government setting up digital centers, which is really a plus, although the young people and the farmers still have to travel to a central place, but it still helps. And then the other thing is, how affordable would these interventions be? How do we protect the farmer in terms of affordability? Is it something that they can access? Can they afford easily? Do we need a subsidy? Or do we need to give them a small grant? And sometimes people say subsidies drive out the private sector, But if you have smart subsidies and plan them in a way that a farmer is not getting dependent, but it's just a way of helping the farmers know that there's a certain technology in place, and it will help them to pick up the technology better, then you can think about grants, you can think about subsidies. The other thing could be, apart from digital literacy, is to leverage on the cooperatives. And we appreciate programs like the World Bank program through NAV CDP is doing a lot of digitization in our cooperatives, because when we go AI, when we go blockchain, it's about farmers' data, and sometimes the individual farmers may not keep up to speed with entering data, maybe on their smartphones, on their phones. But if you leverage on the cooperatives, then you'll be able to reach the farmers better and easier. And lastly, in terms of access, is to strengthen extension service and also make it youth-centric. We appreciate also that across the counties, young people are being employed into the extension service, and so this makes it easier for them to get the technologies and be able to disseminate them to the farmers. We also have the agripreneurs model that was launched by His Excellency, where we have almost 7 young graduates in every ward giving embedded services to farmers, so that they are earning a living out of it, but being trained to pass technologies to the farmers. So these are the people that can help accelerate. And in terms of protection, we need to protect our policies that will protect our farmers' data, because many times some of these technologies may require getting data from farmers. What was your yield? What was your income? What is your acreage? And we need to protect them so that somebody is not maybe going back end and utilizing their data in the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that response. My next question is directed to Dr. Jessica Ndubi from KIPPRA. So Sarah has just been talking about access to technologies. These technologies are developed through research by organizations such as KIPPRA in partnership with other organizations as well. Can you tell us a bit more about the work that KIPPRA is doing to actually design or come up with these innovations? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yes, KIPPRA does a lot of research in crops and livestock value chains. And we come up with various technologies that are climate smart. We come up with various technologies that are called biotechnology crops that are related to biotechnology. That means coming, for example, with crop varieties that are resistant to pests and diseases, coming up with crop varieties that are high yielding, and so many others. We also come up with climate smart technologies, like when we are talking of greenhouse crops that are grown in greenhouses, tomatoes, horticultural crops, etc., etc. And most of our technologies, innovations, and management practices are disseminated through various channels, especially the ICT channels. We have the agricultural digital platforms, whereby most of our technologies are put in the digital platforms. There you can go and look at the various value chains or any enterprise that a youth farmer would like to engage. Call it either tomato value chain, mango value chain, onions value chains. And in these digital platforms, you can be able to access Anglo data, real-time Anglo data, the climatic conditions, the rainfall patterns, the daily rainfall, whatever comes per day, real-time. You can also be able to get agronomic packages, what is required for that specific value chain. you can be able to get production techniques, value addition techniques, market information, which then means that if you can access these digital platforms, you have all the information at your a mouse away from you. Besides that, we also have the mobile apps, many of them, that we have farmers that we've registered, and they can always get information from the apps. We also have a tour center. Any information that you want, you call, and the people in the tour center will connect you with experts. And these experts will give you all the technologies, all the innovations and management practices that you want to have pertaining to a certain enterprise. And I say the enterprises cut across. Then we have the KIPPRA website. And in this website, you can be able to get the information. So what we are saying is that we are using the digital platforms to ensure that our clients, who are mostly farmers, located in various parts of this country, whether in Nairobi, in the very far areas, they can be able to access our technologies, our innovations and management practices that our scientists are continuously coming up with every other day, of course in collaboration with other partners who are either in academia, donors, and other agriculture-related institutions. So any technology, any innovation that you'd like, I can assure you that we have them already in the digital platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica. So, Mr. Kamau Njoroge, you have heard about all these technologies developed. They are accessible. There are platforms where you can access them. Sarah has also spoken about the policies that are there to support all this. Yet from the presentation that Mr. Josephat Korir presented, we see there's a reduction in youth engagement when it comes to agriculture and agribusiness. So in your opinion, as a KENAF young leader, how do you think we can effectively integrate youth into emerging agricultural value chains?
Thank you so much. So for me, apart from now KENAF, I'm a farmer and I'm a dairy farmer. So I have 3 cows. And for me to go into agriculture, one of the reasons that I went to agriculture is because of lack of employment. I did not have jobs. So after finishing university, I tried to apply jobs for a while. Then I decided to go back home and start my dairy farm. But now, as I'm doing my dairy farm, there are some challenges that I've faced. And before I went to dairy farm, I went it as a last resort because, I did not have any other option. But for me, before that, it was not attractive to agriculture. Agriculture was not very attractive. Even now, it's not attractive. One thing that we can do as different stakeholders is, first, to help us to change the mindset of agriculture. Let's stop lying to each other that saying agriculture is sexy. It's not sexy. Agriculture, you have to work hard. It's not a job where for the faint-hearted. Yeah, that's the thing, lack of a better word. It's not for the faint-hearted, because you need to work hard. You need to push. But the good thing about it, it has income. It's very profitable. So for us as stakeholders, we need to to change the mindset of the young people and to do mentorship to help them. So you'll find that there are people who have succeeded in farming for a while. They've done dairy farming for 30 years, 50 years. Now the idea is take these young people who are interested to do in agriculture, work with them, mentor them, tell them agriculture is not easy, it's not for the faint-hearted, mentor them step by step. Also for the government, they need to come up with solutions that are attractive to young people and focused on agriculture. There is a funding, the Youth Development Fund that we have been shown. For it mainly focuses on all enterprises. It's not tailored for agriculture. So the government should come up with a policy or a fund for focusing on farmers, specific for farmers. For instance, now I started a startup where it's on agriculture, and the licenses that I used over 50,000 to come up with those licenses. It's an agrovet. So I bought, there's a license for Kenya, the KVB, Kenya Veterinary Board, it was 30,000. There was also a business license, 10,000. County license, 10,000. And business registration for corporate, 10,000. And the KEFIS and the PCB, Pest Control Board, 3,000. So I spent over 56,000 to get those licenses. And for the Youth Development Fund, they offer for you to start, they'll give you 50,000. So they've given me 50,000, but also I don't have the money for the stock. I don't also have the money for the marketing. So for me, it's maybe they come up with a solution of how they can increase the amount and also maybe try to make it easier for me to access it. Because for you to access it, you have to have a transaction for over 6 months for bank transaction. And I'm a startup. Where will I get the transaction for the business? Yeah, thank you. So for us, it's just to make it more attractive for young people and create a good environment for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamau. Boniface, now coming to you. Do you think we're doing enough on the education and training systems when it comes to integrating the youth in emerging agricultural value chains in order to make sure that we align with the evolving demands of modern agribusiness? What can we do better in education and training systems?
Great. Education is really the foundation of even attitudes and gaining skills and knowledge. And usually there is this saying that a population that is taught everything in English, you end up being a very good English speaker who is angry. So I think that alludes to the way we need to reform our education and, as my brother rightly mentioned, to change attitudes of us as young people, as Kenyans, to see agriculture as a venture that is actually profitable and good looking on people. And one of the ways of making agriculture good looking on young people, for young people, is leveraging the current technology. I would recommend that the curriculum needs to include climate-smart farming techniques, the trends that are available. If it is a topic on farm tools and equipment, let people not only be told about Badizo and that other thing about de-owning. We need young people to be taught the current trends in agriculture so that they do not see agriculture as there are people who do agriculture and they don't make themselves dirty all the time. So that's the first place. Can we entrench the current trends in agriculture in the current, for example, CBC curriculum? And also, it is to make the curriculum reflect the realities of the market. Because other than agriculture being a field that is being done research on, policy on, capacity building on, agriculture has also an aspect of business. And that is the reality of the world, because at some point, and even the challenges that county governments face, national governments face, programs like Nyota, KIPPRA face, is because sometimes people who get into these programs aren't passionate and dedicated enough, because there is a level of investment that people need to do with young people. Because if you are gaining skills for agribusiness, there is an investment that you need to do. So if you end up having many people who are trained and they do not translate those skills to actual implementation. So our curriculum needs to include realities of the challenges in agriculture, agribusiness that you will face as a young person. And that will equip young people with knowledge on trends like also digital marketing, because some people think that agriculture is just farming. You have to do marketing for your products. You need to understand how to manage your farm. So that is knowledge that we also need to include in the curriculum, so that what young people are being taught from a young age is actually what happens in the real world. So those are some of the recommendations that I would have, and so that For example, like the curriculum we have right now is very hands-on. Children can go home, they can be taught how to handle even beekeeping, like it used to happen in the past where people used to even do the traditional beehives. So that would be my greatest recommendation, that we need to entrench the reality of the world of agriculture.
Thank you very much, Boniface. I like the point that you emphasized on agribusiness. The business is about profit. So we need the agribusiness sector to be profitable for the youth in order for it to be attractive. Then maybe the statistics that were presented by Mr. Josephat would actually see a change in that and see more youth engaging.
Yeah, maybe to add on, we also saw a certain research that was showing that a young person, actually I think it's you who presented that research from CIA, that a boda rider earns more than a farmer. A farmer is earning like 60 shillings a day. A boda rider is earning over 1,000 shillings. So that means there is a lot of skills and knowledge improvement we need to do for the business part of agriculture, to make it an investment, not just aid. You're just farming and then you eat, you drink your own milk, you eat your own eggs, you eat your own skuma. So that's a very important thing, because money is very attractive. Anywhere there is money, anywhere people are getting money, they get very much motivated to be invested in there.
Thank you very much. I think very interesting discussion. Thank you so much to our panelists. I'd like to open it up now to the floor for some questions to our panelists. Kindly, in the interest of time, please keep the questions short. Mainly questions and hopefully few comments. Questions tend to be quite to the point compared to comments. We'll take all of them and then our panelists will respond. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Wanjiro. I'm a farmer. I represent Kenya Organic Young Farmers. I'm a small-scale farmer, and I always tell the youth who are into farming, if you don't have strong shock absorbers, don't go into it. So we are encouraging the youth to do climate-smart agriculture. So my question is to, not you two, from there, sorry I didn't get the names. So are you encouraging the youth to get into blockchain technology, where in this digital era, they are able to trace the products in the farm all the way to the market? Are you also maybe upskilling them on value addition? Because in as much as we are growing these crops, sometimes we overproduce and we don't have the skills for value addition. So we end up wasting a lot of food while some people are starving. Are you also encouraging them to go into indigenous crops? You know, those ones which can maybe withstand pests and diseases? Because in as much as we are training about agriculture, are we looking at the other part of organic farming, where we are ridding ourselves of the harmful pesticides that are being used? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Peter from PEP. I just want to agree with what he has concluded with, that if the younger people are to come to agriculture, then agriculture should become profitable. The younger people are like private investors. So the only way to attract private investments, there must be profit. So otherwise we shall have more younger people going into border, as you have said. Border is a profitable venture. But the other younger man, my fellow younger man, I've forgotten your name, you mentioned that agriculture is very profitable. I really wanted to understand, because for small scale, most of the youth need to be very patient if they are to get any return from agriculture. So I wanted to know how you are actually doing it. And finally, with the statistics you have presented, I think why the younger people are running away from agriculture is largely the impediments. Land, younger people have no land, so they are better off do we maybe being employed on another value chain, maybe marketing? I think they can do well there, digital, if they can be in the middle there. But land and those other things don't favor the young. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, coordinator. Mine is to the young gentleman who is on his own agriculture. He has started dairy production. I just wanted to find out from him. I know, like me, my background, I've been teaching agriculture. And in the past, we have been preparing young people for formal employment, government employment, institutional employment. But this is the first one now who says he tried that sector. Things did not work, and now he's on his own. How does he feel he was really prepared for that, or he requires some reorientation in the program to be able to do own business? I'm asking that because even the class I've been teaching, BSc Agriculture, BSc Animal Science, we have been saying, we are now training you not to go to look for formal employment, but to be your own employer. But how well prepared are these young people in terms of skills, in terms of ability to start their own business? I know you have introduced so many programs, so many courses to help them to start business like entrepreneurship. Do these courses help these graduates of ours to be able to navigate their own way in the agribusiness, in the farming, to be able to make money rather than looking for formal employment? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Augustine. I'm sorry. We are talking about modernization using technology in agriculture. If you look at the rural setting, most of the farmers are doing consumption agriculture and are doing it in a traditional way. Mostly, maybe they don't want to, you've seen this notion of we don't want to go GMO from the old farmers. As you empower us, the youth, to do modern technology in a small way or big way, how do we do it in a way that maybe we don't lose from the traditional way of agriculture, how they were doing it? So we modernize the traditional way. I hope you've got me. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary Kageni from the Kenya National Farmers Federation. I'm in charge of research, policy, lobby, and advocacy, as well as head of climate action. Now, one of our speakers said that agriculture, people are running away from it because it's not lucrative. And they say that from the study from CIA, a farmer makes 60 shillings a day, while a motorbike personnel makes 1,000 shillings. And for me, I would say this, farmers are very patient. And for sure, all of us here, we need a farmer. Every day, every minute, you need a farmer. You took tree, that was a farmer. You will eat lunch, that is a farmer. So farming is the best way to go. However, the policies that we have in place are really not for the farmer. Because like currently, as we're talking, the finance bill currently this year, the young people have run into agribusiness where they're using digital platforms to market their produce. But now, the current bill, as we talk, is going to tax the digital platform. Is it for us or against us? So I think it's the high time that we have an all-comprehensive way of handling agriculture, because we can't run away from agriculture. We all need agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those questions. Over to our panelists. We'll start with you, Kamal. How are you managing profitability in agriculture, and how well prepared do you think the current education and training systems is making our youth in order for them to be able to start businesses?
Okay, thank you. So for how I'm making my agriculture more profitable, I'm using the agroecology way. So for me, I have 3 cows and I do agroecology. So for me, I don't depend on inputs from the shops. So what I do, I formulate my own feeds and also use fodder. So for me, what I do is reducing on the input part of it, and then now I get more profit on that. Then the question on what Dr. was asking, for me, if I was prepared. So I did a course in agriculture. Then after doing the course in agriculture, all my 4 years in school, I wanted to do, I was in agriculture, doing agriculture, but my mind was somewhere else. I was wanting to do ICT. So even after finishing school, I also did not want to do agriculture. But now, because of lack of job, I went back to agriculture. So when I went back to agriculture, the issue of, I did not have land. So I had to request my parent to give me small space. And now I just bought a small cow. I started with a heifer. And then after that, through the process, I sold the heifer and bought 2. So I started just from small, asking space from my parent. And then we began, and it's sustainable, so far. Then before that, maybe what motivated me to do, I joined KENAF, the Kenya National Farmers Federation, and they have a department on KENAF Young. So through that, we went for a training in Githongori, where we went to a farmer who was doing large-scale production of dairy. Then the farmer told us he was milking 4 liters per day. And then in a month he was getting about more than 100,000. Then for me, I asked myself, what am I doing if I did a course in agriculture and I'm not using the skills that I gained to make advantage of it? Then from that, it triggered my mind, and I started the agriculture part of it. Yeah. So for the school aspect of it, the schools are helping us to get the skills, but I think maybe we need to strengthen them and maybe improve and expose people to mentorship and the technical part, the hands-on skills part of it. Because for us, when I remember when we were doing the school, when we were training in the school, the hands-on skill or the practical part was very minimal. They only concentrated more on the theoretical part of it. So I think maybe to strengthen more on the theory and the practical part of it would be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This one, I'll hand it over to Dr. Jessica Ndubi and also to Dr. Jeremiah on what is your role when it comes to upskilling the youth in terms of value addition and organic farming, and are you actively encouraging them to engage in these new technologies that are coming up from Agra perspective, from Cairo perspective as well?
Yeah, thanks. I want to first reflect on the earlier question that you asked him, because I also had the privilege to study in Kenya and studied BSc Agriculture. My master's was in agribusiness, and my PhD focused on issues of youth and agriculture. And I had the privilege last year in one of the initiatives that Agra is running now called the Youth Entrepreneurship for the Future of Food and Agriculture, a 5-year initiative across our 7 countries and really cutting across our other 15 countries. And I had the privilege to travel in all those countries and engage with young people in terms of what they feel is most needful to be able to leapfrog them to actively engage in agribusiness. And most of them were either early career scientists, and some of them they just completed from school. And juxtaposing that with my position as a patron for Kenya Agriculture Student Association, engaging with young people each and every other time, there is a general feeling that whatever we study doesn't really positively prepare us meaningfully to engage in the outside market. And so one of the things that we've done from the start of this year, I spent a considerable number of time designing initiatives to be able to support young people to be meaningfully engaged. And 3 initiatives that I've spent significant time between January and March preparing is one with the Forum, which brings together a number of universities. I remember when I was presenting it to our internal grants committee at Agra, one of the questions I was asked, because one of the things I said is the challenge we want to address is half-baked graduates. And I'm proposing Forum to work with universities. And one of the assessors was asking me, then how do we, and no offense, dons who are here, but they were asking me, how do we expect the same professors who produced half-baked graduates to ensure that these young people are upskilled as they go to the job market? And I think one of the things that we emphasize is to now focus more interaction both with private sector and players that are outside there. On the issue around regenerative agriculture, is very close to my heart. And one of the initiatives we've been designed and even the way we've designed the Youth Entrepreneurship for the Future of Food and Agriculture program, which is targeting to create employment for 1.5 million young people across the African continent, is a heavy focus on green jobs, and particularly regenerative agriculture and agroecology. Because as we continue to produce, we must be cognizant that we do not just produce for our own profits, but also for our planet and also for prosperity. So it's really a major focus in terms of the initiatives that we design, and ensuring that also it really makes sense and it's adaptable for the young farmers as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Corey has given us statistics that youths are running away from farming. Surveys have also shown that youths are not interested in farming, perhaps because of many reasons. They regard it as dirty, not enterprising. And of course, when we're in school, many times we'll be given punishments to do agriculture. And I think it's one of the things that deter them from doing farming. Compared with jobs in the other sectors, we actually acknowledge that there are very few youths that are engaged in agriculture, and the many surveys we've done corroborates the data that Dr. Corey has presented. So for us to ensure that we mainstream youths in the agricultural sector or in our value chains, what we do, I'm a socioeconomist, we analyze the various value chains. We have many of them in crops and livestock. After analyzing, we identify the strengths, the weaknesses, and where the various gender categories, may it be men, may it be women, may it be the youth, have a comparative advantage. So those value chains that the youth have a comparative advantage, for example, high value crops. In this case, for instance, if you look at tomatoes in the tomato growing counties in Kenya, call it Kajiado, call it Kirinyaga. If they have a comparative advantage, what we do is that we build their capacity. We have many capacity building sessions and various projects, like recently we had been having the NAP-CDP and the Kenya Climate Smart Project. We write proposals to address those issues, and where the youths have gotten a comparative advantage, that's where now we take them on board. We build their capacity, we give them the technologies, the innovations, and management practices that they need, or rather we meet their concerns, their needs. And in so doing, what we do is that after building capacity, which we think is very, very important, then they take over the value chain and learn with it. And when we do this, we have realized that, of course, there is increase in productivity. If there is increase in productivity for these value chains, what we are saying is that, of course, we are increasing the country's food supply, ensuring food and nutritional security, and reducing the country's reliance on imported foods. That's what we do.
Thank you very much. Closing remarks from Sarah Mango. Kindly, what does the future hold for the youth? As a representative from the county government of Siaya, what does the future hold for the youth in agriculture and agribusiness?
Okay, thank you. Allow me to demystify the border and agriculture thing because I've been quoted. Yes, so when we were doing our strategy, we have certain sessions where we've talked about the intersectionality. Youth are not homogeneous, and we had to study them and know what do they really want, what are they expecting from the sector. And we spoke to young people across board when we were doing our strategy and asked them, what do you want to earn? Is it a job you want, or is it money that you want? And if it's money, how much will make you comfortable as a young person? And in Siaya County, this was done across the 5 counties that were supported by GIZ. In Siaya County, they said 30,000 would be good for a young person. And then we had to go back to our value chains. What are we producing in Siaya County that can support a young person to earn 30,000? And we realized one of our participants has talked about the subsistence nature of farming. So for young people to be engaged, we have to address it both ways. Address the value chain, as my colleague has said, and also address the bottlenecks that the young people that are hindering the young people to get into agriculture. So some of the interventions we have had as a county is to strengthen value chains and ensure that young people are finding space in those value chains. For example, Siaya has got some minimal rice growing, but the county invested in a rice mill because there were issues in marketing of the rice. And out of that, we are seeing increased production and increased youth engagement along the value chains in the rice production. So that is the way you can address the value chains. And the bottlenecks among the youth, we realize that youth lack information. Many people say young people are not interested, but it's because they lack information. Maybe they have limited skills, and we've spoken about skills here. When you talk about skills, it is both the technical, entrepreneurial skills, the soft skills. So our strategy addresses skilling the young people in all ways, using innovative ways to skill the young people. And I want to say here that our vocational training centers really have, they would be the game changers in the area of agriculture, because if they're equipped to offer modular courses, even graduates, like he said, maybe when you come from a graduate school, you don't really have the hands-on skill. Graduates can come and do modular courses in our TVET centers, and then they are funded to start their own enterprises. Those are some of the areas that we are looking at in our strategies. So skilling the youth in all ways, building youth enterprises so that they can also be employers. And we're talking about space in value addition, incubation, strengthening incubation centers. He has spoken about being handheld. We have found that very important. Through the GIZ program we are coaching and mentoring youth businesses. Some are at idea stage, some are at growth stage, some are at acceleration stage. And someone asked about traceability. One of our businesses at acceleration stage is doing marketing of ALVs. And if you find his vegetables in the supermarkets, they have a barcode that can help you trace where that product came from. So that is some of the initiatives. And just the second, looking at framework conditions. Someone has spoken about access to land. We have developed together with our partners land lease guidelines, where we are helping young people, training young people on what to do so that they can access land for production, for those who want to be in production, and also to intensify, maybe use small spaces. Young people, like let's say a poultry farmer, might just want to concentrate on a small area of a value chain and not do the whole thing, or intensify in a small area so that they can earn their living. And the last that we are doing is strengthening youth organizations. And when we say youth organizations, we want them to participate as advocates. Someone has talked about taxation and whether they're supporting the digital marketing. So when young people are organized, we are not advocating for them to organize and go to the streets, but teaching them advocacy skills so that they can be able to engage with government. And we also want them to organize so that they can benefit from economies of scale. So yes, it appears like from studies that young people are leaving agriculture, but if you delve deeper, you might find they are still in the space, because some are in transport, that is a service industry. Many are going into value addition, that is manufacturing, and most of our manufacturing is supported from agriculture. So we need to delve deeper, and we are seeing young people getting interested, young people getting engaged. We are using a lot of peer mentorship, influencer campaigns, reaching them where they are, and I see the future bright for young people who want to engage in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Closing remarks, kindly from Boniface. You have the honor of closing our panelist session. 5 years from now, what is your message to the youth of Kenya in terms of agribusiness and agricultural sector?
Great, thank you very much. I will also begin by doing justice to the question that she asked about policies. And I'll share a bit of personal experience with a policy that I saw recently that was the mung beans bill. There was a bill to regulate ndengu. I think those of us who took dinner yesterday, you saw that there was part where there was ndengu. Ndengu usually comes largely from Mukambani, where I come from. And one of the issues that I note in agriculture is that it has been affected by inequality. Today, in my observation, the program for subsidized fertilizers, for example, it's a very good program, but where is it still domiciled? In the places that have always continued to be agriculturally empowered. For example, I am not in the information of any subsidized fertilizer program in Eastern Kenya, for example. That is an area that still continues to be affected by droughts, continues to be affected by lack of information about how has the weather changed. So I really agree, and I would recommend for more equalization policies in terms of how government is investing, in terms of how support is given to various regions. Towards the future, 5 years from now, I see a bright future for young people, because the kind of efforts we are seeing, the kind of strategies we are seeing from development partners like AGRA, where they're investing quite huge amounts of money, these efforts are really going to translate to action. And my urge to fellow young people is to take up these opportunities and leverage them for actual growth. Let us not be comfortable about just being part of fellowships and capacity building programs without ever actualizing them in what we are doing. So let us be intentional about making things happen. We have learned, and we will continue learning about innovative ways of doing things. Let us be innovative. Let us, as he mentioned about modernizing the traditional things, from where we are, let us keep thinking forward. Last December, I was sharing with my cousin, telling him, you guys have a swampy area here. When you're growing the kienyeji mbogas, stop growing mbogas for only you to eat. Grow a lot of them so that you can sell them. So that is the kind of growth that we need to do. We should not throw away what we have, but we should grow with what we have. All right? So that is the future I see, and I see also a future that is supported by young people, like the way KIPPRA is supporting us in the Youth in Climate Action. We now have more understanding about policy, and that is what we are disseminating to our fellows. And also, I think I'm also privileged to be in the panel with one of our partners, where the friend from AGRA sits in the board of SMAX Foundation, and SMAX Foundation was actually our partner in our workshop, and some of our participants of the workshop are also here. So that is the future I see of collaboration, of mentorship, of taking advantage of the skills that we do, and a future that is fair to all the regions in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists. Please continue to engage with them even after the session. Thank you all very much. I hand it over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukani Moyo. A round of applause for the panelists and our able moderator. They've done a sterling job. Kindly, Dr. Moyo, we're having a Kodak moment here. We don't want you to miss out. It would be nice to have you at the center there. Thank you so much. Very informative, rich repository of knowledge that we've picked from there. And I hope you've been enlightened in so many ways and so many aspects, and the policy asks that have been expressed here as well. And knowing that we are living in this digital age, I was just wondering then if the young people are gravitating away from agriculture, what do we do? How do we try and inculcate that interest even from a tender age? Now that we know we have the digital space with us and they have access to smartphones even at earlier formative foundational stages of their lives, I was just wondering, especially hearing that we have good funding on that particular note, that we can try and gamify some of these apps. Yeah, in schools, we gamify and educate. We come with, I was just thinking when I was listening to you and the panel, we develop mobile games or simulations that teach agri-business concepts, even from a tender age. We have them also being included or in agribusiness curriculum. How robust is it? I don't know with the CBC how it is robust, but I remember nowadays we were given that simulation and that interest in agriculture. Agri-fashion shows as well. I think these are some of the things that we can talk about in the social media challenges for innovative farming solutions as well. These are some of the things that it was also just coming into my mind as well, but I think that was such a rich conversation that we've had this morning. A round of applause for them again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want just to move swiftly to the next sessions. And now that we had the common session here in the plenary, just to direct you on where you can have the topic of interest that you want to participate in. We have here in the main hall, transforming agriculture through climate smart practices, agritourism, pathways to sustainable youth employment. That conversation will be happening here in the main hall. And we have in room 210, youth employment opportunities in Kenya's blue and green economy. Youth employment opportunities in Kenya's blue and green. That will be happening on second floor, room 210, I should say. Youth employment opportunities in Kenya's blue and green, room 210, second floor. That is where you'll have that conversation transpiring. Room 214, it's all about technology, mechanization, and enhancing resource efficiency in agricultural value chains for sustainable livelihoods. That is room 214, second floor. Technology, mechanization, and enhancing resource efficiency in agricultural value chains for sustainable livelihoods. So that is the room that you can pick up that conversation. So those are the ones. If you're interested, I hope we are together. Are we tracking together? Are we tracking together? I need proof of life. Are we tracking together? Fantastic. So we can take this moment. It is 10:25. So let's just exhaustively engage ourselves in these breakout sessions. I think we have able panelists and moderators who will get us through the session, and from there on then we'll take our health break. Are we good? All right, so we take that short break to our breakout sessions. Straight away to our breakout sessions. Again, main hall, transforming agriculture through climate smart practices, agritourism, pathways to sustainable employment, that is youth employment. It will be here. Youth employment opportunities in Kenya's blue and green is happening on second floor, room 210, and room 214, second floor. We go for tea? Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm being advised we go for tea, then we go for the sessions. Yeah. All right, is that better? Yeah. Oh, hey, proof of life has come back. It's all right, sorry. I've been directed that we go, let's take that tea break, then we can break out for our sessions. We'll be refreshed.
Good morning. I don't know why everybody walked out. I think there is a session that's supposed to be happening here. Huh? Huh?
So there are two main motivations as to why we started this venture. Number one is the urge to save the environment from waste. And number two is the urge to create decent jobs for the youths here in Mombasa and in Kenya at large. Ricky Bags started last year in 2024. Mainly the name Ricky actually is in honor of my dad, who was Richard Grima. He passed on 2 years now. So in honor of his legacy, we decided to name this brand under his name. So this brand embodies his spirit of courage, faith, and love for community. And at Ricky Bags, we do a various number of programs. Apart from recycling billboards and banners, we also donate school bags to underprivileged children in Kilifi, and also planning to have a training center for young women here within this locality to be able to empower them to be able to make more products and create decent jobs for themselves. The process starts by first linking with different partners, which includes printing partners, organizations. So we source our waste billboards and banners from printing firms. There are those cutoffs that normally the printers have, which they don't know where to put, or after events, when organizations have events and they have dates. So those banners are normally thrown in the stores. So at Ricky, that is where we go and source for the banners and bring them to our workshop here in Kiembeni. So here is where now we basically cut the different banners into bag designs. So the process is very simple, which is called upcycling. Basically, we don't turn or we don't recycle it fully, but we just cut it into different bag designs, like backpacks, tote bags, or traveling bags, and then add a touch of African fabrics to be able to make them more stylish and more durable, and yeah, and they're ready for sale. Currently, we have employed around 8 youths that are working with us in different departments. Here in the tailoring department, we have around 4 youths. In the marketing department, we also have more 4 youths that are working with us to enable to push the vision for Ricky to the next level. As we know, this is a highly intensive fashion industry. So we work with fashion designers and look at the trends that are outside there in the market, like in Kenya, in Africa, and also in the European world, because that is also our target market. So we look at the latest trends, what are the best designs that users are wanting to see in a bag. So we don't just recycle bags, but we also work with the fashion designers here in Kenya, very young designers, who we design the bags together. And we collect this data from our clients. Basically, every bag that we're seeing here is feedback from our clients. So we really harness data from our clients. Then say they want to add a zipper or change this style of a bag. So that is how our design process starts, by collecting feedback, then designing it here in the workshop to be able to improve the product. On impact, the banners so far on our data, which we normally collect every day, we have managed to collect more than 550 kgs of PVC plastic that goes into waste. This is just PVC plastic, and also in the workshop, we also try as much as possible to reduce waste that is from fabric, because you know in fashion, fabrics are also in the category of high ILS pollutant. So the waste fabrics that come out of our production, we also be able to reuse it again to make other products like bucket hats. I also add a touch of like bomber jackets, where they can also add value, and we can sell merchandise out of this waste fabric that come out of our workshop. So we also harness innovation in our workshop to ensure that we as well also minimize as much as possible waste that comes out of the fabrics that we use here, apart from also the kgs of plastic that we stop from ending up in the ocean. Currently, since we started, because this is a highly manufacturing industry, so for any startup to grow, it's always needs to work with scale. So the more numbers we have in terms of workers here and production facilities, let's say sewing machines, they also have other high-intensive machines that can help to better improve the quality of the bags. So those are the few items we could say that are in need, but most importantly is also on the aspect of marketing, like ensuring that we put our brand outside there, because yes, we are recycling, but at the same time we're in the fashion and bag business. So we need to compete favorably with other giants as well who are in the market here. So marketing is also one of the major, let's say, challenges that I can say we are also pursuing through our different technologies, like working with different partners that can be able to improve the brand that can work with us. So those are the areas that I can say from Ricky, maybe we could also see ways on how we can collaborate with more people that can also understand why are we doing this, because the minute they understand why we are doing this, it's very easy for everyone now to work with us and partner with us, so that now we can push the vision for Ricky to the next level. Especially on taxes, let's say on business permits, if we could have like tax havens for young businesses who are starting their business. We have made proposals, let's say the first 3 years that the business is starting, maybe they could have tax haven so that they are not charged tax, so that they can have more time and more energy to do research and to interact with their clients to grow the business. Then after 3 years, we can now start taxing these young entrepreneurs to be able to have them now grow their business. Because at this time, I think they'll be able to have done market validation, they'll be able to understand the market very well. But in the first years, there are normally very many challenges. So these are the years that the startups are very vulnerable. So the government can play a key role of ensuring that the ecosystem is favorable for them to grow their businesses here in Mombasa and also in Nairobi and other counties here in Kenya. I can encourage my fellow youths to never stop to dream and also just start.
I'm the Managing Director for Royalty Vacation Homes. We are an online listing platform for vacation rentals and alternative accommodation to the traditional hotels. And our portfolio spreads along the Kenyan coast from Malindi, Watamu, Mombasa, all the way to the south coast in Ukunda and beyond. We started this in 2020, just before Corona. We had seen an opportunity in the alternative accommodation space, but that time it hadn't developed until now. Due to the regulations of COVID, we had to adopt new ways of doing holidays and even staying in such kind of spaces. Currently, we are listed as a website, and if you go make a search for Royalty Vacation Homes, you'll get the homepage. You can select the dates you want, the destination you want, the number of people in your group, and you'll get a list of properties that meet your search criteria. Now, you can opt to choose after perusing, and you can select the number of dates from the calendar of the property. Then you go to the checkout page where it will request you for your payment method. Now, an advantage of our app is you can also transact using M-Pesa. So a pop-up notification will come. You will enter your password, or rather your PIN, and the booking will be confirmed. You will receive a notification or an email notification, which now confirms the reservation. Then from there, it transfers now to the reservation management team. We'll share with you the details you need for your check-in, recommendation for experiences and activities you can do within your place of stay, and also now recommendation for services which you can have, like catering services, assuming you like a professional chef to help you do that. Experience tours. Part of our technological advancement is now even having virtual reality content, in that someone through the platform can be able to have a 360 view of the property they are booking, and yeah, from there now they can be able to basically exist in that space even if not physically there. One, it has created awareness about the existence of such facilities, because we have a very huge local market that hasn't tried local tourism, because they have a perception that it's expensive. And one of the major costs that goes in a holiday planning is accommodation. So if they feel the hotels may be out of reach, we have got alternatives that just meets up to the quality standards of the hotel, but accessible to the local families and the local way of living. Now, a family of 5, family of 10 can experience a holiday on a budget. And other than now creating awareness of such existence of such facilities, we've also enabled the local economy, in the sense of some of the service providers we have are people who are looking for economic empowerment opportunities. When you talk of the housekeepers who help us to manage these units and ensure these units are in good condition when visitors are arriving. When you talk of the chefs, some of them maybe have lost employment from hotels due to downcutting and downsizing, but now they are able to get opportunities within our space. It may not have been the way they are used, the hotel way, but then they are equally professional and they meet the standards that we expect for our guests. If you also look at now the local experience, the local tourist operators, from the beach operators to those who are taking guests on visits in the safari, for the safari drive, most of them you get their youths who have just cleared campus or high school, and because they cannot get some of those formal employment opportunities, they revert to the opportunities that exist within our ecosystem or within our space. Now, our effort as our organization is to create as many opportunities as possible. So in a month or in a week, if I can have 5 or 10 youths who are able to offer services, be it maybe the city tours, be it maybe marine park excursion, be it maybe even now catering services, all these people belong to what we can offer. And we try to ensure that they can get as many opportunities as possible within our space. If you're looking at direct opportunities, we're looking at our team, for example, from our social media and marketing team to our web development and admin team, to now operations, to the group that usually receive guests and handles guests on ground when they arrive. We have about 5 in our team, and now we have got those indirect opportunities which we have created, where now we are talking of the professional chefs who are looking at catering for our guests. We're looking at now the tour operators who are looking at offering experiences to our guests. We're looking at drivers and transport people who also offer transport services to our guests. On average, for indirect jobs, I would talk of about 10 every month, or 10 jobs for every group every month. Taxes, we really feel like sometimes the government issues punitive measures, whereas we would prefer if they can meet us and get solutions that are mutually beneficial, so that then, even if it means having tired tax brackets, in the sense of enabling those ones who are just starting or those ones who are new, able to, so that they can also be able to compete with those ones who are established. You know.
Funny enough, let me tell you, in my high school I did not do agriculture. But slowly, when you study the trends of the world, and you would see guys like Bill Gates shifting their focus to agriculture, it made me think about agriculture on an economic and income perspective. And therefore, when I was in campus, and also, by the way, let me tell you,
Yes, come on.
I did not do any agricultural course also in campus. Myself, I did a different course. I did a pure science in campus. But I'm inspired more by the practicability and the futuristic aspect of farming. Let me tell you something. Of a world of 7 billion, people. A farmer is needed in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. Majorly here, I do coffee. Secondly, I do avocado. And thirdly, I do bananas. In this other end of pastoral points, I do cows, I do sheep, that is the Dopa sheep, and I do chicken. So when I began, I said I'm a small-scale order farmer. The farm is not that big. The farm is a 2-acre. And as a passionate farmer, and having this kind of small land, planning has to come into play. I think a quarter of this land has coffee, and one of 16th has bananas, and another one on avocados. So this accommodates the crop bit of my farm. The other end that accommodates my livestock has a bit of a napier in it, and those other crops that provides hay and fodder for my livestock. In March, that is the time I harvest my beehives, and that is the time of the year when it's not raining. Similarly, around April, we sell our coffee parchment. That's another income stream around April, May. When we transition to August, that is when the rains are bumper, the haze and the grass are all over. We get a lot of milk. We get to sell a lot of milk. We get to lay off our dopas. That is another income stream. Getting to December, that is the time most of our bananas get ripe. We sell our bananas and also avocados at that time. Between September and October, November, December, that is the time we sell our avocados. When you visit my farm at the other end where we have the beehives, the beehives, they need pollen. That pollen is gotten from our coffee here when they flower. It's gotten from our bananas here and our avocados. Now, in the other end, we also have napier grass. When we cut our napier grass, we feed our napier grass the cows. And in return,
it's clear,
the cows and the sheep provide manure that is used to make our lands fertile for crops like bananas, coffee, the ones that we have, and also napier grass. So the farm is very sustainable. It is purely organic. We don't need anything from outside. So for biodiversity point of view and for sustainability point of view, we have a very balanced farm. In this farm, the people are employed directly that deal with daily activities of running this farm are 2. Those 2 get their monthly pay every month. The people who are hired indirectly, in a month, they can go to about 5 to 6, cause weeding here and there, assisting activities here and there, goes up until 5. So in total, as only a single entity, as a youth, I can manage to employ 6 to 7 people, both directly or indirectly. Even as a farmer, for me, I use AI search engines to get knowledge, especially how to run a farm, especially how to tend for my bees, how to feed my cows, the different formulations from Google, and from those all search engines, we can be able to get this information. So I would encourage the youth not to shy away. Despite the challenges that we have, we can go out of our way to seek information from the global space, from the internet, so that we can be able to start. Many youth run away from farming to do other businesses in order to get money. But I want to tell them that if they put the same effort and the same energy that they put in when they are doing other businesses, if they put that in agriculture, if they put their resilience, their hard work, their minds, their knowledge to agriculture, agriculture even pays more than those other businesses. And therefore, I beseech young people to find a way of engaging farming activities so that we reduce the unemployment rate in Kenya.
KIPPRA Foundation has been in existence since 2016. Who we are as an organization is that we are a youth-centered organization that empowers and transforms the lives of youth through impactful initiatives. So this empowerment and transformation happens through one, access to safe spaces, capacity building, linkages to opportunities, and collaborations with other stakeholders to contribute to the holistic growth and development of the youth. In terms of spaces, the youth use the spaces at Swahili Port, but also through the broader Youth Hub network to access spaces for co-working, for hosting events, and also for meeting up with their peers and also other stakeholders. In terms of capacity building, are areas in which we build the capacity of these youths. So we do have pathways, there is technology and data, creative and arts, heritage, entrepreneurship, there's hospitality and tourism, there is health, and as well as the green economy. Generally, when we talk about capacity building, this comprises of building their knowledge, skills, as well as attitudes and mindsets. And the kind of training that we do, many a times that is technical, it is meant to lead to jobs or supporting them to set up profitable businesses. So the way we do conduct our training is that it is demand driven in terms of we seek out employers who need youths with particular skill sets to get
Ujuzi wako siwezi fikiri. nalia, e Baba Mungu,
uniondole
uovu wangu.
registered on our database, right? And out of the 22,000, so on an annual basis, we do engage with a of 15,000 youths, which are, we engage them by sharing opportunities with them, inviting them for trainings, and such kind of initiatives, right? And out of those that we engage with on an annual basis, 15,000, about 60% of those have reported improvement. Organizations such as Swahili Pot Hub Foundation exist because of you. So make an effort to visit them, make an effort to be part of the fabric, make an effort to engage in the activities. Whatever that we do as an organization is ideally meant to benefit you. So be part of the community at Swahili Pot Hub Foundation. By engaging, you'll be able to learn, you'll be able to be connected to peers, you'll also be linked up with partners, you'll also be exposed. So please make an effort to join Swahili Pot Hub Foundation, but also if you do have a hub or a community space close to wherever you are, please make an effort to join them.
Kose
kari kari
kose charo chose inini chakugenja kasikira kwa ligisa kwendana na kifwaloli mselive ilagiro inini chakugenja kasikira kwa ligisa kwendana na kifwaloli kuselive ilagiro inini chakugenja
ini mulungu
adukose inini chakugenja
kari kari kari
kose charo chose inini chakugenja
ini mulungu
adukose inini chakugenja
kari kari kari
kose charo chose inini chakugenja
ini mulungu
adukose inini chakugenja
kari kari kari
kose
wapi
uongozi watoka kwake
wapi
uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu
wateule wake
aliyewateua
kuwaongoza watu
kwa mapenzi yake
tangu tupate uhuru
katika nchi ya Kenya tumebarikiwa sana
kupata viongozi
kwa busara sana
watoa shukrani
kwa Mwenyezi Mungu
nasi wananchi Kenya
sote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu
na kumsaidia
kiongozi wetu
katika kazi yake
ya kujenga nchi
nasi wananchi Kenya
sote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu
na kumsaidia
kiongozi wetu
katika kazi yake
ya kujenga nchi.
Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia.
Thank you, choir. That has been a very important and fascinating session of refreshment, and also for us hearing the choir. So in this room today, Mwakungu Hilary, coordinating the session. Coordinating the session, and we are ready to start. We have our chair of the session, and also the panelists. So I don't want to dwell so much on that. Because of interest of time, I will welcome Daktari Karigia to stand and the session. So Karibu Sana, he's chairing the session. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you very much, Hilary. And for those who are still outside and want to join this session, can I ask you, kindly request you to come in. Welcome to this session, everyone. This is a very important session. It's about transforming agriculture through climate-smart practices, agritourism, pathways to sustainable youth employment. And you will probably see the connection between this one and the one that, the session that just ended about 30 minutes ago. We've all heard about the climate change challenge and the issues it's raising for the agri-food systems. I work in an organization that worries about these issues every day. How to transform food, land, and water systems in a climate crisis. But we have to look at this. It's a challenge, yes, but it does bring a lot of opportunities. And we got some insights earlier today about those. So we want to be able to address issues of climate adaptation, natural resource management, and the benefits that brings for the sector, for agri-food systems. And that requires that we have to adopt new technologies, appropriate technologies, technologies that work. And of course, we have been told and we have heard that the youth are quite receptive to new technologies. The youth are risk-loving, as opposed to risk-averse. They can take more risks. They have access to information, which of course helps them a lot manage risks much better. But they also face a lot of challenges. Okay, all right, thanks. So they also face a lot of challenges and constraints. So to help us unpack this and get what are these challenges and how do we overcome them, we have a panel of experts that will delve into the kinds of policies, the incentives, and the coordination mechanisms that would help us realize the opportunities and address the challenges. So my name is Joseph Karugia. I work with the International Livestock Research Institute, a member of the CGIAR family of research organizations, international research organizations. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our panelists. May I ask Dr. Pamenes Migwi, who is the branch chairman, Agriculture Society of Kenya, Nakuru National Show, to come and join me up on the dais. The next panelist is Dennis Mushiri, who is a training operations manager, CAP Youth Empowerment Institute. And the third panelist here we have is Mary Kageni, Head of Climate Action, Kenya National Farmers Federation. Please join me here. For this session, we have about 40 minutes and would like to take about 25 minutes to hear from our panelists and 15 minutes to get to interact with the participants. So but the first thing I would like to hear from our panelists is, what is it that you do at your institution, at your organization, that is relevant for the topic of the day, which is transforming agriculture through climate smart practices, issues of agritourism, and actually creating opportunities for the youth. I'll start with Mary.
Thank you. Good, is it morning or afternoon? Mary Kageni from the Kenya National Farmers Federation. I'm the head of climate action and also take lead in research, policy, lobby, and advocacy. Kenya National Farmers Federation is the apex umbrella organization for the small-scale farmers in Kenya and represent all the small-scale farmers in the 47 counties of Kenya. And the KNAF is organized in a way that we start from the grassroots level, that is from the ward level, all the way to the national level. So we have the ward representatives, county representatives, and then we have now the national secretaries where I sit. At Kenya National Farmers Federation, we are championing for youth engagement in agriculture, and we have now the Youth Council, where we have different representatives at the Youth Council level, and we also engage in gender empowerment, and we have a Women Council unit at Kenya National Farmers Federation. So in terms of the youth engagement in transformation of agriculture, one, we have a program, that's the Sustainable Agri-Food System. It's in partnership with GIZ, where we are empowering youth to take active role in policy. So we empower youth to become active actors. They sit on the table to act on in terms of the policy. We also have mentorship programs for the youth. We have a one-year program that is done every year. It's done in collaboration with the World Farmers Organization. This is a gymnasium program where youth are taught on leadership roles and also lobby and advocacy. Where I sit as the end of climate action, we also have a program that is nurseries for youth development, where we are encouraging youth to take up the green jobs. And as we all know, the government is championing for 15 billion tree planting initiatives, where we need to grow trees to restore our landscapes, because we can't talk about agriculture without talking about landscape restoration. Agriculture, you can't run away from the environment. So we are championing for this particular initiative, and so far we have empowered 20 youth who are running nurseries in different counties, and around 100 indirect beneficiaries through the same program. At KENAF also, we champion for agribusiness training for our youth, where youth take up the lead into agribusiness value chain, because in agriculture we have different value chains. So youth really, like most of you are saying, it's like they find agriculture as a dirty job, but we can have them act in other value chains like distribution, like marketing and branding. So we encourage youth to take up these roles, and we really provide an enabling environment for them to do this particular initiative. So that's what we do at KENAF. We do both capacity building, provide an enabling environment for youth to take up the agriculture initiative.
Thank you, and over to Paminas.
Thank you very much, Joseph. My name is Dr. Paminas Megwe. I am based in Nakuru. I'm an agriculturalist. I'll introduce myself from two perspectives. One, having been an agriculturalist, I've been teaching in Egerton University for about 35 years in the Faculty of Agriculture and Department of Animal Science before I retired about 2 years ago. And Joseph, I'm happy we have been collaborating in Egerton with the IRIRI. I know some of the students, master's, PhD students we have supervised who are doing work on dairy production in both Tanzania and here. So I've been involved in teaching agriculture to our students, young people, in research and also extension, because we have been interacting with the farmers when we go to the field. So that's my background, where I have worked for quite some time, and therefore that gives me a broad background of what is happening within the agricultural sector. After retirement now, there are other areas I'm involved. Currently, I'm the chairman of the Central Rift branch of the Agricultural Society of Kenya. We are aware that the ASK, or Agricultural Society of Kenya, is the major organizers of agricultural exhibition across the country. We have got 16 branches, starting from Nairobi International Trade Fair, Mombasa International Show, Nakuru National Agricultural Show, Eldoret, Kitale, Kisumu, 16 branches across the country, and this organization normally provides a platform through which people can be, traders, farmers can be able to come to the showground and be able to learn latest innovations and technologies in agriculture to improve on our agricultural production. For the youth, the ASK is also involved in the coordinating the young farmers, clubs, who are very, very, very important young people to induct them in agriculture. Just last week, on Saturday, we had a national tree planting in Nakuru Girls High School, where all the clubs, young farmers club, young people from different parts of the country, they came to Nakuru, and we were involved in the tree planting. So Agricultural Society of Kenya is a very, very important organization, and they interact with the youth. And they are also setters. Their current theme actually touches of promoting climate-smart agriculture and trade initiative for sustainable economic growth. And I'm sure, Joseph, we are going to be interacting more so that we can be able to say more what is the ASK doing to provide those forums that can be able to enhance our sustainability in economic growth and especially in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Paminas. I'll pass it on to Dennis.
Great. Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of us. My name is Dennis Mushiri. I work with KAP Youth Empowerment Institute, which is a TVET institution, but at the space of the NGO. And what we do is we give skills to youth, and in this case, what we call the NEET, not in education, employment, or training. Our approach has always been trying to give skills in very high value sectors, because we measure success by the number of youth that we've linked to livelihood opportunities. So in this case, agriculture happens to be one of those sectors that have a very high potential of youth getting livelihood opportunities. So we run demo farms across the country. We have 2 demo farms at this point in time, one in Nyandarua County and the other one in Mombasa County, where we train youth on climate smart ways of doing agriculture as a way of ensuring that at least youth are attracted to doing agriculture and agribusiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. And colleagues, you can see that we have a very rich wealth of knowledge around the issues of climate smart practices that we can, and we can get insights from the very informed and experienced panelists. I want to pose the first question, and I think the first one is to Mary. We've heard about climate smart practices, and I dare say that they have been around for quite some time, right? Of course, we are improving on them, but they haven't reached scale. They haven't been widely adopted as much as we would want to see. So what policy frameworks and incentive mechanisms are needed to scale up climate-smart agriculture as a viable, profitable employment and a pathway for youth in rural and peri-urban areas?
Thank you for the question. One, yes, we have policy framework on climate-smart agriculture. And one, I really appreciate what the government of Kenya did last year. We just launched our agroecology strategy in Kenya, which we really took part in drafting that particular policy. And when we talk about agriculture, for it to be sustainable, we need to adapt climate smart practices, because as you all know, climate change is here with us, and it's really affecting our farmers. Talk of soil health, our soil are degraded, so we need to come up with strategies that will ensure that we improve the soil health so that we have more productivity. So one thing that I really request is, one, we need to operationalize all the climate smart agriculture policies that we have in Kenya. Then also we need to have an integrated, like we need to have coherence in terms of these climate smart policies, because one, talk of water, you find that water policies are maybe they're in the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. Environmental policy also under environment and climate change. Agricultural policies are also in their own ministry. So we need to have a coherence and integration of these policies, because they all speak to each other. So we need to have coherence, policy coherence, so that they speak to each other, and also someone in water knows what is happening in agriculture, and someone in environment knows what happens in agriculture, because like I started by saying, agriculture we can't run away from, environment, and we can't run away from what is happening in water and irrigation. So we need to operationalize all these particular policies. The other policies that we have in this country, and it's also something that needs to be operationalized, is the agroforestry policy. Because landscape restoration is the way to go. Because like us farmers, we really value ecosystem services. Because we are talking about pollinators, talking about the water services. We get them from well-maintained ecosystem. So we need to have these particular policies well actualized and operationalized, and also ensure that we all adapt them. For us small-scale farmers, we need to plant these particular trees in our farms to promote more ecosystem services. So the other issue is on to have tax incentive for these particular policies. Because if I start with the young people, one factor of production is land. So you find that young people don't have land. So how can these people get the access to this land to do agriculture? So we need to come up with policies. For example, at the county level, we have public land. So we can get these people getting free land lease at the county level for them to take up agricultural roles. So like for sure, in the African culture, land is owned by most of our parents. And if we go to the other level, it's owned by men. So we find that if a young woman wants to take up agriculture, this person is limited by our own policies. So we need to come up with a way of ensuring that we all have equal rights to land access, whether a young person or a woman. So we need to have tax incentive and also ensure that these people get access to this particular land. The other challenge with agriculture in terms of doing this particular exercise is finances or resources. Because for young people, imagine someone coming from the university, this person doesn't have finances. This person doesn't have maybe even the tools to use. So we need to come up with a way of incentivizing them and providing finances or even incubation programs for these young people to take up these agricultural practices. So if they take up these roles and practice the agriculture sustainably, then we can be assured of feeding the future tomorrow, because I believe the population is going up. So we need to ensure that we meet the current needs and also the future needs. Then for these young people, they are taking up agri enterprises, like branding or even doing the online marketing. So we need to have policies that are friendly to these young people, such that they can be able to take up marketing through the online platforms. Like currently, I'll mention this again, we have the proposed finance bill currently. There is a proposed taxation on the digital marketing. So if these young people are starting their life, and now here comes a tax that is really cutting short their dreams. So they'll not be able to take up this role. They will just shy away from this particular activity. So also the policy needs to be friendly to these young people. Then in terms of now, they have produced their crops. Where do they sell their crops? Because if you grow your crops and you don't have a market, then we'll have a lot of food loss and waste. And this will contribute to other issues in the country. So we need to have a ready market for these crops. So we need to have, the government can propose, or we need to have maybe procurement systems for these young people. Like we have the school feeding program. Why can't we have a more customized marketing strategy for young people, such that if they grow their vegetables, then they have a leeway of selling them to the school feeding program that is a government program. So these people will be able to get a market for the crops and also get an income. And in the process, then, agriculture will become lucrative to young people. So I'll call upon to have a policy alignment and also policy coherence. And for us young people, we need to take up agriculture, because we all need farmers. For sure, you need a farmer every minute, every second. So young people, this is the new way to go, and I can tell you there is a lot of opportunities in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. You raise important issues that policies and strategies exist. We have to operationalize them. We have to make sure that those policies, those strategies pull in the same direction, policy coherence. And you have also highlighted a couple of incentives that would work for the youth. Building on the issue of coherence, I think there is the question of the many actors in this space. And as we said, the issue of youth spans many sectors. Agriculture, ICT, social labor, and so on. I want to pose a question to Dennis. Dennis, what more stakeholder coordination platforms and public policy interventions are required, or do we need to upscale youth-led innovations in climate-smart agriculture? and you can even talk about agritourism as well.
Great. Thank you very much for that question. So I know mostly we suffer from a problem of not innovation, but working in silos. So to me, here it's a matter of ensuring that the different innovations that are there are working together. They are interrelated, they are interlinked. I know the government is trying to those can be used to host innovations that are across the county, so that in the long run, what we have is a well-calculated and managed innovations platforms within which youth can be getting support, within which youth can be in a position to even showcase what they are doing, because it's not like Kenya is lacking innovations. We have a lot of innovations going around in agriculture, agritourism, and so on and so forth. But for any innovation to scale up, of course, we need some financial muscles. So we need some incentives. Most of our financial institutions look at agri-related innovations to be too risky, right? So are there policies that are supporting youth that are working within agriculture, agritourism innovations that can access finance, that can access funds to scale up their innovations? And lastly, we know that the Tourism Act of 2011. So we need to pause a bit and ask ourselves, is agritourism identified as a formal sort of agriculture, tourism with regards to the to the Act of 2011? If not, do we need to sit down and come up with frameworks which guides what agritourism is? Imagine a youth in Kisii taking tourists from anywhere across the globe through processing of avocado, or a Maasai pastoralist taking Wazungus on how to do regenerative grazing. Is that formalized? Can that be recognized as a form of agriculture? And as I wind up, it's always good to look at it from a way of where skills are. How many of our vocational training centers are training agri-related courses? How many of the courses have been certified by probably CDAC with regards to agriculture? Is it our high time now to ensure that we are developing courses that speak into what we are aiming at? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. And yes, we have to avoid working in silos. I think you have highlighted the role that the county aggregation and industrial parks can be effective platforms for coordination and engaging the youth. But you also broached on the issue of agritourism, and I want to follow up that with Pamina's on this issue of agritourism. What is it? How is it different from ecotourism, and how can we get it mainstreamed through policy to diversify rural economies and generate good, dignified jobs for the youth?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Joseph. This topic of agritourism, we all know who are here that tourism is a major foreign exchange earner for this country, together with the tea, horticulture, and also, of course, the diaspora remittances. Those are major earners of foreign exchange. Now, when it comes to tourism, we need to recognize that the various subsectors of the tourism sector, the general tourism, of course, we know about it, but there are niche tourism. One of them is the agri-tourism, which is very, very, very important, and that involves the farming communities, tourists coming and visiting rural areas. Areas where there are agro-processing, tea factories, coffee factories, visiting individual farms, individual ranches to see what they are doing, and also paying something so that they can be able to earn some money. We know there is, Joseph, there is also sport tourism. People come because they want to do practice in high altitude areas, they pay money, and the areas of the North Rift, a lot of these tourists are coming and be able to camp there and do the practice. There is also medical tourism. People come for medication, and in the process they spend the money and they stay in our hotels. Now, coming to the agri-tourism, this is an area with a lot of potential. In the morning we heard about the role of the youth, diversification of agriculture. If there is one area that can be able to help diversify the rural economies and improve the livelihood of the rural areas, it is actually agri-tourism, because you cannot talk of agriculture without talking about the rural areas. So if we have got a vibrant agri-tourism, we are going to have an economy that is growing in the rural areas, and who knows, it will also hold those youths. Instead of coming to urban areas to look for jobs, those rural areas can be centers of growth and be able to generate money and also jobs for our youth. At the same time, agro-tourism, if it is well developed in the rural areas, it can also be able to ensure that there is what we call backward and forward linkages within the economy. Because if there is a cottage, there is a homestay, or there is a hotel within the rural areas where the visitors are visiting the rural, they are staying there. So they will require food, they will require water. Those supplies can be done by people in the rural communities, and it can be able to improve the supply. People who are coming as tourists to visit that farmer and staying with the family for 2 or 3 days. This is a kind of also cultural integration. It is also cultural infusion. It can help even improve cohesion, and multiculturalism within the rural communities, even as they generate money. So the agro-tourism, which involves visiting the farms and the agro-processing centers in the rural areas in an organized way, it has got a huge potential that can be able to generate employment and income for the youth. Despite this sector has not been well regulated. The policy framework is not well coherent. I think we have been focused on the major tourism, visiting national parks, visiting major urban centers, but we ignore this component of agri-tourism that can be able to generate some revenue for individual farm. You can imagine that farm, which has got the main house. There is also a servant quarter where somebody has set aside that can be able to accommodate 2 or 3 tourists and their families. By the way, some of the people from outside, they may want to stay with the rural communities to know the society they are visiting better. I am aware in a country where I did my studies, I did found that the agri-tourism is well regulated there. They are registered. Your home is registered. They come and check what facilities are you providing. Do you have enough water? Do you have enough facilities that can be used by the tourists? Do you have good accommodation places? Is it well secured? So there is a huge potential for agri-tourism if it can be well regulated, and the Ministry of Tourism and Agriculture can collaborate so that they can be able to ensure that this sector is actually well developed. Above all, that farm, that ranch, that pastoral community is being registered. Does it meet the standards that are required? And who will be able to vet that? So the standards are very, 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 very important. If they come to your farm, Joseph, your son is going to take them through the livestock they have, through the crops they have. He is going to act as a tour guide. He is going to be paid something. But is he trained in the area so that he can be able to explain? Remember, some of these people visiting your farm may have some already information about the crops you are growing. If it is somebody visiting a farm in Kericho with 10 acres of tea, 5 acres of tea. He has probably come from India, from China. Chinese are now coming here. He wanted to know what agronomic practices are being used there. If he found that this Tuankade does not know much, then he has got a wrong opinion. So it's very, very, very important that KIPPRA can be able to liaise with the Ministry of Tourism to come up with the policy packages, to come up with the policy development that can be able to guide this sector, because it has got a huge potential that can be able to earn our youth in the rural areas to have new income streams, new employment opportunities where they can be able to grow even their skills. So some of the areas also that need to be touched is also regulated in terms of standard. You cannot have visitors visiting a farm where accessibility of the farm is very poor because of the road network. Their vehicle gets stuck, they're supposed to visit your farm and go back to the airport. Then they are stuck for hours in your farm. So those farms which are being visited in tea, in coffee, in livestock, in sheep, doper sheep, or they have some other good areas, is that farm accessible? Do they have washing room? Do they have security? Because we also don't want to have visitors have been attacked in your farm because of the location. Do they have shade places where the visitors can be able to? So what I'm saying in general is that there is a lot of things that need to be done in agro-tourism to tap on it, to improve it, so that the rural farms, the rural folk can be able to take advantage of this new sector, so that the agri-tourism can complement the other forms of tourism, medical tourism, sports tourism, and we can grow this sector to be a major tourist, major foreign exchange earner, and help rural economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that this is really rich. It can diversify, it has great potential, but we need policies, we need policies to support it to thrive. Mary, I'm going to ask you something about agro-tourism. Earlier this morning, we did hear, agriculture is hard work, it's dirty, it's not, to quote the gentleman, it's not sexy, but it sounds like agri-tourism can and perhaps could become sexy. What do you think, what are the elements that we should be looking at to promote it and perhaps make it attractive for the youth?
Yes, agro-tourism, it's sexy for young people, and it's a good venture that will give them a livelihood. But before I comment on that, I would say that, one, we need to have a mindset change, for sure. Because, like, we all know, when we grew up, we used to hate farming. Why? Because in schools, it's being used as a punishment, or even at home, it's like you are being punished to do that particular activity, which was wrong. And like we speak today, we are really championing for reviving the 4K clubs, which we are doing as Kenya National Farmers Federation. These 4K clubs are being targeted for primary schools, so that these young people, as they grow, they know agriculture is good. They are doing the vegetables within their school farms, they sell and get a livelihood. So they grow knowing that these are business. So we need to revive that. The other issue in our universities, we have had, at some point I was working as a lecturer and I had that conversation. The university has been struggling with student enrollment at agriculture, taking agriculture courses. Why? Because people growing thinking that agriculture is not good. So we need to have first a mindset as Kenyans. So in terms of agritourism, yes, this is the way to go, because I'm looking at it like even documenting of our indigenous crops. If we have agritourism centers, then we'll have documentation of even the threatened crops that we have that are being endangered currently. So these centers can be documentation centers where someone can go and learn about a certain crop, where it used to be grown, and even the condition that it requires. So for us to make agritourism more marketable, we need first to come up with a way of branding it, to make sure that there is more visibility about it and more promotional materials about it. Because if then we have agritourism centers and they're not well marketed, for sure there will be just, they're just because stages at the community level, but people don't really appreciate the level or the importance of them. So these centers can also be learning centers for young people about the new technologies coming up. Because I'm looking at it like, if I have an agrotourism center in my village where I come from, as I grow up, I'll grow up learning new crops, or even the crops that we have currently, and also the technologies that we have. Even talking about the climate smart technologies. We have maybe solar powered irrigation equipment, talk about maybe the solar dryers. If these agrotourism centers as this particular equipment, as a young person, I'll go there and learn about the new technologies. And then I'll be able even to downscale it into my own farm. So these agrotourism centers are good. And I think it's a sexy thing for young people because they'll get a livelihood and also be able to scale it for their own use.
Excellent. Now, thank you, Mary. And I will add my one time I was in Beijing and attending a meeting, and the organizers organized for us to go to just outside of the city. It's a huge city, and you know, sometimes by 3 o'clock it turns dark, right, because of very, clouds and pollution. So we went out of the city and went to an agritourism farm. And the selling point for that was come and pick your own berries. And if you link that to some of our kids who think chicken come from the supermarket, you can see how that can be an incentive for the urban population to visit the rural areas and have their kids interact with agriculture in a very exciting way. Well, just an example.
Maybe something small I wanted, what Mary has mentioned, because I had captured it in my view here, is about if you are in London or in Beijing or in Amsterdam, and you book a 5-star hotel, 3-star hotel, 1-star hotel, and you land in Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta, and then you go to Kericho to meet that where you are going to be accommodated. You already know the standard. Now, when it comes to this agritourism, the standards are sometimes have not been set for them in terms of accommodation facilities, in terms of transport services I'm going to receive, in what I'm going to see. Mary, you mentioned about the information. That means some of these will be on the website and they will be publicized internationally. So if I come to London and I visit a farmer in Kiambu dealing with the dairy farm, he say I can see cows being milked, some strawberries being harvested, and then accommodation is 3-star. Now, when the person lands, he found it is contrary. So that becomes now a problem because it does not meet the expectation, and that person will have a very low opinion of how our agritourism is actually organized. So standardization is very, very, very important so that when they put the information on the website, these days, even a hotel in Kericho, even a farm in Kapsabet can put the information on the website and people will come directly and go to that. That information needs to be verified, it needs to be standardized so that we know what are we dealing with in those rural farms where we are visiting to avoid disappointment and the major shortcoming in that important sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamina. I want to come back to Dennis, and very quickly, maybe in a minute or so, we talked about incentives and incentive mechanisms for the youth. In your view, what are the top 2 or 3 incentives or incentive mechanisms that we can put in place to get the youth into climate smart agriculture?
Great. Just like it was mentioned by the previous speakers, youth tend to gravitate towards success. And to them, or to anyone here, success in any business is good returns. It's income, right? However, before any youth ventures into a business, there's a lot of cost. The previous panelist, there was one panelist that broke down what he went through for him to set up his own business. So how do we de-risk this youth? How do we How do our policies help de-risk this youth in terms of incentives? And to me, incentives would mean not necessarily even giving them money. It could be some expertise. You guide them, you link them to a mentor that can guide them with regards to the businesses that they want to set up. The other way of incentivizing them would be probably even incubating their business ideas. We have a lot of very good universities that we have in this country. Is it possible for us to even identify and link youth to some of these universities for them to incubate their businesses? And as such, we will be lowering the cost of operating their businesses. And lastly, would be probably guiding them in how they can form a PPP, a public-private partnership, so that in so doing, we will start talking of probably helping them identify people that can do some venture capital. They give them some venture capital, or even those that want to give them based on the outcome or outcome-based funding. So these are some of the ways that we can incentivize these youths, and even try to re-emphasize on them that incentivizing businesses does not necessarily mean you going to a financial institution to access loan. You can get subject matter expertise support, you can be mentored, you can be incubated, and such like things. Thank you.
Thank you. You're getting really insightful information here from the panelists. I want to pose the last question to our panelists from my end, and this is to Parmenas. We talked about multi-stakeholder platforms, and as a way of trying to coordinate the different activities, programs around youth, creating opportunities for the youth. Very quickly, maybe in a minute or two, how would these multi-stakeholder platforms look like? How do we make them work and in a sustainable way? Permanence, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. When you involve the multi-sector stakeholders in this important forum of the youth, one of them is to ensure that we create the right platform. It might be difficult to bring all the youth together, so ICT must be involved. We must create the right digital platform so that we can be able to bring our youths together in real time. So if you are presenting an idea about innovation, for example, these youths, you may not be able to get them together because some of them are scattered, some of them are restricted because of finances, they cannot be able to travel. But by creating the right digital platforms, it is possible to bring them together, share ideas, and ensure that they can be able to implement those ideas where they are. For example, if the youth fund are explaining more about how the funding will be done, these youths are not in one place, they're in scattered places. How do we get them? We must be able to get the right platform for us to be able to reach them. Secondly, aspect involving the youth. Joseph, they are in different ministries. For example, Ministry of Gender, they are dealing with young people. Ministry of the Gender and Youth. We have got the cooperative. Cooperative have got the small and medium small scale enterprise. They are also involved. Funding is also involved here, treasury. So it is important to ensure that all these are aggregated together and we are coordinated together so that they can be able to speak in one voice. I think we heard about, even in the morning, about the funding. Even these funding levels for the youth innovation, for the youth programs that they wanted to start, like that young man who talked about the daily, how much money are we giving? How did we arrive at 50,000 when you had the young man spending all the money on just the regulatory framework, registration, permits? By the time he gets to actually initiate the program, pesa hakuna, anarudi kwa mzazi kutafuta pesa ingine. So it is important that we come with the right packages. The money that was being given to the youth fund one time, I remember, and this started even the previous government, it was a uniform amount, 75,000. When you give 75,000, some enterprises require more money, they require more funding. Yeah, yet you find that that money is not enough to be able to cater for that. So I agree we must create the right forum, mostly using the digital platform. ICT must be involve the youth. They can come up with even those software that can be able to ensure that these young people in different counties are linked. After all, the challenges are almost the same in different counties. They can be brought together at one forum so that their problem and the challenges can be tackled uniformly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have had their opportunities, their ways, their policies that we have, and if we implement them, can support the youth to help transform our agricultural sector by adopting climate smart practices and also engaging in agri-tourism enterprises as a way of diversifying our economy. I want to open the discussion for you to raise your comments, your questions. If you want to direct a question to a particular panelist, let them know, but you're also free to just raise your question and we'll have the panelists respond. Any questions? No? Okay, we have one.
Yeah, thank you, panelists. In climate smart agriculture, I didn't hear of, one time I was in Kisumu and I found some younger people who were engaged in biochar. And I think that was a great opportunity for them. I saw others were collecting urine. I don't know what they were, I don't know whether the urine was being used as an alternative to either fertilizer. I found others were making soil, burning these maize and so on, then combining it with human waste and all that. And I think these are great opportunities for the youth. And I think some of them are here in Nairobi, helping us to collect this, a lot of urine there in Nairobi city. So I think with climate smart agriculture, there are many opportunities for the youth. If we can organize them, train them, and prepare them to take advantage of these activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Raise up your hand so that I can see it. Yes, over here.
Thank you very much, panelists, for bringing this wonderful discussion. My name is Kennedy Asembo. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Center for Policy and Strategy, which is a think tank based in Nairobi. One of the things that I have to, is just a comment I have to bring to this discussion, is that many times I've been talking to the young people and telling them that I've been in this city for the last 26 years. And every day when I wake up, I find so many people going to work, but none of them wakes up to go to the farm before they go to work. But when they come back home in the evening, all of them want food, something that is from the farm. And so if you really want to make yourself useful, target this population that has moved to the urban centers, and this population that does not want their children to go to the farm, but need food at the end of the day, because that is something they can't do without. And so it is a potential that exists in this country. It is a potential that our young people can still venture into to make themselves useful. But my question to the panelists is that there are a number of research institutions in this country that are focusing on agriculture. And quite a number of them have come up with innovations and research products that have been used by the multinationals and even our foreign institutions to make a lot of money. Right now, those of us who venture in agriculture, I'm one of them, there are so many companies selling products, selling chemicals for climate smart agriculture. Why is it quite difficult to connect these companies or these research institutions to our learning institutions, especially the universities where our young people are, so that the profits that are generated from the products themselves can be plowed back to ensuring that our young people become sustainable, that every university, every research company, like let's take KIPPRA for example, should be tied or should be linked to a particular university that it supports, so that the products from its research and that is done by young people can be used to facilitate our young people into sustainable livelihoods. We could have, because I don't see why a research company can declare, or a company can declare 200% profit, while this money, part of it, cannot be plowed back to assist our youth. What are some of the policy strategies that are in place to ensure that these companies actually plow back into the society by engaging our youth into developing the research products that they avail in the market? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. Okay. Please, we'll keep it short. 1, 2, and then we will bring it back to the panelists.
Thank you very much. My name is George Awala, and I work with VSO, and I'm also a member of the Values and Life Skills Network, which is a network that brings together different organizations that are keen on youth employability, but really looking at the soft skills and values. I have a question and also a comment. So the first is around how do we really make agriculture exciting for young people, because to a large extent, I think the system has failed young people. A research that we did as VSO in 2014 on youth and agriculture in Kenya, and also AGRA did a similar study in 2015, indicated clearly that policy implementation across most of the African countries had been the biggest challenge and barrier for young people really accessing opportunities in agriculture. Youth didn't own land, so farming became a mirage. It was extremely expensive for them and also very challenging trying to really access this primary factor of production. And then the returns from agriculture were also very low and unpredictable and also slow in coming. So they opted for more faster and quicker ways of making money. And lastly, also, there was the whole perception around agriculture. So how do we really make it sexy for young people and exciting? So it's important to really think about these things because we can't sit here and just talk about the youth should do X, Y, Z. And we forget that the government has a primary role, not just for setting policy direction and also looking at other broader infrastructural issues, but also implementing programs that they made a commitment to. So how much is exactly going into programs to support young people in agriculture beyond giving them finance and trying to make them indebted? And then secondly, the extension services in Africa, especially in this country, Kenya, have collapsed. We literally do not have like government extension services as they used to be a couple of years back. So how do we make this extension service work for young people? We are now talking about climate smart agri, we are talking about agroecology, but you may find that even the guys who are doing that extension service are not talking that language. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Motora, and I work as a lead consultant where we support NGOs and CBOs working in rural areas, especially social economic empowerment for women and youth. My question would be, what strategic frameworks and multi-sectoral approaches are required to ensure that climate-smart agriculture innovations reach grassroots communities across all 47 counties in Kenya, fostering inclusive growth and breaking the culture of working in silos? Thank you.
I'll ask our panelists to pick one question that you would like to respond to. Keep it short so that we can wrap it up quickly. I can see the bar here looking at me. So, Pemenes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think these are very provocative questions about various aspects of agriculture and the youth. The gentleman from Kisumu mentioned about some of the technologies which have been taken up, innovation. Young people come up with some innovation, then because of lack of support, then they go elsewhere. Biochar, I think this is a material which can be used in improving agricultural production. And the last time I heard it, actually, one of our PhD students from Egerton, DRC, was actually doing a PhD on that area. One of the issues of how it can be absorbed. That study is still going on. I don't want to comment much because I know the students will be able to come up. But there are these innovations students are coming up with, our researchers are coming up with, and sometimes they are not actually taken. Sometimes because either there is no support, legislative framework sometimes can be weak, or financially we are not willing. I remember still Joseph, one student from Kenya, he had just come from Massachusetts Institute of Science and Technology, and he came to my office in the showground in Nakuru and was sharing with me about a technology and innovation he has come up with for converting running water into electricity. Tap water in the houses, and he said he can be able to generate. I asked him, have you shared this? He said he has shared it with Siemens and other international companies. Some are willing to support, others are, they want to grab the idea and be able to commercialize elsewhere. But it appeared to be a good idea. But we gave him an opportunity in Nakuru showground at a subsidized rate so that he can be able to tell the public what his technology is. So forums are very, very, very important for those kind of information to be able to be exposed to the general public. In terms of alternatives, you mentioned about even urine, rabbit urine, for example. Some of them are being used as biocides, alternative to the toxic chemicals that are poisoning our environment. Those are some of those can be taken up by Carolo. They can be developed, they can be also be commercialized and be put into use. But you require public-private partnership so that can be able to uptake this technology and be able to improve on it. Thank you.
Thank you. A request for some more minutes, please. So, okay. So in terms of the biochar, that's a circular economy, which we are really encouraging as a country and also as the farmers. One thing I can confess is that even in the olden days, our own grandmother used to do the circular economy. But now, at some point, we lost it. Because they used to have cows, they use that manure back to the land. That was circular economy. And for us right now, yes, we are producing a lot of organic waste, which can be tapped into and used as organic fertilizers in our farms. In terms of you talked about the urine. For human urine, for sure, I'm more skeptical about that because of a lot of ethics around it. But for human, like domestic animals, rabbit, cows, that's okay. And for youth, we can organize them into groups, and then they can tap into this particular initiative and be able to produce some organic chemicals from these. However, also we have the government, in terms of the fertilizer, they are promoting more of conventional fertilizer. So we need to have a change of the government policy where they promote more of organic fertilizers, but we need to have a standardization, because if someone comes with a chemical right now, says it's organic, how sure it is organic? We need to have a standard. So then, in terms of how the institutions, research institutions and the NGOs are relating. Like at Kenya National Farmers Federation, we have internship programs and also the on-job trainings for young people, and also we provide them with incubation programs once we have a project. That's how we now create that linkages. To make agriculture exciting for young people, one, young people are tech savvy, so they can take up roles in the value chain. For example, distribution, for example, marketing. That's something that young people can tap into in the agriculture. I also talk about branding and packaging. For example, someone mentioned about dengue. Yes, in the Lower Eastern, we have a lot of dengue being produced, but farmers sell it at not a very friendly price. But if a young person, you take up packaging and branding that dengue, how much does it sell in a supermarket? Very expensive, as compared to the way the farmer is selling at their own farm. So branding and packaging can add value to that crop and sell it at a good price. Look at even the juice. In a few months ago, we had a lot of food waste from mangoes, right, and avocados. But if people changed it into another form like a juice, you'll have a more shelf life and also produce more and have a better premium for it. In terms of the extension services, yes, the country has failed us, they can confess that. And the last time the government employed extension services was 1980s. So the government needs to really look into this. And also, in terms of the extension services, yes, our farmers are really suffering from maybe substandard chemicals or farm inputs, because there's nobody to check what is the impact of these chemicals that these farmers are using, what is the environmental impact of these chemicals they're using. So we need extension services in this particular field. And young people, you can take up this, do e-extension services. For example, you are a young agronomist who knows which is the best chemicals for farmers. Why don't you go to YouTube? Why don't you use your Twitter and do some extension services to our farmers? Then in terms of the CSA innovation, we can, the government can improve on grassroots localized cottage or innovation centers where young people will learn and also will be able to come up with new technologies and people learn at the grassroots level. And then those farmers will be able to actually utilize those particular initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, if you can please take a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. So, one, just to make agriculture or climate smart agriculture attractive to the youth, we need to move from the norm and become very agile and innovative. As an organization, KIPPRA Youth Empowerment Institute is training agriculture, but not just agriculture, exploiting two sectors that are very interrelated. We are training agriculture in hospitality. So that becomes very attractive to any other young woman or man to join, because of course if you look at the value chain, what is cooked in the hotel comes from the farm. So how can they exploit that? But you bring it in a way that is very attractive to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think just one little addition to the issue of research institutions in Kenya benefiting from the innovations that are taken up by companies, private sector. I think perhaps we need to look at our intellectual property law and framework to see why that is not happening. I think we have heard a lot from our panelists. Can you please join in thanking them for being... Thank you. And of course, to yourselves for your participation. Thank you very much.
A round of applause again for Dr. Joseph Karugia with the panelists. Pigieni makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much for moderating the session so well, and thank you for our discussants as well. I hope you have benefited from the intellectual provenance that has also been displayed there. Thank you. Welcome back. The other sessions that have just finished, welcome back to the main hall as we continue apace with the program. We'll just have one common session right now, and then after that we'll take a lunch break. I'll give you the information of the sessions that we'll be having in the afternoon, 2 of them, and of course that also will be marking the end of today's third day of the conference. Why don't we stand up a bit and stretch before we embark to the next discussion? Yeah? Let's stretch a bit, stretch a bit. Stretch a bit. I try and wake you up. I told you our finger will be very pivotal. Yeah? So I'll be at it, very stubborn with it. Raise your finger. Lift up your finger. Right? I want you to house your neighbor's finger. If you don't have a neighbor, just scoot over to where your neighbor is. So house your neighbor's index finger like this. Like this. So we have sort of a zigzag. So turn to both hands. No, for them that are, you're more than two. Yes, so it is sort of a zigzag. Yeah. She's alone. You can house her, sir. Yeah. Is everyone housed? Uh-huh. Lift it high so that I can see. Good. So we want to do a dummy round. For them that are joining us today, this is a little bit of an exercise just to make you sure that you wake up if you've been sleeping, and also to just make sure that you engage in the next session. Very interesting with our panelists as well. So on the count of 3, I want you to grab that finger. And you, that you're lifting up your index finger, make sure it is not grabbed. How fast, how attentive will you be? I want to see. On my count of 3. Just be very agile and swift. Can we do a dummy run for the benefit of them that are joining us today? Okay. On my count. Okay? And stop shivering, some of you. All right. 1, 2. Wait for 3. Could you lift them higher so that I can see? Lift it higher. Hey, follow instruction. Okay, are you ready? 1, 2. Grab the finger. Catering, you've been grabbed. Someone has been grabbed. Okay, now that you got the drill, let's do the real one so that you can redeem yourself. Okay? If you're given a chance to redeem yourself, you redeem yourself. All right. This is it. The last one. 1. Join. No one is left behind. The spirit of this conference is no one is left behind. All right. My lady, can we, she's not housed. Okay, are you ready? Don't get tired. This is the last one. 1. 2. Hey, 3 not yet. No, hey, wait. I said 3 not yet. Hey, come on. Let's finish nicely, please. Follow his instructions. Okay. 1, 2. Redeem yourself. All right, clap for yourselves. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to go to the next session quickly so that we can get through with it, engage, have time for questions, and then we will break for lunch. I have my program here a bit mixed up. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now we want to actually get into this session, tapping opportunities in sustainability to build resilience and adaptability for future jobs. And We have our able panelists in the house today. We want to engage, be alert that you've indicated that and demonstrated. So I just want to be out of your way so that we can give a good round of applause for Ahmed Kuresha Abdullahi, the CEO of the Institute of Human Resource Management, as she comes to the podium. Kindly give a round of applause for her as she takes over the mic, and she will introduce her panelists as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, when we gather to discuss our future, sometimes it's interesting how it just opens up and you realize the potentials we're looking for, it is just within us. If only we are open to it and if only we support each other. So allow me to first of all, introduce myself. My name is Kuresha Abdullahi, the Executive Director of the Institute of Human Resource Management. It is the body that regulates HR profession in Kenya. And it's an honor to be moderating this session on tapping opportunities in sustainability to build resilience and adaptability for the future jobs. And it's going to be an exciting panel. Before I even do the opening remarks, maybe I could request my panelists to join me up here. In this panel, we have Dr. Rajiv Garg, the Country Director, United Nations Environment Program. Karibu, Daktari, welcome to the podium. And please, you can take any of the seats. Let's applaud him. My next panelist is from the National Environment Management Authority, Dr. Omambia. Daktari, if you're in the house, welcome to the podium. And we also have the Kenya Bankers Association, represented by Dr. Samuel Thiongo. Welcome, and you clap until he takes his seat. Welcome, Daktari. We also have Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KenGen, Mr. James Meto. Karibu, James. And we have a representative from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Dr. Jackson Koimbori. Karibu, Daktari. We also have the Kenya Association Manufacturers, Mrs. Joyce Njogu. We also have Mr. Omwenga from Carbon Africa. I think I saw him contribute. And we have the Executive Director of Global Center for Policy and Strategy, Dr. Ken Asembo. Then we have a representative from the National Drought Management Authority, if they're in the house. Kenya Forest Service. Good. So I have not seen someone from NDMA, KFC, and also NEMA we had, and also the Thank you. So we will have more seats. If they're here, please, I know someone will usher them in, but we'll just dive in. Let me just speak to the topic. And I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to this session, Tapping Opportunities in Sustainability to Build Resilience and Adaptability for the Future Jobs. This is actually a very pivotal session where we're going to explore how sustainability can serve as a catalyst, resilience and adaptability in the job market, particularly for our youth. And this actually aligns with different strategic frameworks, one of them being the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It also speaks to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda, Kenya Vision 2030, and most importantly, looking at the youth demographic and employment landscape in Africa. As you are aware currently, Africa has the youngest population. It's actually the youngest population which has over 60% of its population are under the age of 25. And this is actually expected to double up by 2050. So this is going to be a hub to look for those skilled, youthful population from Africa. But we also know when it comes to employment, there is a challenge around that, whereby over 72% are engaged in insecure employment sectors. So we need to find ways to actually cover that. In one hand, we're saying we're the youngest population. On the other hand, they account for the largest population who are in the insecure employment. And this actually highlights the urgency of creating sustainable solutions and secure employment opportunities for our youthful population. And our discussion will be stemmed around that, and I will allow my panelists, starting on my left, Madam, if you can just take 1 minute, each one of you, to introduce yourselves, then we can dive quickly into the questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Njogu, Head of Consulting, Business Development and Sustainability at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rajiv Garg. I am the head of the Kenya Country Program for UNEP.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is James Meto. I'm head of Climate Change Services at Kenya Electricity Generating Company.
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Tiriongo, the Director of Research at Kenya Bankers Association.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Jackson Koimbori. I'm the head of KIPPRA Consult, which is the research arm of KIPPRA, and also the Senior Circular Economy and Climate Change Coordinator within KIPPRA. So KIPPRA is a Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and maybe I'll be able to talk about it later.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kennedy Asembo, the Executive Director of the Global Center for Policy and Strategy, a think tank based in Nairobi.
Thank you. Starting with Dr. Rajiv. Thank you. I know you do a lot of work around sustainability, most focused on the environment. But the world around us is shifting, and we need to keep on updating how we look at things, especially from governance perspective. How does UNEP's mandate on environmental governance influence national strategies on sustainability and green jobs in Kenya?
Well, as you all know, UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program, we work on 3 broad areas. And these areas are on, on climate issues, on nature, and on pollution. And Kenya in developing national green economy strategy. Which is embedded also in the medium-term development plans of Kenya, and this entails strategy to promote low-carbon development, resource efficiency, sustainable production and consumption, and green job creation through sectors like renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, ecotourism, etc. The second point is we have supported Kenya in sectoral transformation through UNEP has come up with the Green Economy Assessment Report, which outlines how the key sectors which are prominent in Kenya, specifically like agriculture, energy, manufacturing, and transport, can transition to greener practices. And this includes promotion of clean technologies, clean energy technologies, sustainable farming, green industrialization, which is part of Kenya's agenda to become a more developed country, and also in public transport systems. The third aspect is we provide a lot of capacity building programs for the institutions in Kenya. And as UNEP, we also provide advisory services to these institutions to help them integrate the environmental sustainability into the national planning, and also encouraging the government to put aside national budgets for it. Specifically, some of the training programs which we have conducted, and we do keep on supporting this. And this is not a one-time activity, but this is an activity which goes on and on. It includes environmental impact assessment, green fiscal reforms, and also sustainable public procurement. The government is supported on that. The fourth point I would like to put forward is that UNEP promotes a green job approach, which links environmental sustainability with employment. And this approach emphasizes on job creation in the renewable energy, waste management, and conservation sector, skill development for youth and marginalized groups, and also gender-inclusive green employment policies. The final point which I would like to put forward is UNEP also comes up with monitoring and evaluation tool. It is said that you can be doing a lot, and in Kenya I have seen a number of institutions have been doing a lot of work, but this needs to be documented. This needs to be monitored against the indicators which can really show how far we have reached towards achieving the sustainable development goals. And these indicators and this monitoring tools, as UNEP, we also produce, which helps and facilitates the government and the institutions to map the work, their own work, and to map their impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv, and for actually bringing about that your contributions as UNEP is more on doing the assessment and giving the advisories to government in terms of the national planning, and it does not even stop there, that you come up with the monitoring and evaluation tools to look into those issues. Which brings me to Dr. Samuel. From a banking perspective, and earlier on we've heard about the regulations and how it's expensive even for the youth to do a business, even if they wanted to invest in this. Linking to what Dr. Rajiv has said, how is KBA incorporating sustainable finance principles to influence banking and investment decisions in Kenya, more so in favor of the youth?
Thank you. Thank you once again for the opportunity to be part of this panel. And I think it's always a pleasure to come back to KIPPRA. I was once at KIPPRA. And so the subject of sustainability is something that we hold so dear. Dating back about a decade ago, the industry, the banking industry, considered that it was now becoming critically important for them not only to pursue commercial and financial returns in all that they do, but also start to look at environmental and social sustainability. And of course, starting to embed the ESG principles within banking. So as an industry, we deliberated on this and agreed that we need to stand on some principles. So we put together 6 principles. Of course, these principles span the balance between financial returns and sustainability. It also looks at growth through inclusivity. It's not just about, but does it bring in elements of inclusivity? So in that space, then banks would be sensitive to start allocating their portfolios to include segments such as the youth, women, and people living with disabilities. And of course, the elements around managing sustainability risks and of course, creating an impact in lending, particularly positive social impact in the communities. And in the recognition of scarcity of resources that we have is also to build in some element of resource efficiency through adoption of innovation. And we know that in Kenya, particularly in the financial sector, we all enjoy the technology that has come into banking. But all that, even as we built in efficiency within banking, we also look at the resources that we have. How do we make sure that we are efficient in the use of those resources? Because at the end of the day, if we can channel more impact towards social outcome, positive social outcomes, and minimize the usage of resources that degrade our environment, so that if we are financing activities in the communities, we look at financing green growth, so that we are also entrenching an element of environmental sustainability within our lending practices. And of course, at the end of it all, we need to make disclosures. As we started off as an industry, it was a purely market-driven initiative in 2015. But along the way, we managed to, as we engaged with the Central Bank of Kenya, Central Bank also appreciated the drive that was actually happening within the industry. And in 2021, they actually guided the market in terms of, they published a guidance note to speak into climate risk management practices. So that required that banks embed climate elements within their risk management frameworks. And now there is even a requirement that is going to be, is now more like a mandate for banks to do disclosures in climate risk management. And because of the commitment that the industry had put in place, it's not a big issue for banks to start disclosing how much of their portfolio is actually green and how much is not green. So when the central bank earlier this year published the green taxonomy, it's going to aid them more so that we know exactly when we are financing what is green and what is not green. And we can start publishing portfolios other than the sectoral distribution of credit that we see every day published by the central bank. We will now be able to start saying, out of agriculture, this much is green. Out of transport and communication, this much is green. But also, in the same vein, is that banks have been able to start putting targets on how the extent to which they would want to green their portfolios. And we strongly believe that in this journey of even creating green products that are actually green, there is a lot of sensitivity being created that whenever you're financing energy projects, please look at solar, because that is where renewable energy is. Whenever you're financing agriculture, please look at sustainable agriculture, climate-smart agricultural practices. Whenever you're financing infrastructure, please look at eco-friendly infrastructure investment. So as we create these jobs and do continuous capacity building on our members, we're actually sensitizing them to start prioritizing green lending, and that triggers green jobs in the environment. So thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. And because it's in some of your principles in terms of the green portfolios, and you've mentioned the green energy, let me come to Kenjen.
And as you rightly indicated, the power sector has getting the power sector has been identified as one of the major sources of global emissions. And KenGen plays its role in terms of renewable energy. We have a project generation of about 90% being renewable, mainly from geothermal, hydro, and wind, as those that contribute to our installed capacity. We also intend and are working on a solar project that will again contribute to the renewable energy. So in terms of enabling Kenya to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2030, our project pipeline is mainly renewable, and this has continued to be the case, and we look forward to focusing especially on geothermal. This again takes us to where we came from. If you remember, there's a time we used to face challenges with respect to prolonged droughts, where the climate action, KenGen has been able to implement green projects that contribute to emission reductions, and additionally carbon credits, which gives us additional revenue as an addition in terms of the process of contributing to sustainability. Looking at sustainable development goals, we speak specifically to SDG 7 on affordable, clean and reliable energy, and of course SDG 13, which focuses on climate action. So these are the focus areas for KenGen, and we continue to support the businesses in that sense. As part of climate proving, because we need to climate proof the energy sector, we are also looking at implementation of conservation activities along our hydro catchment areas. And we have a program in the energy sector, the Kenya Energy Environmental Program, that looks at investing in these catchment areas to prevent siltation, as well as planting trees as part of the afforestation program. We support the government 15 billion tree growing campaign. And apart from avoiding siltation in our dams, we also avoid emissions by sequestering the carbon from that program. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And now I come to Dr. Jackson. Listening through and linking again from KenGen, that he spoke to carbon credits. And I know there are many people within the private sector who are doing business and would like to benefit from that. And that gives KIPPRA the responsibility to support its members. So how is KIPPRA supporting the private sector transitions to sustainability in a way that enhances employment and competitiveness?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And just to, as a rider to the answer that was given by a gentleman from KenGen, is that carbon credits at KIPPRA, we have been at the forefront of this issue as one of the green financial mechanisms, and we took it upon us to develop the carbon market guidebook for Kenyan enterprises. You can get it online. That is the the carbon market guidebook for Kenyan enterprises, which is a step-to-step guide for Kenyan enterprises to actually see how best they can be able to understand the issues of carbon market, carbon credits, what are the procedures. So if you read through that book, which you can get it online, it's very easily understandable. We wanted to cater for the issues and the problems of creation of awareness around SMEs, micro SMEs, to the large parastatals. So in terms of carbon market as a mechanism, we have other green financial mechanisms and tools which I won't delve into, but within KIPPRA, maybe what I didn't mention initially for those who are new to KIPPRA, KIPPRA is in the message where it is critically needed. It's in the message where it is critically needed. So KIPPRA has been very key on matters advocacy, and the key focus of today, even the theme around creation of jobs, around the youth space, we have been very key on matters advocacy. we recently participated, or I recently participated in a forum just recently, which I came from yesterday, which was looking into how we can be able to develop a green skilling guidebook for counties, for county government, how county governments able to actually looking into the green skilling jobs. Also, I was part of the technical team representing KIPPRA, where we developed the national strategy on green skills and jobs. So that one tells you that KIPPRA has been at the forefront of these issues, where we have been providing our data on where actually we believe the green opportunities are. Also, we have been very key on matters training of SMEs, which I've mentioned as a key focus to ensure that we actually bridge that gap of creation of awareness. The other issue, we have been very key on public-private partnerships. I think this is something also I'll mention at a later time, just on a few companies we have partnered with to ensure that they incorporate the green skilling aspect within their scope. But one key issue I would like to mention is that within KIPPRA, we're actually now working with our key partners and donors to ensure that we do a green mapping exercise within the private sector only, so that now we can be able to develop even a singular platform within our dashboard that the many youths who are outside there who believe they know their job opportunities but they're not sure where they are, they can go to this singular platform, click on it, look into these available green jobs. Because looking at the ILO findings, they said that they estimate there will be 24 million jobs in the green sector by 2030. And Kenya is estimated to actually have 300,000 green jobs. So that one tells you that we estimate to have more jobs in the near future, and they might even surpass the unemployed percentage. But before then, what do we need to do? We need to prepare ourselves before that opportunity comes. We need to do reskilling, we need to do retooling, and to make sure that our youths understand which are these green available jobs that we have. And the study shows that the opportunities lay within the renewable energy space. Agriculture is another one. So these are things that we need to mention. Even have an opportunity to mention some of these key areas that I believe will be key for the youths to tap into in terms of green jobs. But we need to prepare ourselves currently. And with the issue of carbon markets, Kenya, currently we have a scarce or a high demand for people who are actually experts within the carbon market, that is carbon developers. So carbon development is a key issue, and I wish that the youths who are listening to us, they'd actually take an opportunity to study it. If you have already finished your degree and there's no room to go for another degree, just do a short course on carbon development, and this will make it more marketable, because in the near future, carbon will be one of the key issues moving forward, as opposed to something else I'll be able to mention. But due to time, let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson, and very key points there, especially using data to influence that, because if you were to do the statistics, if KIPPRA has 2 million members and his industry, how many people are employed under those industries? And let's also take advantage and go to the website and look into that, the guidebook that they have developed, the carbon market guidebook, because that is also another way that can help us, even as we discuss how do we tap into the different opportunities. Let me come to Mrs. Joyce, Kenya Association Manufacturers. When we have these conversations around the future jobs and sustainability, the manufacturers play a key point, which we've seen in one way when it comes to polluting environment and the disputes around that. So how is CAM driving sustainability in terms of the industrialization of what is happening now around climate change, while balancing competitiveness and the environmental stewardship?
Yes, thank you. For Kenya Association of Manufacturers, our priority really is to promote sustainable industrialization and also ensuring that we are very competitive. And competitiveness is a major driver for sustainability. We are representing the manufacturing value-add industries. And as you rightly said, we're also at the center stage of ensuring that we are highly sustainable in the practices that we put in, and especially in how we affect the environment, in the sense that we source raw materials from the environment. We have processing activities that also touch on environmental factors, as well as our distribution and consumption practices, not just as manufacturers, but as a populace. Another thing in relations to jobs, manufacturing world over has been one of the best producers of long-term productive jobs because of this nature of investments. They're really long-term in nature. So the way we then build or create jobs must also sustain that investment for the long haul. And most recently, we are looking at generational businesses, growing beyond survival. You know, as you start your business or grow your small business, grow it to the level that you know it should outlive you and go to the next generation. So we take the seriousness of investments at that level, that it should outlive you and go to, you know, many other years to come. And we've seen how other parts of the world, some companies are priding themselves of being 500 years old and such. Very few African businesses could say that. So that's the thinking around sustainability long term. As you look at short-term gains, how do you then build long-term preservation either of your assets, resources, and even making sure that you don't deplete the environment that still feeds into your business. From the association, we have the Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation that started as a result of assessing the kind of energy wastage that is in the society and in the businesses, whether through generation like the KenGens or distribution or at factory level. And from our advocacy perspective, in partnership with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, we started assessing where we could identify wastage across that value chain and come committed to look at industrial processes and improving process efficiency, resource efficiency, and even investments or growth, industrial growth. We also do carbon footprint assessments to begin to understand your contribution. And now with the pressures from the export markets on carbon border adjustments, again, you get a penalty if you demonstrate high carbon emissions. So there's a lot of pressure also from the regulatory environment, compliance because of the pressures from the climate actions. And we are also signatories as CAM and as a country to contributing towards reducing these emissions. The other area we have is also a lot of education and training and creating awareness on how to improve skills and help not just young people but all workers into being more productive and more resilient in the skills that they acquire. So as we introduce modern technologies, with these technological changes coming in that are driving also competitiveness, a lot of industries are adjusting to high quality equipments that require reskilling. So we have a lot of trainings for short courses and certification courses, some of which are certified measurement and verification protocols. The professionals who support every 1 Kenya shillings that is invested in industry in matters energy efficiency or renewable energy, you're able to save at least 10 shillings. So economically, the business case is there, and a lot of industries have been able to implement that. We also have part of the awareness campaigns, the Energy Management Awards, where we've been recognizing verifiable results and innovations from industry in partnership, of course, with the energy stakeholders. And from there, we've seen out of 500 companies that have participated in the award scheme, which is voluntary, you know, just giving us their documents to measure and assess the level of innovations and the contribution to the country, we've seen Kenya shillings saved, which is a really big deal in terms of the savings we can do, which can go into a major investment from a national level. The other area we've done, of course, is linking industries with the right technologies, modern technologies, efficient technologies, and we've had clean energy exhibitions and conferences to also discuss the landscape that is driving you know, this move towards sustainability. Most recently, we've gotten heavily into circular economy products that are green, even as we improve into the green procurement strategies. So there's a lot of work ongoing, and currently we're also looking for skills in e-mobility value chain. So there's a lot of opportunity for the young people. And I want to assure you we are working closely with Ministry of Education and also Ministry of Labor to make sure that we are supporting in developing occupational standards that are coming out of these new technologies. Some industries have robotics, they have to import staff or import labor. So we are also looking for young people who are willing, and I'm glad the technical colleges we are working closely with are also investing heavily with support from many development partners in this curriculum development, just to make sure that young people can be able to fit into the workplace of today, and we can grow together with industry in terms of identifying the new emerging opportunities and building skills as we improve our technologies and become more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I wish NEMA was here, because and maybe the KIPPRA. Yeah, it's back. So, because it will have been interesting to hear, and I hope KIPPRA can pick this, that NEMA, you know, there is So I was saying the NEMA, just to see, are they shifting with what is happening around us, especially when it comes to waste management, because both CAM and KEPSA have spoken to it, the opportunities that are there for the youth. So the KIPPRA team can take up that, and before you share the communique, maybe just to see how are they incorporating that into the different regulations with these emerging issues. Dr. Asembo, we have different industry players here, whether it CAM, KEPSA, the Kenya Bankers Association, UNEP, KenGen. And you are part of a global center for policy and strategy. From what we've just
improve governance and strategic decision-making processes. And thereafter, we network with like-minded institutions to advance discourses that are relevant to the policymaker. And then we facilitate what we call the intergenerational transfer of knowledge between the experienced practitioners and the upcoming professionals. And finally, we set the policy research agenda for the decision-making processes in security diplomacy and to create job opportunities. Some of the policy briefs that we've developed and which we have shared with our policymakers include harnessing youth potential to bridge the unemployment and situation and situation in the country. We've worked on the political economy of Kenya's youth protests and harnessing artificial intelligence dividends to create job opportunities. I would like to advance the discourse that the current situation that we have in this country in relation to youth unemployment is as a result of our inherited colonial legacies and the colonial economic setup, which was basically extractive and not inclusive at all. And those of us who come from the pastoralists and the agrarian societies would agree with me. These communities would always want to ensure that young people are integrated into the economic livelihood. If it's pastoralism, they are introduced into that culture of taking care of the livestock as early as possible. The colonial system that we inherited would always tell our young people the participating in an economic activity is not for you right now. Only focus on school, and after you focus on school and you've gotten your papers, you are going to live happily ever after. And perhaps that is the contradiction that is facing our young people today, that I I am perpetually confined to an education system that only becomes irrelevant when I want to exercise my skills out there. Today, we are in an economy where most of our youth are an economic setup where most of our youth are techno-savvy. And in an African environment where 60% of the population are internet, 60% of our youth are digitally literate. It's only important that we focus their skills to the digital platforms in which they are used to most of the times. We have seen a lot of effort at this particular time in relation to our manufacturing and the economic setup that is coming up today, pushing a lot of effort at artificial intelligence. It's last week we had our webinar with our experts on artificial intelligence and the future of Africa's youth. And one of the things that came up is that it is high time we focused our youth on the fourth industrial revolution. This fourth industrial revolution includes the Internet of Things, it includes digital literacy, and it includes trying as much as possible to embed our youth within the technological platforms that are available to help them get sustainable livelihoods. And therefore, how do we ensure that our youth are digitally literate and our youth are able to take advantage of the digital platforms that exist today, participate in them, and be at the top notch with the global trends of economic development? And so at the Global Center for Policy and Strategy, we are trying to advance the conversations around ensuring that our youth are in our youth are in consonance with the emerging trends of employment. And we push a lot of our education and a lot of our initiatives towards those skills that would make most of our youth digitally literate, because that is the space in which they are. If our curriculum cannot initiate digital literacy at the very lowest level, even at the kindergarten level, we risk disorienting our youth when they leave school to begin contributing to the development of our country. That is a discourse that we have right now, and we are trying to push our manufacturing sector, push a conversation with our employers around artificial intelligence and making sure that we are a digitally literate population. The next conversation that we are going to have in the near future among our employment sectors.
Thank you, Dr. Asembo, and I can actually relate to when you talk about how we were brought up, especially within anyone who is from the pastoral community like myself, in terms of inclusivity. I grew up in an era whereby when schools close, I have to go and look after the livestock. That is for those of us who are lucky to go to school. And for those of you who know the pastoral community, our strongest don't even, quote unquote, are not taken to school because they believe and they know their economic hub is within their livestock. So I can relate to that. And I also reckon when you said we all leaving for work earlier on in the morning and nobody is going through the shambas. That was a different culture than how it was before. That you wake up at 4 a.m., between 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., you are uko kwa shamba, and then after that is when you go to school. Maybe it's time we went back to that era, and all this can be solved. We've had interesting conversations here, and for the youth and the policy makers and influencers who are in this room, just as you reflect on tapping opportunities in sustainability to build resilience and adaptability for future jobs, whether it's from a developmental perspective, which is through UNEP, the private sector through KIPPRA, the Kenya Bankers Association, CAM, and the policy influencers and the strategy, and also KenGen, which is at the center of this, because remember, we cannot all hold those white-collar jobs. So how do we create, whether it's from the agricultural perspective or within the white-collar jobs? So at this point, we take 2 questions for our panelists. And even as you ask your question, please make some time and go to their websites and take advantage of the different opportunities that have been mentioned here by the different partners. Thank you. Waiting for the questions.
Yes, this question is to all the panelists, but mostly to the bankers. As you all know, youth are really not really well capacitated in terms of resources. So, and most of the time when they are looking for maybe credit facilitation, there are collaterals required. And you all know youths don't have these collaterals. So what is the banking sector doing to make sure that these youth are, to entice youth and also to empower them to take up the opportunities coming up? Because if you talk about green jobs, they need capacity. Talk about agriculture, growing crops, they need capacity. So how is the banking sector trying to come in to make sure that at least they incentivize the youths to take up these roles? Because for collaterals, for sure, youths don't have that capacity.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The panelists, I think they discussed on a number of areas which are very, very important. My issue is on the CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, which is a body within the manufacturing. She has focused mainly on the energy utilization efficiency in ensuring that we have got sustainable economic growth. The issue of water, I did not hear it well, because water is going to be a scarce commodity globally. Right now, we have got even cases in the court involving pollution of environment, water courses. CAM need to have clear guidelines on water use, waste management, so that we can be able to sustain, to protect our environment, even as we go across and ensure that we have got sustainable economic growth. If we don't check that area, especially in the morning we were told that 70% of the population is going to urban areas. What is the effect on that on our ecosystems, our water system, the health of life? Otherwise, we may have economic growth, but unhealthy population that is not sustainable. What about those ones who are CAM members? You can regulate them in terms of waste management, water, energy. What about those who are non-members? If one is dealing with recycling of batteries, they are generating lead, they may not be members of CAM. Under what control? Who checks whether they are complying with the requirements that the CAM has set? Thank you.
Thank you. We can check for the purpose of the youth. Just one more question. And even as I take that question, after this we'll all be going for lunch. Please feel free to interact with our panelists for any question that you might have had and you wanted addressed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mine is for all panelists, from the different sectors. I'm speaking about the youth that are within counties. What are we doing to ensure that these opportunities, these green skills, these opportunities just get to youth who are within counties, so that we do not have some sort of skilled employability? What are we doing to ensure that we are balancing these opportunities to the other youth in other parts of the country?
Thank you. Thank you. And maybe just taking 1 minute, Dr. Jackson, maybe if you could address the question on how are you handling the collaterals that the banks require for the youth?
Thank you. And I think it's good that you asked that question because there's a lot that is changing in the space of collateral requirements. Traditionally, up until 2017, there was a lot of emphasis on the immovable collateral, that is the land primarily. And even the regulation at the time was emphasizing a lot about focus on land to support lending. But since 2017, there was the reforms in the business sector to allow for movable collaterals. Now, movable collaterals would include things like even your own bank statement can actually support a loan. If you are in agri-space, your own stocks of produce, if you've taken your produce to a warehouse and there's a receipt, but all that is backed up by the credit information systems that have developed over time. Banks and lenders generally are able to monitor your behavior through the different historical loans, how you have fared in that space. So the emphasis on the traditional collateral is fading away pretty fast, and it's good that you're talking to youth. The importance of developing and demonstrating a good repayment culture is very critical for lending because that can give you two things. One, you can get access to unsecured facilities, but also over time, it will start impacting on the cost of that credit because for good customers with good credit risk, they can actually negotiate for better terms of credit. There was a question around within county interventions. We have a program called Inuka program where we train MSMEs across the 47 counties of Kenya. So there is an emphasis of creating success stories within counties. And last October, actually the banking industry committed to double its portfolio to MSMEs. We've been growing MSME portfolio by about 75 billion shillings every year. Now from this year, the commitment is to double that to 150 billion shillings. And there must be evidence generated from each county. In the month of June, on the 6th of June, we'll be in Embu to have what is called an MSME Connect. We've partnered with the Ministry of MSMEs and Cooperative Developments, together with CAM, KIPPRA, Safaricom, and we will be holding dialogue sessions in virtually all the counties across the country. And all that is to bring opportunities to MSMEs operating within each county. And I think that addresses the element of diversification and creating success stories within each county, again, for scale-up of operations. So thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. And I also know the question you've asked, if NEMA was here, they would have answered better, but I'll just give you 30 seconds to see, because I know they can only regulate within their membership, but is that information available for those who are not your members?
First, I want to confirm we work very closely with NEMA, and we also work closely with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in terms of developing regulations and policy guidelines that are to be used at a national level and not just industries. I also want to say that in water management, we coexist across all populations, starting with, of course, we all consume water and we are aware water is very scarce. Some people even claim the next war will be about water. And we have seen that happening across borders, fighting for water. At national level, country to country, we had a recent war on Lake Victoria. We've also had our wars on the sea, on this other side, the coast boundaries. So water is an issue. But just to confirm that we are obliged to comply to all the regulations in what matters water management. At CAM, we have also programs on water and wastewater audits. First of all, to understand how you extract or source your water. We look at assessments around your water circuitry. We draw a diagram on how you access the water, whether from city council, which is scarce, unfortunately. So a lot of people are using boreholes, which is also a problem in terms of affecting water tables. So those are national issues. And part of mitigation measures for those who are big on boreholes or wells is helping with water conservation measures, which we have worked on, and also building forestries and mapping out different counties, because most of the water sources are also transboundary with the different counties. So working to map out water sources and how we use that. But within the factory, once we do the circuitry, we look at how you use fresh water, and then that water, how it becomes wastewater, how you treat wastewater. And I know your bigger concern is pollution. The first treatment is to make sure it's either recycled to be plowed back, because water is expensive actually. We think that water is cheap. We've done calculations of true cost of water. Even if you get water from city council or you extract from a borehole for production, you still have to treat that water either with chemicals, steam it, and all that. That whole cost is a nexus with energy. I know he was worried about energy. But in terms of pollution, we've also worked with NEMA to agree that there is a polluter pay principle. So again, concerns around what kind of pollution you're putting in, it's measured. So we are open to those kinds of assessments as industries. In some of the pollutions, you'll be surprised, it's the communities also around the industry. So mapping out community activities around the industry to also follow the flow of water to see sources of pollution. They are not necessarily from industry. So it's a big discussion. Yeah. You can Google Kenya Industrial Water Alliance. We are working closely also with, besides the government stakeholders, also the World Bank through the Water Resource Group to see the kind of work that is being discussed or assessed. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that gives us so much assurance. And at this point, please join me in appreciating my panelists. And the few, like we've talked about sustainability and all that, and I know planting trees is just part of it. We have committed to plant 15 billion trees. I know each one of us will play their role, and that is one area that I hope the youth are going to explore and take advantage of it, whether you're the ones who are providing the seedlings or supporting in the ecosystem of ensuring that they are not only planted, but we are growing it. Asanteni sana, a round of applause for my panelists and to everyone who joined this noble forum. Thank you.
Dan and our panelists, thank you so much. Give them a good round of applause. That was a very captivating, compelling, and a cogent and an engaging discussion that we've had. I've learned so much myself because this is all that every one of us is interested in. Or congregate or position yourself for a Kodak moment, as they will say. And ladies and gentlemen, that's where we are. As we see, everything now is all about sustainability. We know, even in the sector right now, it's not about just the profits. It's the triple P. We're talking about the people, the planet, and the profit. So it's not just the bottom line at the end of the day. It's about taking care of our environment. And we've learned a lot from our panelists. Please, I know most of you have pressing questions as well. So make sure you grab a hold of the experts here so that they can actually advise you and give you maybe documents, or they can refer you to some of the resources that you need to enrich your knowledge when it comes to sustainability. And we know, all of us, just as the African proverb says, that we have not inherited this earth from our ancestors, but we've borrowed it from our children. Where it is right now at a critical moment, I know the corporate sector, everyone now is required also to give or to generate 1:30, and I want us just to take a break. We go for lunch 1:30, and I want us just to take a break. We go for lunch, and after lunch, we'll come back to have 2 sessions. That is a parallel sessions that we'll be having. So instead of coming to the main hall, or some of them that will come to the main hall, we will have there are 2 sessions. Then afterwards, of course, we'll congregate here to sum up this particular conference. What are some of the learning lessons, the seminal points that we've taken, and the highlights, maybe, and recommendations going forward, so that when we assemble again next year, and recommendations going forward, so that when we assemble again next year, we pick up on this and see, as we were challenged by the PS, right? We actualizing the actionables, right? The recommend have done that within the given time that we will have when we meet also next year. Very, very important. And I think we have very minds here that have given us good information that if you are consulting, you'll really pay a heavy sum of amounts. All right, here in the main hall, we'll have the climate smart governance, promoting safety and environmental conservation to foster future jobs. That will be happening here at the main hall. So we'll have 2 sessions. And room 210 on 2nd floor. There'll be climate financing and carbon credit markets and sustaining climate financing and carbon credit markets and sustaining future jobs. That will be happening on room 210. So if the carbon trading is going way over your head, I think this will be also a good handy opportunity for you to engage and learn what is all about carbon trading, and how you can get smarter with that, what some of the short courses we've been advised we can take to try and make yourself also attuned, fully attuned with what is the current trends when it comes to climate adaptation and climate action as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to pray for lunch, then we break. For them that are joining us today, Margaret Kobier is where lunch is being served, and there you'll also be given a meal card to proceed with, of course, what they have prepared for you. Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for starting with us, and now we take a break to go for lunch. May you bless our bread and bless our water, and may it nourish and give us strength in our bodies, and even bless the fellowship thereof. For us in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. All right, let's take, that's lunch. Bon appetit. I think it bears repeating. Main hall, climate smart governance, promoting circularity and environmental conservation to foster future jobs. That is happening here at the main hall, room 210. Climate financing and carbon credit markets for sustaining future jobs. That will be at room 210.
counties have clear targets. For instance, training of youth. If the target is 5,000, in most of the stated outcomes in the review, it was discovered that a lower number is generally target achieved. And all this suboptimal performance is attributed to financial resources. And so that becomes another major issue. Then the third one was the nature of interventions that have been put in place on youth employment are not wholesome, are not comprehensive programs. So they are one-off, scattered programs. So we have training programs by themselves, not integrated, say, with the public works programs that are in place. So hardly any of the counties that we reviewed had what we call comprehensive programs. Comprehensive programs are those programs that put together several programs together, and it has been shown globally that these are more effective. So the recommendations we were putting in place were, number one, they need to effectively monitor and evaluate these programs, and information provided in our CEIDPs will be very crucial for this. So counties should provide full information, including cases of failure of the former interventions. Number two, the issue of funding is should not be a cause of failure of our programs. If a program is set in place, we must ensure that both human and financial resources should be available to see them through in terms of implementation. And number three, counties should design also what we call more comprehensive programs. So we should not rely on standalone programs. And these more comprehensive programs need to bring in many aspects of the youth employment programs, not just focusing, say, on training. You train, and if you wanted to give entrepreneurship support, provide that support, and also go ahead and provide also incubation support. So that is what some of the issues that arose from our review of youth employment programs in Kenya, in which we produced 47 different county policy briefs, and you get more information from these briefs. Thank you very much.
KIPPRA is a training organization. We train young people in skills that can help them to earn a living, so mostly technical skills. And we do it with a model called the Basic Employability Skills Training, BEST in short. And that model works because before we offer training, we carry out an assessment of livelihood opportunities available in an area or a sector. In other words, we ask ourselves a very, very simple question. If we train people in this area, what work would they do and who would employ them? How much would they pay? What do they require so that they can employ these young people? And then we use that data to help us select the courses that have the highest potential. So there's a big difference between KIPPRA's program and, for example, technical education institutions programs, in that if you come to our center training like this one today, you see we are training young people in climate smart agriculture. But maybe next year if you come, we will be teaching something entirely different because the data might tell us that the opportunity is in another sector. It's called demand-led skills training, and the government is trying to adapt it. A lot of people know about CBC, competency-based curriculum. Many people don't know there is a counterpart of it called CBET, competency-based education and training. It's a framework for introducing a format of offering skills so that all our training institutions will train first and foremost for sectors that have opportunities, so that the young people don't have to tarmac for 1 year, 2 years after they have graduated. 7 years ago, we started this journey, and we started in a very simple way. We came to this place in Oljororok, found a small piece of land, created a curriculum, and started training young people in those opportunities we thought were available, mostly agribusiness. And that has remained the focus of that training even today. But there has been some very, very big changes over time. So for example, we started talking about climate smart agriculture about 4 years ago. First, because there's a problem. Climate change is a big problem. And if we don't sort out the problem of climate change, agriculture also becomes very difficult to do. But for us, there was another reason. Young people are interested in climate change. They want to be participants in saving the world, and that's a good thing. We encourage it. They know this world belongs to them, and if they don't do something about climate change, it's going to be a very difficult world to live in. Why we decided to go into agriculture is, first, there are many job opportunities available in agriculture. It's just that our youth haven't quite seen it yet, but I think that is also changing, and we want to be part of that change in this country. And then the second one is that we realized that it cannot be agriculture the way our parents used to do it. You know, the basic peasant agriculture just for food, for the family, and a little bit to sell. It has to be agriculture with a lot of technical knowledge. A lot of the requirements for climate smart agriculture actually do require somebody to have a basic background education, or to be willing and able to learn very quickly, because they learn every day. Things change also every day. So it's a good thing that we are getting young people interested in agriculture at this time in Kenya's history, because the future is going to be agriculture done very differently, agriculture done with technology. We have a 6-month training program. This climate smart agriculture, it's actually more complicated than that. We have combined 2 courses together. We call it a dual sector training. We train in the 6 months in 2 courses: agriculture, climate smart agriculture, and hospitality. They work in hotels, tourism, all that. And you may wonder how those 2 are linked. They are linked because they are 2 heads of a food value chain, extended food value chain. Agriculture is where the food starts. Hospitality is where the food is consumed. And so between those 2, young people are able to explore many, many opportunities for careers or for business. And so we organize the training into 2 major components. The first one is the theory, 3 months, very, very intense theory. And it's actually, for this place, we are being hosted by a local vocational training center called Kangoi for the theory. And after that, it's all practical. We require that people who go through the theory and finish must also go through the practical for at least 3 months. And that practical includes internships. And some of the internships for agriculture students are done here. If you go around, you might even be able to see the students practicing. But others are also done outside of this place with farmers, with hotels, so that they apply the skills that they got in the classroom before they leave. We started this training 7 years ago. We would provide the skills, and some of the young people would get employed by agriculture sector workers. They are doing very well, to the point that when we began the new phase, which began a year ago, that combined value chain that I spoke about, we were able to even predict the income that they should be able to make within 6 months after training. So the minimum of 10,000 shillings a month, going all the way to 30,000 and more. We have already achieved the 10,000. We are now working to help them get to the 20,000, 30,000. And in fact, the reason why we built these training greenhouses is we would like young people to also start using them to earn a living. Once the training is done, they will be able to lease some of this space. And our model tells us that they will be able to make, again, anything from 30,000 to 50,000.
Here, we help the students basically to internalize whatever they've learned, put into practice, and more so to see the entrepreneurial part of every activity they do. Like, for example, in class they'll be taught about soil health management. But when they come to Olchoro Foods, we help them see that in agriculture, it is a full circle. There is nothing that goes to waste.
We can create the job opportunity for our young people. We train them on climate smart agriculture. It's not just going to seek for opportunities in the big offices also. They can also get money in their pocket through farming. You've seen people farming within this area. They are doing strawberries, others are doing French beans, and they are earning money. So that's why we are trying to see how well we can use the resources that we have and also change our country. Yes.
Wajoin agriculture because inalipa vizuri and si mambo atina dati, it's a business, si uchafu.
motivations of setting up the high altitude training center is it was a way of to help upcoming athletes. Reason, many athletes, they are those who are in 10 at my time. It was a bit of challenge where to train, to get the proper facilities, and that's the reason we started High Altitude Training Center. Now, if you come to High Altitude Training Center, we have facilities like gym, sauna, swimming, and qualified physiotherapists, and balanced diet food. Many athletes, they have been training randomly without a proper training schedule. And for me, I myself, we end up in a lot of tripleness whereby we didn't know what we were doing. We find we were training for example, 5,000 meters, and we used to do up to 200 kilometers per week, which is not good for an athlete of 5,000 meter runner. So many things, we lack a lot of things. We used to get out, run. You can even run almost the whole day. So after my retirement, I have in my heart, like, I should do something also to help upcoming athletes, to make sure this athlete never pass where we pass. These athletes to get proper coaching, proper balanced diet, and also to show them how to invest. It's not only about coaching. We do a lot of things, because if we don't show them, their future will be a bit challenged. In a high altitude, when an athlete tries even to run, even for you guys, I think for your first time today in 10, walking, you feel like breathing is a problem. And if you feel like the breathing is a problem, ours as a coaches here, we were taught how to help people train in high altitude. It's not about running intensity training all the time. We have a training schedule where it will guide us to show you the right way and benefit of the high altitude. So, and for those who are training in high altitude, wherever they go in the world, they will find their results amazing. I've met several athletes. Several athletes already, they have like 59 minutes in half marathon. Several have run 13, 12 something in 5,000. So I have seen more than 15 athletes, or those who have gone through my hand. And I keep following them up to date. And normally also for us, we know as coaches, we do a coach transfer. I have transferred several athletes to other coaches, not only here, even to abroad. I have someone like Jasmine Chan, who is running also for Turkey, not running for Kenya. I have several like Alikaya. I have Shadrach. Recently, she was second in Nakuru AK meeting. She ran 1:45. Still now, those are the ones who finished school like 2 years ago. So, and you have seen where they are. He was with us even at the track today. And I have also, not only here, I have also an international athlete. I have one from Uganda. I think you saw one athlete was running alone. That's an Ugandan running 1,500 meters. He has run 3:38, whereby with time, there is a space of improvement. I will tell the young people, not only the young people, I would say morally for each and every one of us, we should come out and support young girls and boys on sport, not only running, but in different sports. The nursery of everything is schools. If the government chip in and help those young guys, young boys, young girls in primary school to secondary school, even in university, we will have a country whereby everyone will be enjoying sport.
The session was good, and I can say that it's hard with altitude. It's very hard, but very useful also.
I would tell the young athletes that it is not easy. I mean, if you come to the industry, most of the people tell you that it's easy, but actually it's not. But that does not mean that you have to give up. No, nothing comes easy, so you have to train hard and keep the spirit up.
The training here has been good. I came 3 months ago, and now I'm picking up. So the weather and even the environment itself, it's amazing because it gives me that time to go and train. No more workouts. It is only twice a day we're doing workouts, and that helps our bodies recover.
At IOME, we do quite a variety of things, but mainly we look forward into skills transfer programs. We look forward to youth productive engagement. We look forward to entrepreneurship. We look forward to also preserving the local artifact and cultures that these youth can now embrace and preserve. And also, most importantly, we give access to digital infrastructure with these latest technologies such as laser, 3D printing, CNC machining, that these youth can be integrating themselves with the current digital changes of the world. Several innovations that we have undertaken, but most importantly, I usually tell my students that the digital tools, they are just tools. It's for them to think around the innovations around those tools to be able to drive change. We have CNC milling, which simply it's a digital fabrication technologies that help us to do subtractive manufacturing. We have 3D printing, which is an additive manufacturing, which simply turns plastic filaments into different products that you want. We have laser engraving, which sort of like etch onto your materials to do branding onto your products. And we do have also plastic initiatives, plastic machineries that can turn waste from trash into becoming cash. So there are quite a lot of activities that we do. Apart from the tech, we also focus on non-tech related activities. Some of them include upcycling, recycling, DIYs, and more of hands-on prototyping that we enhance onto the youth for them to be able to see opportunities at the end. We also focus on blue economy aspect, whereby we also mentor youth around projects that can add value from the local resources that they have. With technology, it's more about embracing it. And with technology, is knowing how to innovate about it. So with IOME, we have been able to nurture youth around prototyping and utilizing this technology. Let's take an example of CNC milling. It's more about wood carving and also metalwork. But with the wood carving, like Lamu is mostly known with the wood carving aspect. Traditionally, it has been with the old tools, whereby the carpenters used to pick the chisels and the hammer, they get to wood carve on the wood till they achieve the intricate patterns that they need to achieve. But with that, it's not fully embraced with the current youth. They see that art as a way of wasting their time, as a way of them not feeling digitalized. So through the IOME, through the CNC technology, we are more of like preserving the culture, but also at the same time, integrating these youth in embracing the culture and cutting out different innovative products that they can. Let's take an example of what Lamu dough. Usually, it will take almost to about 3 to 6 months. A typical one Lamu dough to be carved by hand. But if these youth come in and have these digital designs, already put them in the computer, with the CNC technology, under 1 week, it can be able to enhance that dough. So for that, it will increase them in production, it will increase them preserving the culture, and it will make even the youth now to embrace digital marketing aspect and think of the wider market, rather than just focusing on Lamu, but reach out to a larger audience. And through the technologies, they can be able to integrate themselves and feel economically empowered and reach a wider market. Our students, when they come into the lab, through the different programs that we have, they are able to be nurtured till to a point that they can establish their own startups. So there are several models that we have been employing, and these models work differently. So for example, these students come in, get the knowledge. After getting the knowledge, we award them the certificate. But that doesn't stop there. Sometimes we get to link them up to external job opportunities. Like this kind of technology is currently in the demand and in the market. So most of our students who actually graduate, even some of them haven't yet graduated, but they get linkages from companies in Nairobi. We have actually several of the students that we have graduated and are currently employed. Some of them more being females than males. Why? Because with the technology, it doesn't require any manual or hard work. It's just a matter of digitalizing, taking it to the machine, and the machine does the job. So through the training, they are able to learn and see that it's not something difficult. And that's why even we are having more females embracing the program. And they are also linked up to the external job opportunities in the different companies that are in Nairobi. But apart from that, for those students who haven't yet got job opportunity, because the idea is not to make them to depend on employment, but how can they self-employ themselves? So throughout the program, we nurture them that they can develop their own products. And these products that they make, they are able to sell out in the community. But one advantage we have with the machine, they don't have to do the actual product. They can make what we call prototypes. They test out with the community and the demand that they need. And then when this client feels that he needs or she needs this kind of product, this youth name comes back to the lab. So this facility is more of like their factory and our factory. So simply it's a shared space that these youth get to own these machines, though they are not theirs, but they get to come in to the lab, use the machines, fabricate the product that the client needs, later gets back to sell to the community and pays a small fee to able to sustain the machine and see the entrepreneurship aspect from their end. The impact is quite huge. We are having a lot of youth benefiting from the different programs that we have. We have youth that some of them were really astray and they came in through the lab, and one good thing about us, we don't look at your background. We don't care about what educational level you reach, because with innovation, it's not about educational level, it's not about age, it's more about what ideas do you have and feel like bringing them to reality. So we have really impacted quite a lot of youth whereby they have these best ideas, but they don't know where to go. So we give them that safe haven whereby they can come, actualize the ideas into becoming real projects that they can start. My advice to my fellow youth, we are all born with different ideas. We are very good in terms of coming up with new solutions to the challenges that we see. The question is, how can we monetize these challenges into becoming opportunities? And my advice to fellow youth, there are so many challenges that are in our community. Let's not expect all of us to be employed. Rather than we can look for employment opportunities that we can give to ourselves.
I came to study coding and programming, but I've also gained so many skills like the CNC milling, operating the modella, cutting stickers with the vinyl cutter, the shaper, and we also have the 3D printing machine and plastic recycling. So I want to say that this lab is impacting the youths in Lamu by giving them skills at a cheaper price and actually giving them jobs, because once you're skilled and there's an opportunity of a job, you're given permission and you're given your certificate and you can go work and earn a living.
I do farming of avocado, coffee, those are the main ones, and bananas. And then I have some bees. So I do, say, mixed farming because I intercrop the major crops, the ones outside, with mostly beans. I started back in 2020, That was just before joining university. As you remember, 2020 was during the pandemic. So I had time in my hands, nothing to do with the land that is sitting there. So after consultation with my father, we started, he helped me start the avocado and coffee farming with bananas. I use, for irrigation technology, as you mentioned technology, irrigation I use solar pumps, and I have a windmill. Farming has money. It has money. The avocado is, I think it's nicknamed green gold. Yeah, it is money. It is very profitable if you put the hard work in and the time and the commitment. It will pay back. Windmill, as the name suggests, it uses wind. It is blades attached to a wheel. When the wind blows through it, it's like it moves the blade round. The blade moves something like for those people interested in cars, like a crankshaft, like a piston. So like a piston connected to a, okay, it moves it up and down, like a crankshaft, it moves like this. So with that up motion, it moves a straight road from up, down and up, down and up. With that, those who did science, I think it was in science back then, there was science behind it. It involves two valves and in a container. So when the piston moves up, the rod moves up, it opens the lower valve, which pulls in water, and when it goes down, it closes the lower valve and opens another valve, which pushes now the water to the farm. I think that is a simple mechanism of a windmill. The other one is solar panel. I don't know the technology behind solar, but we use solar to run pumps. Like windmill is only serviced once in a year. You just change the oil like a normal vehicle once in a year. Solar basically it does no maintenance. All you need to do is pull the pump up sometimes to clear the filter. With that, you're okay. We created our own dam. There is a river flowing through here, so we channel the water to a small reservoir and then divert it back to the river. So the water runs through, it refills the reservoir, and then it goes back to the river. Solar panels are generally new. Solar panels are not new. The water pumps run by solar. They are generally new. And people are trying, I think the purchase has increased compared to some years back. I think when we were kids, I don't think there were solar panels used to pump. So that's one of the things that has really pushed me, has really improved farming for me. Another thing is our smartphones, technology, internet. It's one of the inspiration was success stories. With the success stories, I got them online. I think internet, windmill, solar. We live near a technical college here. I think it offers agriculture. So we have many students who come to inquire what happens, what is done. So I do my best to explain to them what we do here. And also the locals, we not only train young people, they are old guys, okay, I don't know if we are supposed to call them old. Say, yeah, what was it? Who saw us start from the beginning. They didn't trust the process. They were saying they'll keep to their maize. But after seeing the success that I have right now, they come in for inquiry, for suggestions like what it took, the amount it took. Agriculture is the backbone of our nation. I think we grew up learning that in social studies, and I think history and also geography. It is the backbone of our country. Most young people are looking for corporate jobs, sit in the office with ties and official suits, imagining, okay, it has money, but they should try the satisfaction of farming, like bringing up a plant from a seedling or from a seed. You see it grow, you take care of it, and then you harvest it. The satisfaction that comes with it, that is the psychological, the mental satisfaction you have. It is something you cannot compare. It is euphoric, let me say that. And another one is it has money. It has money kabisa, and it is money that you'll earn. You get ukitoka shambani with your hands dirty, go to sleep tired, you feel the satisfaction, like it is very important. So for any young person who has the passion, or if you don't have, you have the resources and the capability of doing even the slightest, hata kupanda managu peke yake, Just do it. It will take your time. It will occupy you in the right way. You'll avoid distractions. Like I did avoid a lot of distractions while in university, because of those weekends that I used to come home and not really taking care of the crops and animals. It keeps you busy in a good way. It's actually good for your health. I don't think there's a farmer who's unfit. Anybody that does farming, it is a natural workout. Unakuwa fit, unakuwa strong. And the main motivation, iko na pesa, if you do the right thing. Government should subsidies on fertilizers, availability of seeds. Like you see, there's usually a very huge jam during this plant season in where people purchase seeds. It's so chaotic. I don't know, there's something should be done about that so that it makes it easier. Things like price of petrol, not petrol, for farmers mostly important. The most important thing is diesel. So those are the things, and encourage prices of coffee. There are cartels who really mess things up. Those are the people the government should be taking care of.
Ile kitu imenifanya niingie kwa agriculture, especially wakati wa COVID, ndo nilikaa nyumbani nikaona sasa kilimo, mkono yangu ndo inaweza nifanya nitoke kwa bala njaa. Mara ya kwanza sikuwa na knowledge ya shamba, capacity building ndo sikuwa nayo. Nimekutana na hasara close to 2 seasons, lakini I never give up. Nikapatana na WFP, nikapewa elimu ya kutosha kuhusu kilimo. From there sasa, baada ya nikupata ile knowledge ya capacity building, nikachukuliwa na WFP pia as an FSC, which means a Farmer Service Center. Nikajaribu hata kuencourage my fellow youth. Mara ya kwanza hii shamba tulianza tukiwa wazee. Wale wazee sasa waka withdraw, nika encourage other youth. Even right now, as you can see, I have employed 2. Napeana kwa mwezi. Baada ya kupanda na kupalilia naye, I employ another 7 na nawapatia wa daily. Nikaona sasa kwa dream ya kulima it is valid, na iko na pesa na iko na self-employment. Wacha mambo ya kutafuta hata employment na employ others. So nikajua kulima inasaidia kwa maisha yangu na pia wenzangu pia. Right now I am the largest producer of onions in Wajir County. I supplied up to Nairobi, Dadaab, mpaka Garissa County. Sasa na focus kwa hiyo na pia beehives. Mara ya kwanza nilianza na 14 beehives. Nikatembelewa na WFP, ile kiwango nimetoa nikauza. Sasa WFP baada ya kunitembelea nikaongezewa 10 pieces ya beehives by WFP. So nilianza namna hiyo na nikafocus kwa beehives and horticulture. Inalingana na season demands. Kuna season yenye napanda watermelon, kuna as you can see pia paipai, kitunguu, and also sukuma wiki, and also tomato, kulingana na the demand. Every year iko season, ikifika June, July, August ama September hivyo, na huwa na supply tomato kwa jirani Ethiopia. Sometimes tukiwa tuna expect mvua tunapata mapato kidogo ya mvua. This is the only mega dam we are using. Then we share with domestic animals, even human water tracking inafanya hivyo. Then the capacity ile ya maji haitoshani na shamba na pia wale mfugo. Hata even those wild animals tunatumia pamoja the same silanga. Then the capacity of water is very low. Sometimes tunapatana na shortage of water, of which ile maji yenye ziko ndani haitoshi mimea ifike mpaka ipaliliwe. Sasa mara nyingine tunaenda loss kwa ajili ya ukosefu wa maji ama mvua mdogo. I tried to minimize water usage nimejaribu drips kwa hiyo tank, alafu then the water, ile maji zenye tunatumia ni ya silanga. Sasa ile drips zenye napata ile haitembezi ile kunyunyiza maji, kwa sababu ile wanyama kidogo iko kwa maji ndio wanafanya blockage kwa the drips. Then we fail in that ground, tukawachana na drips, tukatumia faro which inatumia maji zaidi. Tuko na WhatsApp group, niko na Facebook, then niko na wale wanafanyanga biashara kitunguu ambayo wanafanya, wale wana biashara walikuwa wanafanyanga zamani between Tanzania and Kenya. Hawa ndo wana link mimi kwa wale brokers sometimes. Ndo ile method tunatumia mostly ni even WhatsApp group. Those are onion dealers, wale wananunua hata kwetu tunakuwa na namba yao, then wao wanatuongeza kwa forum yao. Like right now as you can see, tunangojea mvua kinyesha ndo tunaweka kwa hiyo nursery, ndo tumejua sasa maji silanga imeingia. So those nurseries are guaranteed now inaweza fika mpaka tuvune till harvesting. So we are 100% sure that is the kind of method we use. Baada ya mvua ndo tunaweka ile. Sasa success tunaweza sema right now kuna gari imeenda Moyale na imenunuliwa kutoka hiyo kitunguu, ni ya hii group na ni hii shamba. Leo asubuhi tulifika na hapa, uliona nyayo yake wakati mpiga. So right now Moyale inaenda kuchukua mizigo ya hii shamba, chakula ya mfanyakazi, mbegu ya kupanda. Tulifika hiyo success. Mara ya kwanza wakati tulianza hii shamba tulikuwa na we used to hire motorbikes. From there tukanunua moja. Kukaa kidogo, siku ile tumefanya the largest produce. We have produced 20 metric ton of onion. Sasa siku hiyo ndo tulinunua gari Succeed model. Tukafika kwa hiyo level. Na mbeleni mara sometimes tulikuwa tuna foot. From there tulikuwa tuna hire pikipiki. From pikipiki sasa tuko gari. Hata mimi wakati tulianza hii shamba ilikuwa leasing. Sasa ni personal property, imekuwa ya group. Tumefika hiyo level. Hata hii shamba yenye iko hapa sasa next tumenunua. Tunataka kwanza kufuga pia wanyama. Tunataka kununua kama ng'ombe na mbuzi. Tulifika hiyo level. Sasa hii pia nilikuwa naishi nyumba ya rent mbeleni. Sasa hii nimejenga yangu. Sasa hii leo jana usiku nimelala vizuri, siku anaulizwa rent. Sasa tulifika na hiyo sisi we are 4 in number, na kila mtu sasa anaishi kwa plot yake. Gari sasa driver tumeemploy. Currently wawili wako hapa wanachukua pesa kwa mwezi na ni youth. Moja ni driver, sasa hii amepeleka gari Moyale ni 3 plus hata mimi mwenyewe nimejiajiri. Alafu kuna wengine wanafanya through daily basis ya kuchukua pesa. Anaanza asubuhi kazi 8 hours, then ikifika jioni he earns 800 shilling per day. So kuna watatu wa mwezi na kuna watu wa 7 wale wanachukua kwa siku pesa. Tumeemploy youth kama hiyo. Sasa 4 of them ni wasichana na 6 ni vijana.
We produce carbonized charcoal briquettes from coconut shells, where we carbonize these shells using the carbonizer that we have a traditional carbonization kiln, and then crush them and mix them with a binder which is cassava starch and press them into charcoal briquettes. Our briquettes last longer when you burn them. They have high intensity of fire, that is, their calorific value is high. And then they are smokeless. They are environmental friendly because they don't involve cutting down of trees. We use, our primary raw material is these nutshells. And also, they do not produce fumes. So we prevent household air pollution by using these charcoal briquettes from coconut shells. Schools need fuel to cook. People need fuel to cook. So I started thinking if we could get an alternative to this charcoal that we really need, because people have to feed it. People have to feed in this world. So we began thinking about anything else that we could produce. We began with sisal production waste in Taita Taveta as the basic raw material, as we had started our production in Taita Taveta. But the main challenge is this could not carbonize the sisal production waste because it comes in powder, and this one cannot carbonize. It needs solid things. Coconut shells have a high calorific value. The heat produced from this is, the intensity is so high. So as compared to the sisal production rates, which are much lower, we are getting a plus in this because we are getting briquettes which have high intensity of fire. And also they last longer when you burn, the duration that you use, so the client gets value for money. And also we have a higher, an upper hand from our competitors who are basic charcoal sellers and what we call it, firewood vendors, because we are countering several problems at one go because of the value for money for our clients, and then there is no smoke at all. So we are eliminating household air pollution through the process of carbonization. This business is capital intensive. It requires a lot of funds, like the technology to efficiently carbonize most of the biomass, because we have a lot of biomass. We have a lot of biomass which can be sustainable for fuel production, for cooking and heating fuel, like firewood, an alternative to firewood and charcoal. But now the technology is really capital intensive, because for you to get a more efficient carbonizer, you need to have good capital, because this one, like this one, what we get from this one, if I carbonize a kilogram of this, I will get only 30%, because like 20% of it will be used as fuel again, and then we have a lot of losses. As compared with the more efficient carbonizer, where we can achieve an efficiency of an output efficiency of around 40 to 50%. So we are telling the government if there are ways that they can use the mechanisms that they have, e.g. KIE and other institutions, to make these machines available and affordable for us entrepreneurs, and also to talk with the people that maybe the people in the financial, who have the financial resources, to accept innovators, because it is very difficult to raise finances or to raise resources, to mobilize for resources as an inventor, or mostly in the waste management, because people think you're crazy. People think these ideas are not viable, but they are viable, they're working. We began from like this innovation, we started in 2022. That is when we officially launched the product, the prototype. And also in 2023 there, we entered the market, we tested the market, and the product has been acceptable. So it's something which is working. We are 100% dependent on this business for my living and for other things. So it is something which is working. So if we get the people, the financial stakeholders, to believe in innovators and that the businesses do work, we could, I think, move this country further. When we usually have production around here, I have 5 people which are permanently employed. And then I have the other people who are working at the other carbonization sections. There are 3. staff that who are engaged continuously, because we have this other at a place called Tiribe. So we are doing that carbonization there. So, and then I have these ladies who collect the coconut, the madafu waste. Madafu is the raw coconut that we drink. After we juice that drink, that shell is thrown. They are thrown, they are collected by the county and dropped at a dump site here in Gazi, and there are also other places. So in Zigira, not Gazi, in Zigira. So I have 3 ladies who go collect the coconut shells from there, and then I go measure, weigh them from their homestead. They just live around here, around me here. So I measure and then I bring to this point and
billboards and banners from printing firms. There are those cutoffs that normally the printers have, which they don't know where to put, or after events, when organizations have events and they have dates. So those banners are normally thrown in the stores. So at Riki, that is where we go and source for the banners and bring them to a workshop here in Kiembeni. So here is where now we basically cut the different banners into bag designs. So the process is very simple.
So I'm just reminding and for those who are outside the building, the first session on climate smart governance, promoting circularity and environmental conservation to foster future jobs is starting in the next 2 minutes. So before we do that, I would like to invite the panelists, and I hope the seats are enough for our team that will be coming in to take this session away. So to begin off, as I said, for those who are outside, our session is beginning, which is on climate smart governance and also looking into promoting circularity, environmental conservation, and also with the respect to foster future jobs. So with that, without taking much time, let me invite the below panelists, not in any specific order. The first one representing the private sector, we have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Ms. Joyce Njogu, if she's in the building. She's not, or she's coming, she's on her way. And then we have the Kenya Forest Research Institute, that is Dr. Vincent Oeba. Dr. Vincent Oeba. As we wait for those two, we also have Tech Taka, that is Faith Ouma from Tech Taka, Faith Ouma, if you're on the building. If not, moving on, we have Mzuri Organics, that is represented by Alan Ligare. Alan Ligare. Yes. I hope that's Faith. Yes, you can have that seat. Just in that order. Yes, that's okay. And then we have from Agra, Dr. Jeremiah. I think I'd seen you somewhere. Dr. Jeremiah. Yes, maybe we might give them time as they come. Maybe they're winding up on their lunch, but I'd seen him around. As that continues, also we have a climate governance, somebody from climate governance movement, that is Abdisalam Ahmed. Abdisalam Ahmed, please join the podium there. And then we have a representative from GFS East Africa, that is Madam Sarah Njau. Please join the podium. So as, yes, we await for the others. So just one last final call, and then do we have a representative from the State Department of Industry? It's, the name is on this platform. So if you work with the State Department of Industry, you feel free to join the platform. Before I take it underway, and I'll take the shortest time possible, and I'm happy to see my panelists are all friends of the youths, not youths, but friends of the youth. We have youths and also friends of the youth within this space, so that's okay. So last one final call. I need somebody from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. That is Miss Joyce Njogu, who was supposed to be in the podium. If not, also I needed somebody from, I think it's an updated one. Dr. Vincent Oeba from Kenya Forest Research Institute. Dr. Vincent Oeba. If not, also Faith Ouma is there. Mzuri Organics, Alan Ligare, you're there. Dr. Jeremiah Rigoti from Agra, I had seen him somewhere, he's not in the house. And then the State Department of Industry. So I think that's it. I think we'll take it away from this end. So thank you so much for that. And as I give a brief of where we are and why this session is very, very pertinent to us, I'll just take 1 minute and then I'll give my panelists 1 minute again to introduce themselves. So on this session, of which we want to discuss the issue revolving around climate smart governance and then promoting circularity and environmental conservation to foster future jobs. If you look at this topic critically, it has 3 aspects which are very key. It has the ESG aspect, that is, it has the aspect of environment, it has the aspect of social, and it has the aspect of governance. That's why you see there's an aspect of smart governance, there's an aspect of promoting circularity, circularity falls under environment, and there's an aspect also of environment, which also within future jobs falls under social. That is where, how are you giving back to the society? So this one touches around those 3 key elements of ESG, environmental, social, governance. And I believe within our panelists, we have a good representation. I will be representing the private sector because I work with KIPPRA. So that's a good representative from KIPPRA. We have our representatives from the research institutions, from the non-governmental organizations, from the CSOs. So yes, we have a representation from all 3 sectors, which are very key to carry this discussion forward. So I believe with that, I'll take it forward, and I can see mics on the table, and I'll start from the far left. Just introduce yourself in terms of what you are, what is your name, just something small about your organization, and then we pick it up from there. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith Ouma, founder of KIPPRA Solution. KIPPRA Solution is a social enterprise that operates in waste management and vermicomposting with a focus on sustainability, community empowerment and inclusion. The business addressed the challenges of organic and plastic waste in rural and peri-urban communities by converting biodegradable waste into high-quality compost and vermicomposting, while also recycling plastics. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Alan Ligare. I am an entrepreneur. I lead the team under the Mzuri Organics brand, and we are in the space of circular economy as well, particularly the organics, where we are working with the rural communities, innovating within rural communities, creating things of value beyond just bioconversion into more innovative products like agrobiologicals, we are currently innovating an alternative growing media and also biodegradable tags and such things. So beyond just the normal composting to create things of high value. Thank you.
Oh, okay. My name is Sarah Njau. I work at an organization called GFS East Africa, where we work on environment compliance. We work with governments, businesses,
for you to actually network with them, go to their websites just to understand which opportunities they have. Because one of the key discussions we are going to have is, which are these green jobs? Where are they? Are they available? How do I get in touch with them? So these are the institutions that you can reach out to, because I'm very sure they do advertise positions within their space for them to actually work with you. So just try to align yourself, and if you're not aligned to the skills they're offering, you can be able to reskill yourself and retool yourself so that you can be able now to get yourself ready for that opportunity. So to get down to the business of the day, as I said, the topic of today is revolving around climate smart governance, promoting circularity and environmental conservation to foster future jobs. So as I said, this is all capturing the aspect of ESG. That is the environmental part is there. That's why environment and circularity is within that space. Social is in terms of future jobs, because when you talk about social, you're talking about how are you including people. And then the aspect of governance is there because of climate smart governance. So to take it over to you, Faith, of which you said you work with TechTaka. So in this respect, how has TechTaka involved the youth and women in advancing circular economy practices, and what policies or governance frameworks has the organization?
To train marginalized groups, including persons with disability, in vermicomposting and climate smart agribusiness. Another thing, we align our work with the Kenyan Waste Management Act and leverage county levels, circular economy roadmaps, especially in Kisumu and surrounding region. We also engage policy advocacy by contributing to consultation led by NEMA and supporting the implementation of national circular economy strategy. Through partnership with the local government, JZ and other development actors, we help include framework that ensures no one is left behind the green transition. Thank you.
Yeah, Africa. Over to you, Africa. Over to you.
Wow, that's a mouthful. I don't know how I'm going to answer that question, but I will say our mission as an organization is building a sustainable future for East Africa. So that gives it all what we currently do. What answering in terms of circularity is, I've mentioned our main client is B2G and B2B. So without giving much, is that, that one I can mention actually, since it's already official, is we work with organizations to do their environment policy. So if, for instance, a government doesn't have, wants to improve their environmental act, and it wants to incorporate the global standards of EPR, polluter pays principle, that's where we work in. And polluters pay principle and EPR provides the solutions of circularity in total. One of the key projects that we are going to be doing is with the East Africa Communication Organization Working Group 7, which deals with e-waste within the region. So it's a whole, so we're going to be working with them, one, to develop policies for governments that do not have e-waste, sustainable e-waste policies. Building, the other thing that I'm currently doing is building sustainable project for textile waste, which is the second biggest polluter of our environment. So that's gonna be hitting the news anytime soon. So, but we are going to be doing that. What we believe in is that extending life of a product, working with product designers so that they can do eco-design. And that's where green jobs are actually. Anyone who is in school trying to do manufacturing needs to actually start thinking about material life cycle, material analysis, ensuring that we don't end up with fast fashion or products that cannot be recycled. And that's where the green job and the just transition that someone mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way the panelists are actually bringing out the opportunities they have. What is it that students should be able to look out for in terms of realigning themselves? Because the key output of this discussion should be, how will I be able to retool myself? How will I be able to reskill myself moving forward? And thank you so much for that. And maybe over to you, Abdisalam, because there's an aspect of climate smart governance. And I want to dwell on the aspect of governance, because you said you come from climate governance movement. So the word governance is very key to your day-to-day movement. Because when you look at ESG principles, when it comes to governance, one thing that people look out for is accountability. We look out for credibility. We look out for transparency. That is what calls for governance. So maybe in respect to you, maybe I want to ask is, how are governments, in your view, having interacted with them, how are governments and institutions implementing climate smart governance policies to create enabling environments for youth employment in the green sector?
Okay, I think that is a good question to begin with. When it comes to climate and governance, many people focus on the aspect of climate adaptation, because climate is so wide. So they focus on climate adaptation, resilience, and other aspects of climate. But people forget the reason as to why we are not implementing the policies that we have is because of lack of governance, lack of political will from stakeholders, from nations, from around the world. And the reason as to why, when I was starting this movement, it's called Climate Governance Movement and Research. When I was starting, I've seen this gap of, policy aspect. Yearly, annually, we are going to, have conversations around climate change at the COP, at UNEA, you see. But the problem is the implementation part. So with that gap, I've said that it was, I remember it was 9 p.m. So I've come up with the name, you see, and everything. So I think the problem that we have is governance, political will. So for what the government, as I was doing the research, what the government are doing, actually, as you are speaking, our country is one of the front lines of, when it comes to policy aspect. I don't know if you remember that last 2 weeks that we have submitted our national determined contribution, that is 2.0. So we are doing the best when it comes to policy, but the problem is that we were talking, the 3 days is implementation part, as the PS was mentioning. So, and I think that is the fundamental of when it comes to policy. Why are we crafting policies? It's because we want, betterment for our lives and for the for the earth, right? So, our country is doing the best when it comes to policies, and I think East Africa, we are the leading country when it comes to climate issues, policy, and we are trying. Actually, even we have accelerated or maybe devolved the functions of climate and environmental issues. So the county level, where I come from, northern part of Kenya, Garissa County, is actually implementing, FLOCA. I don't know, most of you, I think you have interacted with FLOCA and what it does, right? So, but there is more to do when it comes to policy and dissemination of information. For your information, on 18th June, we are going to have a big event in Garissa County that I'm organizing in my organization with the county government of Garissa and other partners, that we are trying to get these people, get informed when it comes to policy and what to do, dissemination of information. So that is, I think, the aspect that we need to look at it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I think what he has mentioned very critically is the policies are there. They're existing, but political goodwill is very, very key. And maybe something we'll delve into it later, coming into that governance. What are the limiting factors to governance? I think you mentioned political goodwill, but also the aspect of corruption needs to be mentioned. Because if you look at some of the statistics which are outside there, based on the national statistics of Statistica, which is there for 2025, it showed that every country in the world is corrupt. Every country in the world has a level of corruption. Even Vatican, where the Pope is coming from.
Bureaucracy.
So, yes.
Bureaucracy.
So that one tells you that if every country is corrupt, even where the Pope is coming from, that one tells you something. It tells you that governance is a key issue, and that for governance to work critically, because governance, the principles of governance is accountability, transparency, all these things. All that only happens in a place where corruption is actually, we can't say corruption is, it will be zero. We cannot have corruption zero. But we need to have corruption at a sustainable place whereby actually things can work. But now things are not working the way they're supposed to. To you, Alan, maybe you are having it different because within your space of Mzuri Organics, as you had said, so how are you within Mzuri Organics? Maybe they have something nice for us, which it means advanced. What are you doing in advanced circularity and environmental conservation? That is within the agricultural sector to create green jobs for youth. And what policies or partnerships, such as those with GIZ that you're working with, have supported these efforts and their potential for scale? So maybe what are you doing in a nutshell in terms of green jobs within your sector?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, to begin with, I want to start with the partnerships that we are doing actually. We are actually a product of the Youth Empowerment Program because we started in 2021. They announced. We had an idea. Actually, we had an idea. We didn't have anything more than an idea. So actually, it's possible for somebody to fund an idea with as much as 3.6 million. And we were funded, and we started. That is courtesy of KIPPRA and MSEA. And beyond that, we have worked with other people like KCIC who have held our hands. Nature does through time. They worked with people like Delta 40. And as we've grown, now we've met GIZ, and who are very passionate about particularly youth employment in the agribusiness sector. And us being in that sector, us being in the sector of innovating products that are beyond just the compost that we will take and convert organic waste into normal compost. Us having developed or designed products that are now being used as standard products or products that are innovative by KIPPRA to make newer standards for agrobiologicals. Have now partnered with GIZ to help these youth actually come into the space of circular economy to utilize the waste that is within their within their counties, actually working in 5 counties currently: Kakamega, Kisumu, Siaya, Vihiga, and Bungoma, with youths within those counties, and developing for them, designing for them units that work, sharing with them the technology that we've developed over a period of 4 years, sharing with them the formulations that we know will work in terms of creating innovative products, yeah, and therefore helping them be or create employment opportunities within their own local setups that are sustainable and that will help build agriculture. Yes.
And maybe as a follow-up, how are you making agriculture fashionable? Because agriculture is not fashionable to the youth. It's not, eh? It's a dirty job. And also the other question maybe you need to ask, need to answer from your survey. Does it have money? Is there money there? Because the Gen Zs want money. Kuna pesa?
Aha.
Iko ama hakuna? Ama pesa inaenda kwa wazee. Just tell us if there's money, if there's not, so that the Gen Zs in the house can do another thing. Is there money? And if there's money, how can you make it more fashionable? Yes?
That's where we are starting from, actually. As we are engaging this youth, the program is called Bizingira, business in the environment, business that is environmental conscious, that is, yeah. The first thing that you usually tell them is that there is money. We actually show them the money in the West first. And that is always the first question from the youth, is there money? We are using, you say that agriculture is not sexy, yeah? We have nowadays the black soldier fly, for example. That's what we have employed in our bioconversion processes. We have vermicomposting. These are things that have black soldier fly hasn't been there for quite long, but vermicomposting has been there for quite some time. But like we are saying, we are doing much more than just bioconverting. We want youth to bioconvert, but after bioconverting, what next? What is it that will make you stand out in a group of people who are doing the same things? Yeah. So innovate, create something beautiful that has more value, and you'll see the money.
Okay, thank you so much. And if you have gotten what he has said, is that there's an opportunity within that industry, especially in the fertilizer industry, the organic fertilizers, using the black soldier flies. And I'm sure he'll be thinking of he'll be telling us more in terms of how much is a kg of organic waste that has come out of black soldier flies goes in the market, which I know there is money within that sector. So to you, Faith Ouma, because tech is e-waste, and then taka is the waste. So it's like e-waste, you're in the e-waste sector. So tech taka, so what opportunities do you believe, or from tech taka's experience, what untapped opportunities exist within the circular economy that the youth can explore as viable entrepreneurs or ventures, and what forms of support are most critical to scale their participation? Over to you.
Thank you very much. For Tech Taka and tapping opportunity, number one thing is we are dealing with e-waste and the organic, we are dealing with all waste general, because number one thing that we must know as Gen Z, waste is wealth. Nowadays, waste is money. That is a slogan that we are using outside here. Waste is wealth and it's money. Especially at the intersection of agriculture, that is number one, waste and digital innovation. For example, the vermicomposting business using fish waste, market waste, and to produce organic fertilizer. We find out that in the market waste, a lot of the research which we did in Kisumu, a lot of waste that are being produced in Kisumu County are organic waste, which is waste. 60% is wet waste, and the rest is the dry waste, which we find out that the dry waste we can recycle, and the large amount of waste which is in the county is the wet waste. Now we came up with the organic composting, and to make the fertilizers with the vermiworms, the red worms. Also, that one we encourage people, and we engage in the plastic repurposing, startup for e-construction or 3D printing. Digital platform that connect waste producers to recyclers or composting buyers. So those are the things that we impact and we have implement in the waste sector in Kisumu County. And what we need for youths need most is access to seed funding, affordable technology, market linkage, and ongoing mentorship. Supportive ecosystem like green innovation hubs, vocational training center, and public-private partnership are essential to scale their efforts.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And something that she has mentioned, which I'd like you to take away, is from this, there are some statistics I gave earlier. I said ILO have done a research and they have identified that we are going to have 24 million jobs within the green economy by 2030, and Kenya is estimated to have or to get 300,000 jobs within the green sector by 2030. And the key sectors they have mentioned that where green jobs will be coming from, number one is in energy sector, renewable energy sector. Number two is in circular, which Faith has been talking about. The other one is in respect to green building. That's another part. And last but not least is in smart agriculture. The area of agriculture is what Alan was talking about from Nzuri Organics. Agriculture is another key aspect. So those are key takeaways I needed to have. Those four sectors in terms of circular economy, in terms of green building, in terms of smart agriculture, in terms of renewable energy. Those are the four areas you as a youth or a person who is looking for to look for another job or to upscale yourself, you should be able to empower yourself moving forward. And maybe to you, Sarah, I would like to get your head around this. In terms of looking into the future, because I'm sure you don't have that power, but I'm just hoping you're able to look into the future. And obviously, what emerging opportunities in the circular and green economy should youths in East Africa be positioning themselves to seize? And how can stakeholders like you support this transition?
So, waste is wealth, but let no one lie to you. It's capital intensive. If you don't have access to funding, you won't be able to move anywhere. If the policies do not support your initiative, you won't be able to create those jobs. So for instance, when you look at organic, the organic fertilizer, without a government policy that clearly indicates a certain percentage of the organic fertilizer that is actually done in this country needs to go to large-scale farming, we'll all be paddling our feet in a pot of water. I know the Sustainable Waste Management Policy of 2021, yes, 2021, which Uhuru assented to it right before he left office. It has a specific clause on organic fertilizer. That has not taken place yet. So without that, then there's no opportunity, because she will only be able to employ 20 people, but with that specific bit, then it means that when you have a market, then you're able to create jobs. It's the same thing even with plastic recycling. Fortunately, currently, as an organization, we are carrying out a project on plastics, and everything that the converters, not recyclers, there's a definition of what is recycling and what is upcycling. The converters have told us the reason why they have pellets in their warehouses is because they don't have market. What does that mean? If that person had capacity to convert a ton of, let's say, PP, that employing 20 people, next month, since he has dead stock and he hasn't sold anything, he has to lay off 10 people. So the first key thing the future needs to look at is friendly business policy for recycling products. And that's why I love what Europe is currently doing with the Green Deal, and even in the UK with the PPWR. What it means that they've given each state a target by 2030, you need a certain percentage of recycled material into your product. So the future, I won't lie to you, is a little blink. There's no light. There's dim like this. But we are working towards getting in there, because when the big boys cough, then everyone else starts coughing. So the future is a little bit not very rosy now, but we are getting there. The jobs are there with support from financing. So I was very happy there was someone from the Bankers Association, but I stepped out to attend to something because I wanted to ask a question. Is the way circular economy and green activities are financed is very different to what other businesses are financed. It's a cash business, and I think the two, my fellow panelists can tell you, if you don't give the waste picker money, he'll go. And when they read your P&L, the bankers will chase you away because you have higher sales with low volumes. So the future is there, but for now, tusidanganyane, iko taswishi kidogo.
So, yeah, thank you for that, Sarah. And I think what you have mentioned is, as much as we are looking into the future through our windscreens, we should not forget our side mirrors. We should be focusing on also on the past, lessons we can learn from there. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, use your side mirrors, your rear mirror, and everything.
Okay, thank you so much. And I hope that vehicle is electric, because we are looking into electric and EVs, and I hope it's not a fossil-based fuel vehicle. I hope so. I hope so.
You don't want to open that can of worms, Jackson.
So, and something else I need to mention is you have mentioned about payment. If you're not paid, they will go away. And something I need to bring out, maybe you should have started with the definition of, yes, you're talking about jobs, but it should be green jobs. We should have started by defining what are green jobs. A job, what is a green job? This is any activity that obviously there is a payment for it, but the main output or the main goal of it is to reduce carbon emissions. The energy source that you're using in that job is renewable energy, and obviously it protects the environment. So that one will bring out the aspect of a green job. Is it green? Is it sustainable? And I believe everybody here has been doing something green or something circular within their home, but just because it is not paid, so it is not a job, so it becomes circular. How many of you here have I know maybe you cannot raise your hand on this. How many have a tendency of recycling their socks? The men. Come on, recycle. If you have not recycled your socks in life, I think there's something wrong. How many men have recycled their socks? Not today, but you have. None.
That is not recycling, Jackson.
No, you're reusing.
Yes.
Reusing is part of when you're talking about the 4 R's of circularity, there's that reusing. I won't talk about the ladies. How many are, obviously, when you have wigs, I'm sure that you don't wear a wig one time. You recycle it. That is very good. That is part of circularity. But you're not paid. So that is not a green job. When you're in campus, how many used to ile ugali ya jana, the food, the ugali that remained yesterday, si unaikata unaweka kwa maji? Ama you throw it? I think even the ladies do that, sindio?
Yeah, but you need repurposing.
Still it has the R. So, you're reusing something. So what I'm saying is, everybody has embraced the aspect of reusing, recycling, and repurposing. So that is circularity. So let's take note of that. I think that's the cue for time of this music around for us to dance. If not, let me take it over to Abdisalam Ahmed. The issue of governance is too much.
Yes.
I want to bore you with so many questions of governance.
It's okay.
But you said you come from Garissa County.
Yes.
Garissa being very, very hot,
Mm-hmm.
most of those buildings rely so much on AC, internal cooling systems, and we know these ones are a huge contributor to carbon emissions, so huge. Garissa is also known, the people from there, they are pastoralists. Animals are a huge contributors to methane. Are you getting where I'm going with this? So the point I'm trying to bring out to you is, in terms of climate smart governance, what are you doing in respect to Garissa County to ensure that sectors such as agriculture, where there is that livestock keeping, sectors such as energy, where you're talking about indoor housing and cooling, and sectors to do with urban planning, especially now when you come now to areas like Nairobi where there's congestion, what are you doing in terms of that, and how can that apply to climate smart governance? In terms of governance, what are you doing in those three key areas?
I think it's I think that is a broad question, but what we do as an organization is about policy and research, right? So it's rarely we go to like doing the things like practical things, but we do try to disseminate information when it comes to all those areas that we are talking about, the energy, and that's why we are going to have an event on 18th June, yeah. So my part, I play it very well. So I've been Garissa County last 2 weeks, going to the office of the governor, going to the county assembly, trying to have conversation with the committees, Committee of Climate, Committee of meeting with the chief officers of the those topics like climate change, and so we're trying to have, we had that conversation, and we have agreed that to have this kind of conversation to begin because Garissa County and the entire northern county, it's rarely to have that kind of conversations going on. So I've started this amazing story. I think we are going to have it annually actually. So it's not only Garissa County, we are going to go to Wajir and then Mandera like that. So, but to add on that, what can the young people do in these spaces of emerging opportunities is, first of all, we have talked about all these issues: climate smart, agriculture, and agroecology. Whereby with agriculture, I believe that being a major employer of youth in global south, not only in Kenya, so there is potential for that, agri-tech innovation, carbon farming, and regenerative agriculture, and then we are going to have green extension services. So with this, when you look at the perspective of governance, is we need to have policies like subsidized green loans and land access schemes for youth, coupled with climate risk insurance, which can make agribusiness more viable. I believe that, yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we only have like 5 or 10 minutes remaining, if I'm not wrong. So just to wind up on this segment so that I come in with the audience's questions. To you, Alan, looking to the future, what untapped opportunities exist for youth, especially at the grassroots level in circular agriculture and bioeconomic ventures such as BSF-based waste transformation, and how can this be supported to become viable livelihood pathways?
Okay, thank you for that. If I may start with just the fact that our GDP actually depends on 26% of it is dependent on agriculture. Actually, it is actually more than 26 because it is 26 directly and more than 27% indirectly. Basically, agriculture is what drives this country. Yeah? So we see so many opportunities in the circular space, in the sense that the youth, first of all, have this ability to mobilize. We know for sure, we've seen that they can mobilize in themselves. It is a strength, it is an opportunity that this country has and that should take care or should take advantage of. And as they mobilize, we know that we have a problem with waste management, be it what you're talking about in terms of waste from the livestock or pastoral communities, which is actually not waste in my opinion, because there is a way God created this world to be regenerative by itself. Without that waste, if you didn't know, it's with our soils actually, there is nothing else that can make our soils healthy apart from organic matter. Animals are part of the source of organic matter that would make or rejuvenate our soils. And if we don't have these animals, then we only have plants. But plants by themselves, they don't have enough microbiota that would help biodegrade this waste fast enough to rejuvenate these soils. Yeah, so it is an opportunity that we have pastoral communities, it's an opportunity that we have youth in this country that we should take advantage of, and particularly the fact that they are really good at mobilizing themselves. It is an opportunity that actually 70% of the soils in our country are degraded. It is an opportunity to create jobs because of that. And it's an opportunity because with that degradation of soil and the fact that the only way we can rejuvenate these soils then is the use of organic matter by converting it into something of value that we can return to our soils.
Okay.
Not haphazardly, but we usually say that era of going to a farm where they are keeping goats and getting a whole ton of manure and pouring on the farm should be gone. We should measure that thing. That thing is so valuable that we shouldn't just carry it and dump it onto our farms like it is something of so high value, and we can process it in a better way and use it as a resource. So it is an opportunity. And also the growing demand of healthy foods, healthy living from the general populace is also an opportunity that they should take advantage of to produce organic products, produce organic foods. And beyond that, I think the fact that we have a lot of, let me call them youth empowerment programs within the country that are there to help the youth to get them from one position to another, but whether it is incubation or acceleration programs. Those are opportunities that we should also take advantage of as youths and move to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and I'll seek some assistance to hand over the mics to the audience. At this time, we're going to take a few questions, and we'll be having room for at least 4 questions each for each participant. Yes. So the 4 questions, please direct them to either Faith from TechTaka, Alan from Mzuri Organics, or Abdisalam from Climate Governance Movement, or Sarah from GFS East Africa. So just 4 questions, distribute them. At least if we get 2 men, 2 ladies, the better. Yes. Yes, I need 4. The first question is yours, yes? Direct it to one of the panelists.
Yeah, good afternoon. My question is directed to Faith from TechTaka and Sarah Njau from GFS East Africa. I am Philip, Omondi Philip, from the Center Manager for Jitume in Digital Innovation Hub, located in the TVET institution of PC Kinyanjui Technical Training Institute. So we have been working on the e-waste initiative, and we are starting up an e-waste collection center. So we've been, talking to players in that space, the We Center and other initiatives, and also but we don't stop at the collection. We would learn to use it as a job creation, where we are, employing youth through the curriculum from NITA. So it will be e-waste management technician, so that, because there's a shortage of e-waste management technicians because of the magnitude of the problem. So my question to Sarah is that you've mentioned clearly that policy issues are of importance, especially in this space. Now, one of the things, and you might be aware, is that the government gazetted in last year, towards the end of last year, the extended producer regulations that was meant to take effect from this month on 5th. But it hit a snag, and the court stopped the implementation. what are you doing in terms of advocacy? Because you see, as it now, we're not sure when it will be implemented. And we have a growing e-waste problem that everyone recognizes.
So the question is, what are they doing on advocacy?
Yeah, on advocacy, and like now with the players, how can we, work together to be able to ensure that the regulations are effected? Okay. Because are you aware, the producers, unless they are put to book, everything will just move to space. And then how do you collaborate with TVET institutions? As a TVET institutions, we have technicians, we offer electronics, and we have youth who can be able to, how can we work together on that space?
So matters advocacy, matters how can they
collaboration in terms of the e-waste management.
So thank you so much. Let them take those first.
Faith.
Okay, another one?
Faith, you've mentioned you're working on the e-waste problem and the recycling. Which area? Because e-waste is broad. There is the refurbishment. There is also the, recycling. So which area are you working exactly? And how are you handling the problematic areas of e-waste? Because as it stands, there are certain areas of e-waste that probably maybe do you have the facilities to be able to handle that, and how are you doing it? Because also we would like to learn from your experience.
So thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Those are the two questions for you, Faith and Sarah. E-waste, which levels are you working at? How are you handling the problem areas, especially in e-waste? Problematic functions in fractions. Sawa, on e-waste. Thank you so much. Another question, and let's keep it short, clear. Enda kwa swali. Jina, nani, umetoka wapi, swali.
Thank you so much. My name is Prosper. I am a pharmacist and climate advocate. I am part of the youth in climate action. Now, I have two questions for Abdisalam and for Sarah. Indigenous people and biodiversity are endangered by big polluters buying forests in developing countries for carbon credits, carbon markets. Now, what policies do you think Africa should adopt as a continent about carbon credits in matters of climate governance?
Governance, yes.
Yes. Now, my second question, in matters of waste management, what do you think is not working right for Kenya to be effective? Because we do not even see dustbins on the roads. And we see big amounts of waste in public spaces like markets. Plastic bags were banned 8 years ago in Kenya in 2017, but they are still used. What do you think is missing, and how do you think that should be addressed? Thank you.
Asante sana. Now we have those ones. For the others who are coming, please let it be one part question, so that now we save time kidogo. Yes, there's no lady. The men are many. I need a lady representation, but gentlemen, you can ask. Yeah. Yes, okay. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Gabriel Ngangi Munube, a student at Kenyatta University, I'm here courtesy of AYLF, a person with a disability. Still on the e-waste. Last year, a group of us was trained on how to handle the e-waste. And I took some of the e-waste to where we are told we can take them for buying. And after dismantling, we have the plastics and the other components. And when I took them, the 1 kg of the plastic, I was told it's 3 shillings. Now, I asked the person who was buying, now, if you are buying them from me at 3 shillings, how much should I buy them from my customer? Okay, and the other question, another person asked me, now, you've been trained on how to handle the e-waste. Don't you think that theft will increase, whereby people will be stealing electronic gadgets to remove or to harvest the components to take for as e-waste? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for those valuable questions, and I think that one I directed to Alan and also to Faith a little bit, but how comes you are paying them 3 shillings? Not you, the people you're representing here. Why are you paying them 3 shillings? Yes, we don't have a lady in the house. If not, It was only gentlemen, but that's okay. I think we can handle those questions. So let's start with you, Sarah, on the same as the others you think of those questions. Sarah?
I've tried writing. So I'll start with what is not working in the waste management sector. And I'll ask you, how many of us in this room, in your homes, have at least 2 dustbins in your kitchen? With a raise your hand. If you have at least 2 dustbins in your house. 2. Yes, whether you're living in your mom's place, how many of you? This is where the problem is. We do not segregate our waste at source. When your contracted waste management company comes to pick your waste, maybe on a Tuesday or a Thursday, they pick contaminated waste. What it means that waste is no longer a resource. 2 is just behavior. Human beings are just peculiar. As Sunny Bindra said, human beings are very peculiar. You'll be told to segregate your waste, you'll be told to place your plastic bottles somewhere, and you won't. A quick example, if you walk into any mall in Nairobi, you'll find either a Mr. Green, Takataka, or We Center bin. What do you find in those segmented bins? The one for paper, you'll find banana peels. So that is just human behavior, sociology bit of it. 2 is lack of infrastructure. If you walk along the whole of Kenyatta Avenue, you won't find a bin. Okay? So the lack of infrastructure and the lack of just bad manners, just to lack of a better word. What are we doing in terms of advocacy? Unfortunately, we have to wait until the court case is determined. There is nothing much we can do, and I'm just being frank with you. I've been very open. There's nothing much we can do since there's a court case. But I have hopes because there is a lot of conversations within the EU that actually determine how, one, we trade and how we settle into our laws. The beauty is UNEP sits in Nairobi, and there is no way we want to misbehave in terms of environment matters when we have the mother body on environment. That was one question on advocacy. So my main work, and I'll give an example of e-waste. I sit at the Regional Steering Committee of e-waste in East Africa. What we've done is that we have a regional e-waste strategy of 2022 to 2027. It gives structures on what each member state is supposed to be doing, and each member state has a national steering committee, which I also sit in, and the chair is usually the ministry in charge of environment. The vice chair is the regulator. So that's how encompassed it is. There was a question on partnership. As a private sector, I work across with several organizations, so the KAWRs, the Waste Pickers Associations, that's how we work. And what am I doing within the work of TVET? I'm glad the works that I've done actually been implemented. I was part of the team that developed that technical document you're using. In terms of pricing, until we have proper systems, and that's where EPR comes in, of making sure that we have an incentive to the waste collector. And unfortunately, if it was e-waste plastic, it's a very problematic function, so that's why there was a low price.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. Over to you, Abdisalam.
Okay, on the issue of carbon credits, It's very, I think, it's a significant topic, and we are discussing, I think, in the other rooms about carbon credit. So on that issue, I can't say it is bad or it is good. It depends on the transparency and accountability. So I don't know if you remember, just 3 weeks ago, what happened in Kajiado over people protesting in Kajiado County by, it was triggered by 68,000 hectare carbon credit deal for 40 years between local authorities and foreign farm. So there is the people. The reasons why people are against the program is because they were not consulted when the deal was happening. So it was about transparency, accountability, and things will go good when all those two issues is being implemented. Yeah.
Asante sana. Over to you, Alan, before you go to Faith. Alan. Especially the price in the 3 shillings per kg.
Yeah, you'll notice that I've only spoken of organic, and I steered clear of anything plastic, anything rubber, anything e-waste. And for organic, if it was a question on organic, I would say that we're actually paying very good prices for organic.
How much per kg in organic?
5 shillings per kg.
5 shillings?
Yeah.
e-waste is 3 shillings. So let's combine the two. What can you do about those prices? Alan, don't hand over the mic. Can you increase the prices? Why are you not increasing those prices from 5 or 2? How much are you selling it?
For the organic waste?
Yes. Per kg, how much are you selling it?
Remember, there's something called the conversion rate. If you give me a kilo of organic waste, by the time it is processed, I only have about 0.25 kilos of that waste. By the time it is converted.
Or the 1 kg?
Yes, from the 1 kilo. Yeah. So I have to consider that.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I'm selling it, I'm actually selling it, and remember, it takes also some time. It takes at least 21 days for it to be ready, a ready product. Yeah.
Okay.
So with all those factors considered, I sell a kilo at 50 shillings.
So at least you have answered for organic. You have answered for organic that you buy it at 1 kg, 5 shillings, but the processing part, the bit that you get out of that 1 kg is worth 0 point?
It is actually a quarter of what you brought.
Of what you brought in.
Yeah.
I won't answer that for electric waste, whether it is still the same, whether they get the small amount similar to organic. Over to you, Faith. Maybe you have a lot of questions on that area.
Yeah, for the e-waste, to my brother, it is very hectic on e-waste, because when we started it, it was very hard for us until one of the donors from Nepal came to Kisumu and trained us on how to manage the e-waste and how we can get e-waste. So for us, we are lucky. We don't always buy e-waste from people because we take the e-waste from institutions where there are electronics which are not being used there. So as we don't sell them, like the way he said, you separate the parts, because there is a part of separation. In the e-waste, we have gold, we have silver. Those ones, we put them in different until you reach to a plastic. So you separate plastic, take it to a plastic place. The gold, you take them to the place of gold, because we have categories also in the e-waste, so you can't sell them the product the way it is. And as we sell them in tons, because there are some companies we are linked up to, so that they are the people who are taking the products. So it is not us as an organization or the company. We just do our work as a team. After bringing the product in the company place, people do the separation, because we have the well-trained people who know how to handle the e-waste. So for you guys, as a TVET, you said you are working at TVET, we can just assist you with the linkage on how to get the people who can train your people. We can train the people who you are working with them in the institution there. For you to do the workload by yourself as an institution, then we will link you up with the people, the buyers. They will come and buy in tons, not in small quantities. Because in tons you can make even one in a per ton, it means it's a lorry. They will come in a canter with mostly the people we are linked up with are from Mombasa, as we are in Kisumu, but the main companies which were working with those productions are from Mombasa. They came all the way from Mombasa to Kisumu. So our work is to give them the products which they need. So it is workable, but from the beginning, it is very hectic. For my sister, it is very hectic with them, and I understand the situation where they are in, because in Kisumu, we follow up the documentary very well, and some of our team members are always on their board meetings. So everything is going to be at par.
Okay, thank you so much. Some of them are policy issues, especially on the pricing. The EPR one, you have said it will be able to elevate that problem of 3 kg per waste. But in Europe, you can attest, for those who have been able to even visit those countries, that they pay you. Even when you put the plastics, you put it somewhere, you put it in an ATM machine, it gives you some return. So I think we can be able to put that to encourage people to actually invest in these areas. So as I summarize on the same, just 30 seconds, is that you have learned a very key component within this discussion. We have discussed the aspects of environment, social, and governance, and to actually confirm that, in the aspect of environment, we have touched on matters to do with waste. Components of environment entail waste. We have touched matters to do with climate, carbon footprint, and sustainability. In the aspect of social, we have captured the issues to do with the diversity, inclusion, the aspects of even labor laws, and even youths are there. The aspect of governance has been captured in this discussion, where we have talked about the issues of risk of business ethics, transparency, responsibility, leadership, and corporate governance. So in short, you have actually taken a course around ESG with real-time evidence that we have provided here. And also, as a takeaway, you need to understand examples of green jobs that we have. I hope you have taken key note of them. Green jobs here, from the farthest end of Faith, she has mentioned there are opportunities in e-waste. That is e-waste, that is a green job. Somebody has talked about smart agriculture and sustainable agriculture. That's an e-waste. That's a sustainable job, and that's a green job. You have even talked about things to do with renewable energy. So there is a lot in this space of green jobs that I wish you have taken away as a key takeaway. On my end, I was Dr. Jackson Koimbori. I'm the head of KIPPRA Consult, which is the research arm of KIPPRA, and also the senior circular economy and climate change coordinator at KIPPRA. So within the research arm of KIPPRA, I'm in charge of research, partnering, writing of grants, doing bids and all that, and also capacity building and creation of our awareness. So we can be able to work together. So be on the lookout. Go to the websites that they have talked about. For KIPPRA, go to our website. You'll be able to identify some of these opportunities, from internship opportunities and some of the career paths that you can check from our members and look for internships from them. So from my end, that has been my time. Asante sana. So you can stand, clap for us as we take a group photo here. Asante sana.
A round of applause again for Dr. Jackson Koimbori, and of course the panelists. Very informative, even as they take and solemnize a moment and immortalize it as well. Thank you for a good job. I hope you've been sufficiently informed as far as environmental and social governance is concerned, and they've touched on confluence of issues regarding ESG. And that is being mainstreamed very heavily in different organizations. Just as we said earlier, that even on the corporate sector, we have the integrated reporting that is now a requirement from the Capital Markets Authority, that all these, especially listed companies, they should be generating sustainability reports. And all these issues that have been touched on, they're documented there. So everyone is wondering also, what is the metrics of trying to come up or to do an assessment that all these sustainability reports, they're not greenwashed, right? Are they a true reflection of what a particular corporate or a firm is doing on the ground? So how do they also check that? They're still grappling with issues of metrics on what is the global best practice of assessing this or auditing the sustainability reports as well at the end of the day. And so we applaud you for that good work that you've given us this afternoon. Very insightful. And I know you've picked some highlights here and there, and you can follow some of the experts here to just get some good rich stream of information as well as far as that topic is concerned. Thank you very much. Wapigeni makofi tena, wamefanya kazi mzuri sana. And we are still waiting for the other panelists to join us, and so that we can continue our pace with the next bit of the program. And we will gravitate to the role of data management in promoting job creation. So you have a glut of information coming your way. Are you able now to absorb all that? But take heart. Now this is the final session. Hapa ndio tunasemaga Bwana asifiwe. This will be the final session, right? The culmination, of course, of the conference. And we're going to get a communique of, since we began, some of our recommendations, policy asks, and the way forward. We would love to know this as well. So after all these deliberations, so what is the next? So this is the role of data management in promoting job creation. And I will want to just call upon Boaz Munga to come here and give us direction on where to go on as far as this is concerned. And the panelists will be joining us momentarily. But just to act as a segue, of course, we know in Kenya we gathered at a time, like many nations across Africa, it's navigating the dual challenge of high youth unemployment and the rapid digital transformation of our economy. So in this context, data is king, as they always say, and has emerged not just as a tool, but as a strategic asset capable of unlocking new pathways for inclusive growth and sustainable job creation. From the bustling tech hubs that we have here in Nairobi to the expanding digital economy in the counties across the country, we are witnessing how data-driven innovations can power entrepreneurships, improve public service delivery, and open new industries. Whether it is in agriculture, education, health, or the gig economy, effective data management through accurate collection, analysis, and responsible use is already helping identifying employment trends, connect job seekers to opportunities, and guide investments in skills development. However, realizing the full potential of data requires collaboration across sectors, strengthened data governance, and a commitment to digital inclusion. So today, we just want to hear from our panelists. I'll call some of the panelists that are here just to see. I know we have Partnership for Economic Policy, Professor Jen Mariara. If she's here, we want to, all right, okay. There's a presentation from there, so welcome on board. They'll just give us their names as well. From the International Food Policy Research Institute, Clemens Braysinger, you can also come, or a representation from them as well. We will welcome you aboard to come here. Thank you, Wanaina is here from PAPE as well. Dr. Martin Atella. Dr. Martin Atella. Dr. Martin Atella. From ID Insight. Dr. Nasho Nadero. Dr. Nasho Nadero. I saw you yesterday, so yeah, here you are. Thank you for joining us. All right, let me just give it now to Boaz to continue from here.
Thank you, Bana Dibal. Wahungu Hillary. I'll be chairing this session. Thank you for helping me in the first initial stages on the role of data management for job creation. This session, we have our panelists, as they have been mentioned. We were supposed to have at least 5, but the ones that we have will be able to help us understand deeper about data and how it contributes to job creation. So without much ado, I'd like to begin by putting across at least 2 most important
As a person, I am now working as a consultant with the KIPPRA, actually a policy advisor, because in the way the PEP works, once your organization is selected, PEP ensures that it gets experts to work with the team within the institution. And that team, the experts come in different forms. They could be experts from other countries, but mainly, PEP allocates you a policy mentor, and I'm one of the policy mentors who have been working in these projects. And then it also allocates you a scientific mentor. And just to conclude about PEP, PEP also works across the southern countries. So we have projects in Africa with about 54% of the 411 projects that have been covered in the last couple of years. We are in Asia, we are in South America, and as I said, a lot of work is also being done here. So it facilitates the creation work, for example, like the creation of jobs among the countries. My other background is that I've worked in the government of Kenya as an economic planning secretary, and I was also chair of KNBS, and KNBS was supposed to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonanina. So we'll go to Mr. Daktari. We got Dr. Engineer Nashon Adero, a lecturer at Taita Taveta University. I see from your profile, you're a geospatial and systems modeling expert, and also you have accumulated over 15 years of extensive work and experience. Maybe that to itself, you have handled a lot of data and you have worked with data, and from the biography in front of me, data has been used even in your work that you have published so far. So please go on and tell us about how you look at how in your daily or organization, how you handle data and how data has been used, maybe can be used for job creation for the youths.
Okay, thank you. I'm Nashon Adero, and currently a lecturer at Taita Taveta University. That is Kenya's University of Mining. We are focusing on mining and natural resource management as our niche area, and that is in sync with what should be the best practice, because if we are talking of youth employability skills, then we must realize that universities should focus on niche areas, the sharp end of the pyramid, for in-depth scientific inquiry and for imparting knowledge and skills that can inform research and development. And the broader base of the pyramid, from the recent statistics from 2016 to 2024, you know, KCSE graduates, 80% have been candidates of TVET. Only 20% have been succeeding to attain C+ and above. So if you look at that pyramid, the 80% need TVET-oriented training. And that is one way in which data has been very useful in informing what we need to develop in terms of our education, higher education and training policies. Again, it is not enough just to talk of data, but data management, so that data can be upscaled from raw material to strategic asset for decision support, as one speaker had said here earlier. So data management speaks to how you store the data. Do you have up-to-date data centers? And then how you are able to update the data. And the update cycles should be adequate so that we don't rely on all the data that cannot inform emerging trends. Then we also talk of dissemination or retrieval from that system. So at the university, we are privileged that every year we have new students enrolling. So we have enrollment data, and we also have alumni tracer surveys informing us by program and our graduates placed. And this is very important model for labor market demographics and for meaningful engagement of the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. To Bana Josephat Korir from IFPRI, we know utilized to unlock job opportunities for youth and women, maybe in agri-food value chains or food systems and rural economies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to sit on this panel. Presenting IFPRI has been mentioned. And in terms of how IFPRI utilize data or the data that is generated at IFPRI to inform or to support job creation, it could be used for tailoring policy recommendations, given that we have really granular and sector-specific or granular data that can be used to tailor interventions to target where the need is. For example, in most of our data, just like I presented this morning, we do a lot of disaggregated data by gender, by age group. So in most of our studies, we try to tease out what are the nuances that are being observed, and how can those be then be targeted with policy interventions that would then bring about meaningful change. Another way is these entrepreneurs and financials could also take advantage of the rich research data that is available in our published work and available not only at IFPRI but under the umbrella CGIAR to look at where is the evidence pointing towards in terms of where are the interventions likely to skills, what other cognitive traits, for example, locus of control that we discussed in that paper, how does incorporating those then enhance the quality of the teaching that we have in our TVETs institutions, among others. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Now we go to Ms. Lillian Kimeto, who is the CEO Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board. Just as your introduction, begin by telling us about the Kenya Yearbook, and let us know in what ways can the Kenya Yearbook partner with research institutions, counties and other private sectors to amplify the impact of data on employment policies.
Thank you very much, and as you've said, my name is Lillian Kimeto. The Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board is a communication agency, and being a communication agency, we have a space in data management. We organize data, we visualize data, and we also disseminate the same. So that is the space where, that is the context we are in data. That is in one box. Then the other box is communication. And my neighbor here has talked about behavioral science. Communication is a social science. The significance of that initiative by exposing those communities to helping them to appreciate this importance, looking at their attitudes, looking at their practices and beliefs, because that is where we come in. And then they are, by the time the data is being rolled to them, they're able to make meaningful decisions. So that is where we come in. As a practitioner, I am a development communication specialist. And in development communication, we look at the people, the human, so that if there's an initiative that is being targeted at a community, how does that human, how does that female view a water project? how does that male view a new opportunity for job creation, probably in mtaani, kazi mtaani. So we come into the space of helping people to appreciate data and be able to make the right decisions about that data that they've been given. That's a specialist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kimeto. We go back to Bwana Wainaina, Steve from PEP. You have talked about in your introduction about the various research and other engagements that PEP is undertaking. We'd just like to know how can the localized employment data generated through the PEP research can be able to influence job creation strategies within Kenya and also as a country and also in the county or in the devolved units.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think first, let me say that since we are talking about the role of data management, there are three critical things that are necessary if you have to create jobs at whatever level of the economy we are talking about, whether we are talking about national level or the county level. First, we need good planning, which also requires good policies. Without good planning and without policies, you cannot create jobs as a country or even as a county. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we need a comprehensive approach of harnessing data, and this time around, our focus would be the youth, because the youth is the focus of of the task that we are talking about. So you need to harness data that enables you to correct information that helps you to have strategies that will work within the plans that you want to put in place. And then you also need to be creative, inclusive, and ensure that the digital data space that is emerging and evolving enables you to use the structures that you have to create the jobs themselves. So those three things are quite critical. As an organization, PEP will not directly create jobs, but it creates an environment. It helps a country create an environment in which jobs emerge. How does it do this? As I said, PEP uses experts, both local, particularly local experts, domiciled in an institution it is working with, to ensure that the assignment done in terms of the recommendation, in terms of the reports produced, has all the other aspects that will facilitate a clear understanding of the process, so that even whatever comes out and is recommended is implementable. So how does it do that? One, it ensures that if we are working on a program like the MasterCard program in Kenya, the teams that had to go to the field are well prepared through a training process. PEP also ensures that you do a review of the policies that are in existence, their strengths and their weaknesses. Three, it ensures that you have a methodology where experts indicate that you need to go this direction if you are to create jobs at this time and in this particular sector. Then number four, when you go to the field, you involve the people who are going to be the beneficiaries of this process. In this particular case, like in the case of the MasterCard, you must involve the youth, both in the trainings that you are going to have. You must involve them in the research itself before the experts even do the analysis. The experts will be located, for example, in the institution that is spearheading the work, which in this case would be KIPPRA. And then you also have to work with the key stakeholders in that country. When you talk about stakeholders, we are not just talking about the youth who we are training and who are likely to be beneficiaries of the work that you are going to do. You are talking about stakeholders at government level, because they are the people who will ensure that these policies are in the policy documents. When you talk about MTP4, when you talk about the better agenda, all these policies that relate to this sector have to come or have to be driven by institutions of government. And an institution like KIPPRA, for example.
We also take share of the blame, but the universities will not wait until they graduate, then start blaming the university for our big graduates. We need industry support. And all is not lost, because in Kenya you have good examples of industry partners that have been critical to co-training our students, such as Esri through ArcGIS software support. Microsoft is also trying, and several other organizations. That is the challenge I give the industry in this in this shared responsibility and data management. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. To Bwana Josephat Korir, I know that IFPRI has been big in terms of analyzing data on food policy research and others, such as food systems and also food value chains. My question to you is, what role can the integrated data that you have been using play a role in designing inclusive and job-creating food security programs? Or in your programs, how can data be used to bring inclusivity?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as I mentioned earlier, what has been happening is that in terms of research, we always try to ensure that we go to the granular level to try and see what are the different, we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach, but in terms of looking at our research from a targeted point of view, and we look at IFPRI, there is the National Policies and Foresight Unit, which looks at the macro level of things, which we are working closely with KIPPRA in several projects for policy analysis at the macro level, and try to recommend data-driven insights that are that are based on research to try and ensure that even the policymakers at the macro level, at the national level, have data-backed insights upon which then they can rely to make decisions that affect the economy. At the micro level as well, we also look at, we have different units. For example, there's the policies, institutions, and markets units, which does evaluation of the micro aspects of things. What are the smallholder farmers? What are the households? What are the pain points? And what do they really need the most? And where would an intervention extract more value for them at that level? So we are here, we look at things like adoption of technology, especially these technologies that are sometimes complex in terms of measurement, for example, the agricultural insurance, and how do these, what are the drivers that affect adoption of such kind of technologies among women, among men, and those nuances are really very important in terms of guiding how the county governments, how the private sector and the public sector approach responding to those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Korori. Ms. Lilian Kimeto, you talked about the roles that the Kenya Yearbook is undertaking to inform the public. But from what is happening right now, we have seen that there is a growing need for real-time labor market insight and other information transfer. How can the Kenya Yearbook evolve to integrate or to have the digital platforms in place to support decision-making for job creation?
Thank you very much. But before I take that question, allow me to paint a picture. When we talk about policy, the policy-making process, there is someone who should be at the core of that, and that is the citizen. And who is that citizen? It could be a fisherman at Homa Bay, the one that's getting ready now to go and cast his nets at night. And so the policies that are made about job creation affect him, but he's not in the room. It could be the cattle owner in Turkana County, who probably his literacy levels, he has not had the opportunity for formal. That is where we come in. We get data, we represent that data, and we make it understood by that individual. A policy is being made for, so that they're able to even appreciate these policies and add their voice. So we then become the bridge between this person that's making policy and the person for whom the policy is being made for. Because if that process is not complete, we will not hack it. And that has always been, as a development communication specialist, that has always been the gap. And probably sitting here today, I'd like to make a case for the policy-making process to robustly have the voice for the individual for whom that policy is being made for, because they are the ones that know where the need is. And no wonder sometimes some of the interventions that are crafted or policies, immediately they become implemented, we start to see the gap immediately. So I just needed to make that point. Now, having said that, then, being, first, I think there's something that I bypassed in your question. I was still settling, you know, you called me late. Where can Yearbook partner with research institutions and academia? Where would Yearbook come in? And we come at a very strategic place because we bring in the social science offering of our understanding of behavior, practices, beliefs of humans, which is very important so that we are able to then appreciate how they impact policy development, those beliefs, those practices. And speaking about the job space, whether it's job creation and all this, we have young people who have, I look at the young generation today. I was young in the 80s, and the way we looked at the job market is very different today. We have jobs that were there in the 80s when I was growing up, and I was looking forward to become, but they are not here today. And the future of work is quickly changing. So where do we come in as a communication agency to help us appreciate the dynamics so that we package the messaging in such a way that people understand? I think the first speaker there talked about stakeholder engagement. That is where we come in, for all stakeholders to engage each other and speak with each other and understand the dynamics. So the messaging, developing the messaging pillars, that is the offering that we bring. And when those messaging pillars are developed well, it then has an impact in the way people make decisions, even the young people, even the universities, the kind of courses that they're training for the market, even industry, they're able to say, these are the skill sets that we want. So that's where communication, it brings people to the same table, just the way we are here. And that has been, we help to break the silos, because there's a lot of siloing. The research community is in one corner, industry is in another corner, the young person is at another corner, and there's hardly anyone bringing these people together. And that is a space we come in as a communication agency. We massify, then we massify that messaging. And what that does then is to help everyone be at the same level in terms of insights and people are able to then appreciate the things that are happening, and then be able to make use of those insights. If it is a young person, for example, that's just finished KCSE last year, 2024, it helps them to decide, so how does the job market look like? So what skills do I need so that I am able to find my space and place in the job market? Then the academia on the other side are able to appreciate how do we bring the insights of the future of work to this young mind in such a way that they're able to, when they come out, they are not saying, natafuta kazi. Probably the future of work is, I am an employer myself. So that is where we come in. Now, the publishing space where we are is tech-driven. Actually, in our strategic plan, we have looked at the space of publishing, the space of communication being technology-driven. And we are looking at a time when we'll be able to give our society and our country a one-stop shop for information, where people are able to go to and get information that is relevant to them. And some of those pieces of information is how, what are the opportunities that exist, pairing the skills that people have with where those skills are required. I think that is our offering to the current situation about the job market and job creation.
Thank you, Ms. Kimeto. We go to Bwana Wainaina. In your previous presentation, you talked about the research that you are undertaking at the local and at the national level and also regionally. And Ms. Kimeto has just elaborated on how to break down information so that it can be understood by the local or that mamamboga in the village. So for you, maybe to help us understand the need to improve the uptake and application of local research, what frameworks that local research findings has been uptaken by the specific organization, individuals, or even the national level?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think if I couldn't agree more with what Madam Kimeto said with respect to involvement of stakeholders. When you talk about stakeholders in a study where PEP is involved, we are talking about stakeholders who are involved right into the process of making sure that you come up with a policy which, once you have produced a product, it is implementable. How do you do that? As I said, you have experts who will have formulated a program which they think, or which is in line with the development trends, both in the world and in the country in which you are working. In this particular case, we are all interested in the developing countries. So the first thing is to ensure that the project itself has a solid ground. That's number two. In a country like Kenya, I've worked in the planning space for like 20, 30 years plus. And I can tell you we have a lot of policies running in the ministries. But why are these, it will also be like what they say when you talk about, it will also be like what they say when you talk about banks, like a bankable project, that it has all the elements. You have selected this policy to solve your employment problem. Can the government put in money there and expect good results? That project must be able, the experts must be able to indicate, when you talk to the stakeholders, must be able to indicate that this project will work. Then number four, you must ensure that some stakeholders who are, they could be in whatever level, whether you are talking about those ones involved in governance, whether you're talking about government, whether you are talking about implementers, they may be administrators, whether you are talking about people running institutions, we will be able to implement those recommendations. And then finally, the recommendations must come out in such a way that when you do the funding, when you go through processes like the MTF process in this country, the officers who will be looking at this policy will be able to identify what kind of resources can be used in this programming. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bonainena. I've seen that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonainena. I've seen that we have, our time is much spent. Maybe as you give as maybe your contribution, Dr. Adero, also give your parting shot in that. We have seen that in research there's a lot, in addressing skills mismatch, how can universities use data to bridge maybe these gaps in technical and vocational education and improve graduate transition into the workforce?
Yeah, so talking of skills mismatch, we have the vertical skills mismatch and the horizontal skills mismatch. And the university using data should get feedback from industry. How are the graduates of various programs fitting into the marketplace? And this is a rapidly evolving marketplace, the global technology marketplace of nowadays, highly influenced by technological innovation. And we say there's a reducing half-life of skills. So the skill you had 20 years ago when it used to take more years for the skill to be relevant, now it takes less years. That is why we are talking of reducing half-life of skills. So it means even those review cycles for the curricula must be faster nowadays. And again, feedback from industry must be more consistent. And that will help us to address the skills mismatch effectively. So where we working as an Uber driver, we know that is a vertical skills mismatch. You didn't need that degree in nuclear physics to be an Uber driver in the first place. But if this nuclear physics graduate is working in a bank as a loans officer, of course, the degree has helped him to acquire the skills for communication, to understand the writings. But it is a horizontal skills mismatch because this person could be better placed somewhere. And these are some of the granularities in data collection and data management that we need to look into. And for my parting shot, I would say that we are living in an interesting time, and the youth need structured mentorship beyond the classroom, and that is how they will be able to develop what we call adaptitude. The aptitude plus the adaptive resilience, making up what we call adaptitude. And we are no longer worried so much about the industrial revolution, but the intelligence revolution. Look at what AI is doing and big data. Now, the knowledge doubling curve will only be taking a few days, and that means the update, the upskilling and reskilling cycles and deep skilling cycles will have to be much, much faster. And this is something higher learning institutions cannot do alone. We need government, we need industry, and I see there must be a very strong bond between industry and university as the base of the triangle. Then 2 lines from industry to government and from university to government, with government offering that enabling environment and fiscal incentives for startups so that we can have a very effective model for skilling our youth and making them adaptive and resilient to the future of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. To Bwana Jasper Korir, as you also give your parting shot, maybe you give us a few examples of how the evidence that IPPRA has generated so far to inform measurable job creation.
Thanks, the moderator, for that question. So IPPRA has been involved in several research projects to assess how different policies could affect job creation, although not directly in terms of which jobs are going to be created. But I'll just give an example that was done through the Rural Investment and Policy Analysis Data and Modeling System. This was done by the National Policies and Strategies and Foresight Unit. And the task actually was, we were working closely with KIPPRA to assess the impact of the 5% tax on agricultural produce that was introduced, I think, in 2023. And using the different models that was applied to that tax that was introduced, we were able to establish that it really would bring about negative impact on food security and poverty levels. It would result into reduction in demand, and the producers of these food products will not be able to pass that tax to the final consumer. So in a way, such kind of policies indirectly, that kind of recommendations indirectly help the policymakers, which are the government, to try and see, to reconsider, although not always the case that they'll reconsider, but at least they have a data basis upon which then they can see what are the adverse effects of this tax, and indirectly then also allocate resources, because if such kind of tax is implemented, then more people will be affected in the agri-food value chains, and employment therein would be dwindling. In terms of another example would be the support that KIPPRA has given in the RESAC project, working with under the KADEP or the comprehensive program, that's the KADEP. So KIPPRA has been very instrumental in providing and facilitating dialogues among the stakeholders. As Kimeto mentioned earlier, that stakeholder engagement is key. So KIPPRA has been very instrumental in convening those kind of discussions and dialogues among stakeholders. Also, there's been a lot of monitoring or participated in monitoring of the progress and reviewing goals and strengthening the M&E and the mutual accountability in the KADEP framework. So KIPPRA has been very instrumental in that space through the RESAC project. In the micro space, as I mentioned earlier, there have been so many studies that have been done to see, or with data-backed or evidence-based insights on where to actually intervene for both the public sector players and also non-state or private sector players. Where are the needs most? Where are these things most needed? And where are the pain points that then can be addressed both in the short term and also in the long term? So there has been that kind of looking at the whole, both sides of the spectrum in terms of looking at what is the overall policy implications, and also looking at the micro level, how do they, where can interventions yield more value? Because we are looking at trade-offs here in terms of resources, the scarce resources, how can they be allocated efficiently? For my parting shot, I think that this discussion has been really, really fruitful, and I think then we can take the conversation forward and see region data to bring on board the youth to be recognized not as job seekers, as the ED yesterday said. How then can we bring on board the youth not as job seekers but as solution providers? Thank you.
Thank you, Bonacore. Ms. Kimeto, also you give your parting shot. What do you see, or where do you see the Kenya Yearbook maybe as it's play its role in disseminating and also maybe joining the dots, as you have said, going forward? As many people here in this room, they will even attest to that you have really elaborated more on what Kenya Yearbook is all about. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think for us, and as I have already alluded to earlier, the offering that we bring is to be able to support the uptake of policies. That is all. That policy that has been approved is the direction the country is taking. It is to get everyone understand why it has been arrived at, the benefits, the impact. And now, when that understanding is with the citizen, then they are able to own it and support its implementation. That is where we come in. And we do it through the many, by the way, Kenya Yearbook produces MyGov. That is what you consume every Monday night and Tuesday in the print copy. And I'm very happy today to sit in front of a gentleman that my former boss, P.S. Tiampati, who is a part of your community, that was very instrumental in putting MyGov together. Very privileged to discuss it in your presence. And what we have done with the communication products that we have and platforms like MyGov is to be able to help the citizen of the country understand policy direction. And if you look at the typical Kenyan, if they don't understand you, they will not believe you. And if they don't believe you, they'll rubbish you. So you can see how important we are. That's where we come in. I'll have a prayer to the science community. Many times the science community forgets their cousins, the social scientists. It's very important to integrate them right from the beginning when we are coming up with policies. Why? So that throughout this journey and that pathway, they're able to have an understanding such that once the policy has been approved, they have an appreciation of how to inject it, how to bullet it to the population in such a way that the uptake is positive as desired. So I'm just calling for the integration of communication is not just a soft skill. Most of us look at it as a soft, it's beyond a soft skill. It's actually one of the things that is going to, is very critical now in the 21st century, even in the job space. I will tell you as an employer, there's something that we have to help our young people so that even if they are not going to be employed, they're going to employ themselves. We need to support them in how they, the architecture of their decision making. And when we collaborate with them, when we share our experiences with them, when we help them understand the expanse, it makes them better humans and more ready for the future of work. And that is where we come in.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. My panelists have been discussing a lot of things in terms of data. I know that we need maybe to interact with them. I will give an opportunity for quick maybe rejoinder from the team here. Microphone to move around. I need only 3 because of time. We have 1 here. Show of hand, 2. Then the 3rd one is there. So we'll go with those first. Let's be brief and to the point because of time. We don't want to maybe stay here for a very long time. Thank you. So maybe you give us your name, maybe your organization and the question. And if possible, you can direct a question to a particular panelist or all of them.
Thank you so much. My name is Brian Odhiambo, but I'm well known on social media as Dr. Brian Motivator. I'm a fresh graduate who is trying to turn his passion into a brand, and I've authored about 2 books and other short writings. But I've been having a challenge when it comes to sourcing information for what I want to write. In that, for instance, if you go on internet and you'll search how many times did Thomas Edison failed, some sites talk about 10,000, other sites talk about 1,000. Then I'm getting confused of which one should I use because I want to build my credibility. Then secondly, can you tell us something about Wikipedia? Because somebody told me not to use Wikipedia as part of getting information. Then lastly, when a new party was launched in Kenya, I thought about whether we need new political parties or good leadership and governance. So I went ahead to find out countries that are ahead, African countries that are ahead of Kenya, how many political parties do they have? But I was challenged that there are some countries that they will not give out the clear number of political parties they have. That is a challenge I'm posing to the panelists. How can we handle that? Because as a researcher, I may need that information to write. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is just to emphasize the importance of this particular session. Maybe initially one may not get the gist of it about why data management is a final session. But I would just like to say that data is very, very important because basically knowledge, we need to become a knowledge-based economy. Then we need proper data, and it is important that we know where to find relevant information, especially when you talk about young people and jobs. And in terms of, I believe that Kenya National Bureau of Statistics has a lot of information, a lot of data. We have a lot of data, but I think the challenge is to be able to innovate and come up with, make use of that data in a positive way. So in terms of job creation, we need to know what kind of data we have sitting in whichever database, whether it is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics or any other person who has good data, so that young people can be able to visit and be able to obtain information that will help them. One, it is important that a student knows how to choose the relevant course that they should take in the university. And for that, they need to know which courses are more likely going to lead to job opportunities. And where can they find that data so that at that point, the student can make the right choice. And secondly, also, for the universities, universities offer various courses. And some of these courses do not lead to opportunities. And I believe that perhaps maybe the representative from Taita Taveta University can tell us whether they have a system where they retire courses that are no longer useful, and where can they find data to be able to show them that the courses that they are offering are not leading to job opportunities for the students, so that they can be able to offer the right courses and retire those that are no longer useful. And then basically the other issues, of course, for the employers, because employers are the ones who know where the gaps are and where they need more skills. So that I don't know whether we have a good rapport between the employers and maybe the institutions of learning, so that the curriculums can be reviewed on a timely basis, so that the institutions of learning are offering relevant courses for the job market. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand there, which was our third hand.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. So we will, yeah, please proceed and then.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up what he has said, I was also wondering, especially to the yearbook, how is this yearbook disseminated so that people easily understand the message and doesn't remain in the book? Then to Taveta, I was wondering, to what extent are we engaging the community? Or it is us, the universities, who are coming up with this and we say this is good for the community? Is the community engaged in what we are doing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Jacob Mugumi. I'm a researcher and also I lead an NGO, Young Professionals for Development. I have two questions. One is to the representative from PEP. What indicators are in place to ensure that data has been used in policy decision making for job creation, because we have a lot of data scattered all over, and we don't know the measures or the indicators that data has been used in terms of job creation. Number two is to the professor from Taita Taveta. How do you ensure that maybe Kenya has a database which does not exist at the moment, a portal where we can get all the jobs created by all the sectors in Kenya, so that KNBS does not have to do a census. We have the data already in place, that every project has data on the jobs created, even by age, so that we are able to do that. I was doing some research with KIPPRA, and that issue came out. So I went to data mining, Googling and everywhere, I could not get that data. So is there a policy in this country which can direct whether private players and government players or agencies are able to have that data real time, so that we don't have to dig into cabinets? Thank you.
So I will welcome our panelists to respond to questions that have been fielded directly to you, and even others that maybe you might be in a position to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there have not been many questions for PEP, but I still, from my background, I can respond to one or two questions. Let me start with the last one, on which was directly was addressed to PEP. The issue of what indicators exist to indicate that the data that we require is available, is in place, yet because we have a lot of data. Now, every study that PEP is involved in is quite specific to the subject in which data is collected. But as I said, the PEP way of doing business is that you have to do a desk review to find out what information is available in terms of policy and what information is available in terms of data. So there's no shoe that fits all. That term was used before. If you go to Uganda, where my friend there is from, they have very good data at the grassroots level. They have very good data on the issue of communities working. But if you come to Kenya, until recently, you are not even involving stakeholders in the government statistics. It's only a recent development, like maybe like the last 10 years, when we broadened the stakeholders. In fact, when I started to work in government, I was in Treasury for like 30 years plus. Policies were being drafted by officers in offices that were rocked. We would go to a boardroom, come up with the policies, and then those are the policies we would take to if they are going to the president or to parliament, and so forth and so forth. But now we are engaging stakeholders. So what PEP brings on board is partnerships. As I said, we ensure that even as we do a project, the partners are involved at different levels and at different categories. They may be experts in that field. As I said, they are the people who are going to do the studies in the field. They are the beneficiaries, and we also ensure that they fit all the characteristics of ensuring that there's inclusivity. We ensure that, in fact, PEP works more, ensures that part of the team we have women and men engaged. And we also ensure that we have affirmative action, like we have disabled persons involved in this personality. So any exercise we are involved in, we go through that process. But the direct answer to that question is that every task that PEP comes in as a partner, we have to do that preparatory work before we come up with any recommendation at whatever stage. Now, maybe one more, which I could just comment on, and I will not comment about any other. There is the issue of, I think the PS listed a number of areas which we need to think about. But let me just mention one. In this subject we are discussing of data ecosystem, KNBS, you mentioned KNBS, but KNBS does not have a monopoly of data. I've been a chair at KNBS, I've been an official at KNBS. I've worked at both levels. But I can tell you that it doesn't have a monopoly.
just like we are calling for partnerships in terms of policy engagement, even in data collection, we require that. In fact, for KNBS, many years where I worked, I started there as a young man and I left there at the level of almost a director before I came in again as a chairman. I can tell you we produced reports and all we cared for is that the reports would go to government. So we didn't care about, in quotes, we didn't care about the stakeholder. Now, for every project KNBS is involved in, there's a very long process of ensuring that we involve stakeholders both in the data collection, in the programming of what you are going to do, and at the end, when you produce the results, you share it with those who are involved in the data collection, which is sometimes is practically difficult because of the cost. But we ensure that all the products are shared or are launched in forums where they become available. And I would like you to go to and look at the KNBS, anyone who has never looked at the KNBS website, you'll find that the website is quite rich. For those who have lived out of this country, and they do research on this country, they have found the website very useful for whatever work they are doing out there, for whatever work KNBS is doing for this country. So thank you very much.
Questions posed for the maybe our panelist, Dr. Tari, to elaborate on university.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin with the first question on Wikipedia and information sources that don't match. And that is why there's need for oversight and peer review. So I would advise that you rely more on publications that have been peer reviewed. Perhaps that is why your lecturer, maybe in first year communication skills, is saying you should not rely on Wikipedia. It is good for general knowledge and entertainment, but because the information there has not been peer reviewed by experts in a given field, it does not post the same credibility as peer reviewed journal papers or books. So there must be that layer of oversight, and you need to go back and even have some oversight from experienced people and historians, because you cannot erase history. So that is how I can answer it concisely. Then about the knowledge economy, and if we do retire some courses, of course it has been argued that in the modern era, we don't have as much data poverty as intentional knowledge poverty, because we have the data, but are we creating value from that data? So we need knowledge-driven model development for decision support. For example, in the mining sector, I'm in the mining engineering department of Taita Taveta University. We have the Kenya mining cadastral portal, online mining cadastral portal. But the data that is there is 30 years old. But even from that data, we created a model for policy simulations so that we can advise trends. We are saying the mining sectors would contribute to at least a share of 10% of the GDP, but it's a radius of 100 meters. And that one you cannot extract without this well-informed, knowledge-driven information from the data. Otherwise, the data will just remain there, but will not get knowledge from it for policy calibration. Then community engagement, how we do it at in Taita Taveta County, through Taita Taveta University, is that we go to the stakeholders before we make decisions. Because if you look at in social sciences, we have the ladder of citizen participation. Most of the time, there's tokenism. And if we improve, we say consultation. So we work in the office, then consult them, but they will be heard but not heeded. You will go ahead and do what you had planned anyway as a scholar or an expert. But what we do is that we engage the communities before we make those decisions so that we can upgrade them in the ladder to active collaboration or partnership. And that is our best practice. And that is why when you come to our university, we have programs such as Taita GIS, that is responding to the needs of conservation, mining, agriculture, and urban development in Taita Taveta. We have Taita Rice program, Taita Bananas, and this is also helping to embrace the community. And we cannot do that without the governor. So we also embrace the governors of the moment We invite them to our university forums as guests of honors. Some small steps that lead to big outcomes in terms of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, the questions were not posted for but Kenya book, they touched a little bit when our friend there was writing some books. How will these products reach out there? Maybe, and then we'll end.
Your neighbor there will make sure that we touch base. Now you're a new stakeholder. We provide support. Within us, we have skills for editing, editorial skills, proofreading, design. I think those are the offerings that we can give you, and you're very lucky. The beautiful lady seated next to you must connect you to us. Where do we disseminate the yearbook? Owing to course, we have provided a link on our website, www.kenyayearbook.go.ke. You will always find a soft copy, and we engage on our platforms on some of the topics that we have discussed in the yearbook. Currently, we are drawing the attention of the country to the soon coming celebrations in Homa Bay County about the blue economy and maritime affairs, and you would be able to follow some of those conversations. I think it would be unfair for me to leave this stage if I do not talk about data integrity, and I'm picking from where PS has said, the knowledge economy. Again, let me go back in time to the 80s when I was growing up as a youth in my county, Elgeyo Marakwet. And what was the economy? We'd wake up in the morning, go and look after the goats, and weed the sorghum. That was a labor economy. Now, this knowledge economy is skills-driven. It's knowledge-driven. It's technology, innovation. So, what does that mean? That we all have a duty to collaborate, ensure integrity and accuracy of data. I think I have to make that call, because if the integrity of data is compromised, then what does it mean to the people to whom that data is exposed to? They will make the wrong decisions. They will be exposed to the wrong insights. So we owe it, those of us in the policy-making space, owe it to the young generation, owe it to the country that we all collaborate to ensure the accuracy and integrity of data, because that is the engine of a knowledge-based economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have come to the end of our engagement on data management. I would like to thank the panelists for their insightful engagement and also elaborations, and also our listeners. So as we sit, I'd like to welcome Benadibal to pick from there. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for them. They've done a good job. And with the elbow moderation of Okungu, thank you so much. So as we do it, they know the drill right now. They take a Kodak moment, of course, to try and immortalize that particular moment is good. Wow. Tell your neighbor, wow. Are you there? Wow. Can you imagine the rich, informed stream of information that has been flowing your way since we started? That has been happening here in this conference, and this has solely concentrated on the demographic dividend that we're blessed with in this country, the youthful faces that are here, and many watching online as well. And I want to tell you that every information that has been relayed here through the discussants, the speakers here, of course, has been documented. And as we're coming to the culmination of this conference, we want to hear, because we've been having rapporteurs here who have been keying in all this information that has been flowing here, and of course, consolidating all of it. And so we want to know, if we come, what is the way forward, right? And we continue to reiterate what the PS said, that everything that has been articulated here, at the end of the day, is all about actualizing the actionable, right? The actionable what, if you may remember? The actionable what? The actionable recommendations, right? So if we still have the recommendations, what's the final bit of it? Which would sometimes we fail as a country, and even maybe as corporates, and even as government institutions. What do we fail to do? We have beautiful actions, we have beautiful policies, but where do we fail? Where do we really drop the ball? The final stage of it is what? Implementation. That's where we actually drop the ball. So we have all these good policies, and of course also the resolutions that we'll be hearing from in a moment and will be presented to us this afternoon, so that we can actually get to hear, okay, what are the actionable points moving forward? Where do we need to put more energy and make sure that these recommendations are steamrolled to become policies, and then at the end of the day also they are implemented. And I want to call upon Adan Shibia, if you're here. Adan, I can see you. I know he has been making sure all that is ready for now, the conference resolution. So I want to just want to hand over the floor to him, so that he may come and give us that presentation. A round of applause as he comes. Hey, hearty one. I know it's been yes, and you've been seated for long. Maybe it's a good idea to stand up a bit and stretch. Just stretch. Let's stand up. They always say, oh, you should, if you're seated for 2 hours or 3 hours, it's good to stretch so that you can have the good flow of your blood. Stretch a bit, lift your hands. Yes. Good. You may have your seats. Adam.
Good evening. Good evening. I hope you can hear me up to the farthest corner. Yes, I am Adan Shibia. I'm a senior policy analyst at KIPPRA. So as the discussions were going on, the presentations were going on, and the rapporteurs were taking all the important notes, we have been sieving through all those to develop the communique from this conference. The detailed communique will be finalized, and it will be uploaded to the KIPPRA website. So, as we have noted from first day, the reasons why we are here is to explore ways for creating pathways for job opportunities for the youth. This is considering the fact that the young people below 35 years account for 75% of our population, and the youth 15 to 34 years account for 38.1% of the population, almost 40% of the population. And the unemployment is disproportionately high among the youth, at around 8.1% compared to the national average of 4.9%. And overall, the youth account for about 67% of the unemployed persons in Kenya. So this conference was organized against that background, and there was a pre-conference that was organized which engaged youth in partnership with Huawei. And over the last 3 days, we have had quite very useful deliberations. And on average, across the 3 days, say on average each day, about 300 participants were present here physically. And on average, about 300 were joining us virtually online. So after synthesizing all the issues, we have arranged them across the 8 thematic areas for the conference. I'll just briefly highlight some of those opportunities and areas for interventions. But as I've mentioned, the detailed communique will be finalized and it will be uploaded to the KIPPRA website. So the first thematic area was the aspect of the human capital development. And on this, there was the aspect of, the first aspect and the human capital development was issues of nutrition and cognitive development. There are various opportunities that were identified, including the good working relationships between the government and development partners and other broader stakeholders in this industry. There was also the opportunity that were identified in terms of research and data, for example, through the NIPFIN studies. Some of the recommendations after or proposed interventions under this include prioritizing development of a centralized real-time data management platform that links school feeding, nutrition, and education indicators for improved planning and accountability, and also the aspect of establishing a hybrid model for financing school feeding that incorporates government budget allocations from community co-financing and private sector partnerships. The second aspect under that is the aspect of the health systems and productive workforce. Some of the opportunities identified under this include the network of actors for partnership to strengthen mental and social well-being of the workforce, and also the aspect of gig economy, which we can leverage on as a way of generating more decent jobs for the youth. Intervention under this, we need to develop a comprehensive occupational health programs that promote physical and social well-being, establish a policy framework for working remotely, and also the aspect of promoting structured mentorship programs for the youth. The third aspect under this theme is the issue of education and labor market needs. And there are various opportunities that we have as a country, including the competency-based education, the internship, the integrated internship program through the Public Service Commission, and also we have various policy opportunities, including the recognition of prior learning framework, as well as the dual training program policy that entrenches practical on-the-job training. Areas for considerations in terms of the policy interventions. One is strengthening collaboration or strategic engagement with industry players, enhance the inclusion of soft skills through inclusive curriculum framework, among other interventions. Then I go to the second thematic area, which is digital transformation and infrastructure. And the first area is the issue of the digital economy, artificial intelligence, issues of the fifth industrial revolution, and other emerging technologies, including blockchain. There are various opportunities under this, including the digital platforms. I think on the first day, we are informed about, for example, the Digital Literacy and AI Hub here at KSG, among other initiatives such as Ajira Digital Program. We have quite vibrant tech-savvy youth, and also the rollout of the digital infrastructure, especially the digital superhighway. And also we have various policy initiatives, including the National AI Strategy of 2024. So on this, we need to enhance, first, sensitizing the public and the youth on the opportunities on AI, establish a framework for sharing data that can be utilized for AI, and also strengthen the governance, AI governance, ethics, and accountability. The second aspect under this thematic area is e-mobility and renewable energy. Quite a massive opportunity in terms of multifaceted benefits of, by adopting e-mobility, we gain quite massive opportunities or benefits, not only in terms of jobs through new areas, new potential, but also addressing issues such as climate change, to which we have regional and global commitments. So interventions on this could include, or will include, promoting youth and gender inclusivity in e-mobility, issues of enhancing government funding for the youth and women entrepreneurs, and also issues of promoting the development of essential infrastructure, including the local assembly facilities, manufacturing facilities, among others. Another aspect under this thematic area is the issues of housing and urban development. The government is rolling out or implementing the affordable housing program. Besides the job opportunities, direct job opportunities for the youth and also for the MSMEs in terms of supplying materials for this project, it creates new opportunities in terms of the working space. There are also global frameworks and planning models that will guide or that should guide the acceleration of the urban development efforts. On this, we need to build the capacity of the local urban planners and policymakers through training and knowledge exchanges, mobilize resources, and also issues of developing innovative home financing instruments, and extend the affordable housing program to also rural areas. The other aspect is the future of social protection and social justice in the future of jobs. Again, opportunities include the digital platforms that are there in terms of providing real-time data to develop responsive and shock-sensitive social protection system. On this, we need to review the existing social protection policies to incorporate intersectionality and the evolving nature of the labor market realities. The third thematic area is the creative economy, talent and innovation. One aspect under this is the issues of the performing arts, film and interactive media. Quite massive opportunities under this in terms of transformative and dynamic creative economy we have seen in this country over the last few years, and also the upcoming, or what the government is operationalizing in terms of the cinema machinani, which is a kind of taking creativity out of the laboratory to the village, to the grassroots level. On this, a few highlights in terms of the recommendations: enhance access to relevant skills to equip the youth in digital content creation to harness the growing demand, and enhance investment in digital infrastructure and digital spaces for performing arts, and also the aspect of expanding opportunities for the youth to upskill and reskill for continuous improvements and for continuous improvement. Another aspect under the creative economy is the issues of the cultural heritage and arts, and these opportunities in terms of diverse cultural heritage, which is recognized globally in terms of the cultures we have across this country. And also the creative youths in the arts industry present us some opportunity. Interventions on this one enhance the capacity building in various fields, including intellectual property among the youth, enhance collaboration among the private sector, academia, and civil society to foster knowledge exchanges, among other benefits, and also ratification of conventions on safeguarding culture. The other aspect under creative economy is the fashion and design. Again, on this we have a great opportunity in terms of the rich history in fashion and design and creative youths in the fashion and design industry. Interventions, one, integrate entrepreneurship and financial literacy training to create industry program to equip the youth, establish collaborative platforms and infrastructure hubs to support networking, production, and resource sharing. Then on the aspect of the sports, again, we have quite opportunity in terms of the global recognition, especially in terms of the athletics. And scope exists for equipping even our athletes with more organized education and alternative skills for sustainability. Interventions, one, expand the sports training framework to integrate education and career development. Invest both indoor and outdoor sports. Invest in both indoor and outdoor sports infrastructure at the county level and within education institutions, and also explore ways to diversify the sport activities, perhaps outside the traditional ones that are more common with us in terms of athletics, volleyball, rugby, and football, into others, including gymnastics. Yes. Then the fourth thematic area is equity and inclusion. One issue under this is the issues of the gender disparity and inclusion. Opportunities on this relate to gender. The gender, we have various policies which seek to mainstream gender, so we can leverage on those and make them better. And also a scope exists for strengthening the implementation of gender policies, plans, and programs. Interventions, one, develop and update guidelines for safe spaces and inclusion, strengthen and scale school entry policies, and support for adolescent mothers, including psychological support. The other aspect under this is the issue of the gender-based GBV and harassment in the future of work. We are presented with opportunities that we can leverage on in terms of technology, but if not well utilized, those technology can also be misused. And there exists partnership for scaling up public education campaigns. Intervention on this include developing and enacting comprehensive policies or looking at existing policies to ensure that they address all the issues surrounding technology, and also strengthen public awareness and early reporting mechanisms and enhance institutional awareness and implementation of GBV policies, among other interventions. The other aspect is the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the future of the work. One of a key opportunity is the rich menu of the actors and room for cross-sector partnerships and synergy in inclusive employment strategies. Intervention on this can include implementing evidence-based targeted interventions to address diverse needs, and also institutionalized day, that is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Another issue under that is the issue of the future of social protection and justice. We are presented with opportunity in terms of the digital platforms and the real-time data for providing responsive and shock-sensitive social protection. Interventions include reviewing social protection policies, conducting regular accessibility audits, and also expanding public awareness campaigns. The fifth thematic area is the industrialization, trade, entrepreneurship, MSMEs development, and access to finance. Quite significant opportunities under this, including first, even the various institutions that are there, including KIRDI, KIE, KIPPRA, among county governments, among others. There's also the recent rollout of the county aggregation and industrial parks in terms of taking industrialization to the grassroots. to harness or to tap into opportunities that are there across the counties. Then a recommendation on this one is strengthen synergies among support institutions and establish framework for operationalization of the KIPPs, that's the County Aggregation Industrial Parks. There's the aspect of the access to regional and international markets. Now, besides the domestic market, we have opportunities within the EAC in terms of within the EAC market and the broader African continental market, which provides opportunity in terms of about 1.3 billion people in terms of the population. A recommendation address issues of the non-tariff barriers, streamline the requirements by different institutions, strengthen policy coherence across trade, industrial, fiscal, and monetary policy. So we need to have an integrated support in terms of sector policies across trade, industry, and other areas. The MSMEs, so we have quite a robust MSMEs, and indeed most of our enterprises are MSMEs, which contribute about 40% of the GDP. And there exists significant government collaboration with private sector, including the banks, the private sector association, and as well as development partners. Interventions on this one reduce the cost of formalizing the MSMEs, strengthen coordination across the ministries, departments, agencies, and counties in terms of the support provided to the MSMEs, and also foster the synergy among the various policy framework. Then financial inclusion and financial innovation and financial inclusion for youth-led startups. Interventions on this, one, enhance access to credit by addressing the persistent challenge of the high cost of credit, promote innovative finance tools, and also create MSME-focused credit institutions and expand coverage of the credit guarantee schemes to benefit more MSMEs. Then the sixth thematic area is the issue of the emerging sectors in agriculture and agribusiness. One area under this is the aspect of the climate-smart agriculture and value chains. We know currently under the medium-term plan 4, there's emphasis on various value chains that we need to harness. Interventions under this, one, enhance access to credit for the youth through agribusiness grants and guarantee funds, strengthen structured platforms where youth representatives participate in policy formulation and decision-making in agriculture, and expand sensitization and capacity building programs for the youth, among other interventions. Then another area is the area of the blue economy, blue and green economy, job opportunities. The various opportunities that arose, I think from the discussions there are quite interesting opportunities that came up in terms of untapped blue economy opportunities for the youth, including marine eco-tourism, marine heritage, content creation and digital influence, digital tour guides, sustainable design and marine materials, for example, fashion, issues of fashion using marine materials, the aspect of the maritime biotechnology innovation, marine tech incubators, issues of the mangrove farming, issues of the agriculture and fisheries for sustainable food production. The other broad opportunity is also the training opportunities. It emerged that actually training opportunities are there, but on a small scale in terms of equipping our youth with the skills within this area of the blue and green economy jobs. Intervention on this, integrate blue and economy opportunities in sectoral policies. For example, creative economy, agriculture, and environmental management policies. So as we develop other sectoral policies, we also need to reflect how to create the policy synergy across other sectors. Then integrate agriculture and regenerative agriculture into national policies and spatial plans. The other aspect is the value chains under this thematic area is the value chains for emerging crops. There is a potential for revolutionizing agriculture through technology and also value chain optimization. Interventions, one, adopting entire value chain approach to identify productive segments and support policy, strengthen stakeholder collaborations for better data-driven policy making. The seventh thematic area, I think I'm almost done. I said we have 8 thematic areas. The seventh thematic area is the aspect of the resilience and adaptability. One issue under this is climate change adaptation and mitigation. Opportunities exist in terms of the various partnerships we have across government and state actors. Private sector recently becoming active, what we have seen within manufacturing in terms of the various partnerships and also potential to reduce emissions. And from the discussions, it is clear that we have various clear targets in terms of mitigating emissions in addition to adapting to the risks and the shocks that come with climate change. Interventions, one, strengthen initiatives to supply skilled professionals in carbon market development and also sensitize the youth on opportunities in carbon market and incentivize them to pursue related career in this area or establish green enterprises and also promote and enhance community and youth participation in carbon projects. Then the last thematic area is the aspect of the data management for job creation and also aspect of institutional reforms. One issue under this is the issue of the role of data management in promoting job creation. Opportunities exist in terms of the diverse institutions that organize, visualize, and share or communicate data and information. Interventions on this, one, put in place or strengthen comprehensive approach of harnessing data. We have data that lies with different institutions, so we need to seek ways to integrate, have an integrated approach in terms of putting together that data and also analyzing to inform policy decision. Yes, so there are quite a number. I've just highlighted a few of the interventions. So the comprehensive, as I've indicated, the comprehensive communique will be finalized and it will be uploaded on the KIPPRA website. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause again for him. Thank you. And the team that worked on it as well. You have all that material, as Justice said, on www.kippraconference.org. I know some of you are asking also for the speeches, some of the presentations. You can head over there and you can access all that information that will be uploaded. So thank you very much, Aidan. Quickly, we want just to move on to pass a vote of thanks, and I would like to call upon Irene Mithia, Director Corporate Services, KIPPRA, to just come over and appreciate all of us, our supporters, our partners. As we started this conference, remember we said that you cannot do what? You cannot whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play a symphony. And so we've been playing this symphony together, and she will highlight for us some of the orchestra players as well. So put your hands together and make me welcome Irene Mithia here on stage, Director Corporate Services, KIPPRA. Mpigieni makofi tafadhali.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The Principal Secretary for Economic Planning, in absentia, the KIPPRA Board, Dr. Elder Onsomu, the Acting Executive Director, KIPPRA, Professor Nura Mohammed, Director General, Kenya School of Government, delegates present, invited guests, once again, good evening. It is my sincere pleasure to extend a vote of thanks for your attendance at this important policy dialogue on the pathways to future jobs. We recognize the oversight, guidance, and resources provided by the KIPPRA board, which have been instrumental in holding the conference. Our dear board members, we want to acknowledge you and we want to say asanteni sana. We also want to say asante to the KIPPRA staff and management who have worked tirelessly to deliver this conference, and led by our able Acting Executive Director, Dr. Elder Onsomu. I think what you have witnessed over the last 4 days is a testament to the efforts and the critical importance of us harnessing policy dialogues on emerging issues in our country and promoting the national agenda. Management and staff of KIPPRA, clap for yourselves. We are also grateful for the participation and collaboration and contributions of our partners, and they have been instrumental in ensuring the success of this event. And allow me at this point to recognize the following partners. We want to recognize the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, CJIR, Policy Innovations, Wild Fish, National Youth Service, Partnership for Economic Policy, MasterCard Foundation, Kenya School of Government, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, German Corporation, GIZ, Agri-Jobs for Youth, CAP Youth Empowerment Institute, Tijati, Kenya Earbook, Huawei, International Potato Center, Pillar Audio, and the Nation Media Group. And of course, the greatest partners for us are all the youths who, from diverse places as well as counties across our great nation, were able to make way and come and attend the 4-day conference. You may wonder why. Because we had a capacity building that started us off on Tuesday with some explosive youth who shared with us great insights. We want to say to our youth, asanteni sana, and keep coming. Clap for yourselves, our dear youth. Thank you so much. Finally, it is a big vote of thanks to our Almighty God, because without Him, we will not be able to have achieved what we have been able to do this last, 4 days. So once again, we welcome you back to KIPPRA. See you next year for the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. We want to make it bigger, and we also want to see you again with a lot of great excitement. And of course, tracking what we've been able to do out of the 8th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. Asanteni sana, have a good evening, and God bless you.
Thank you, Irene. Yes, indeed, finally we thank the Almighty God. In Him we move. In Him also we have our being. It is with profound humility that I want to also yield the floor to Dr. Elder Onsomu, the Acting Executive Director of KIPPRA, who also will welcome the closing remarks from the board chair as well. Thank you.
The Cabinet Secretary, Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports in absentia. The Principal Secretary, Youth Affairs in absentia. The Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning in absentia. We thank the Institute and also all the board members who are present, the board chair, the various partners who participated in this conference, the partners who are with us right from planning up to the end, the Kenya School of Government Leadership, led by the Director General, and all the various entertainers who are with us during this conference, I would like to start by thanking you all for honoring our invitation. This 8th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which has taken 3 days, has given us a platform where we shall be able to categorize the link between the youth and opportunities. We are equally very grateful for your insightful and expert contributions in all the sessions of this conference. We took time to also go through the exhibitions where we had exhibitors who showcased their products, both in services and also the hardware. We hope that this conference has given all of us the in-depth knowledge that will help us give informed policy decisions on pathways to future of jobs, and also how we can exploit the potential of the youth population. As we come to the close of this conference, I'm confident that we shall be able to have all these recommendations that have come up, create impact, and also shape policy on the youth space. The way forward as we look at this conference will entail continuous collaborations, co-creation, and partnerships into the future of work. And it is at this point I take the opportunity to welcome our board chairperson, Professor Wachana, to come and give his closing remarks. Thank you.
I ended up getting a cold. My colleagues, the KIPPRA board members, Dr. Tausomo, who's the acting executive director, KIPPRA, national government officials, county government officials, and delegates present, invited guests. Good evening. First, before I start, in fact, reading my remarks, I would request my colleagues, board of directors, KIPPRA, to just stand up. Now, for 3 days, it's not been easy. I would have wished that they can now introduce themselves. Do you have the microphone? Yeah.
My name is Joseph Lemsuni, maybe also known as Tiampati. Yeah, and I'm independent board member in KIPPRA. It was nice being part of this conference. I've enjoyed myself, and I believe that you have also enjoyed yourselves. Thank you.
We forgot to mention that he was the former PS, Principal Secretary.
Yeah, I think one of the presenters today mentioned that. Yes, I'm a former PS, Minister of ICT. During that time, I was involved in digital migration together with Dr. Matiang'i. I think, so if you want to know who was responsible for, I was the chairman of the digital TV committee that brought you know, a revolution in the TV industry. And also, of course, my GAF, I think, was one of the things that we introduced before I left the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Christine Wanjala, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Board. Thank you for being here, and may God bless you for all the contributions you made for this conference to make it real. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Benson Ateng. I'm one of the past chairpersons of the board. It is my pleasure to be here again. Every time we have the annual conference, you always find something new that you get home with when you leave here. I hope that is the experience of all of us. Thanks.
So good evening. I'm Alois Ratemo, representing the peers in the peers trade in the board. All as well, that ends well. Congratulations, KIPPRA family. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I'm Elder Onsom, the Acting Executive Director and the Board Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Delegates, as we draw to the close of the 8th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, it gives me great pleasure to see a remarkable convergence of minds, ideas, and aspirations centered on the shaping pathways for future jobs, unlocking opportunities for the youth. We started on a Tuesday with a capacity building session hosted together with our partners, GIZ, KIPPRA, Way, and International Potato Center. This helped to enhance youth capacities in public policy making process, simulations, and policies in agriculture for youth employment, policies to support job creation and entrepreneurship in the digital economy, and youth participation in agricultural value chains that ignite chains to drive future jobs. The discussions were insightful and timely, particularly as they explored how national values are woven into shaping responsible and innovative and job-ready youth, including the public policy-making process and the development of frameworks for youth employment in the agri-food sector, drawing from the domestication and implementation of the Shire County Youth Agribusiness Strategy, which demonstrated how targeted interventions can inform national progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 days have been nothing short of stimulating and thought-provoking deliberations, and looking at the program, allow me to highlight key takeaways that underscore the importance of the cognizance of the labor demands, which are influenced by demographic shifts that are rapidly evolving and technology-driven. Future work will not only require technical proficiency, but also soft skills, which are adaptable and have to be decent. There is a strong call for dual training models that recognize prior learning and industry linkages to technological advancements and industry requirements. The call for sectoral collaboration is an imperative across the various themes, from early childhood nutrition to e-mobility and renewable energy. From housing is for public-private partnerships, alignment of county and national government
programs and community engagement in building an inclusive, sustainable and economic pathways for the young people. Our country is well positioned to harness new sectors such as green economy, artificial intelligence, and the digital technologies, agribusiness, and creative industries. These present scalable job opportunities for the youth, especially when supported by targeted investments, skill development, innovation hubs, and supportive regulation. From our dinner yesterday, we heard that youths who engage in innovative ideas are having better outcomes. I was particularly intrigued by how vernacular content creation attracts profitable investments, and this points towards a vibrant, diverse job landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all our partners and stakeholders who joined us for the dinner held yesterday. It was an enriching session that reaffirmed the strength of our partnerships and the shared commitment to advancing the youth employment agenda. As we embrace this digital age, we must ensure that our youth are not left behind. Encouragingly, we noted that Hawaii, in collaboration with government, is actively supporting the rollout of Ajira and Chitume Lab hubs in about 35 counties of Kenya, which is a critical step toward enabling our youth to fully participate in the gig economy and e-commerce opportunities. We were also pleased to hear about the Partnerships for Economic Policy, that's PEP. I'm sure Professor Maria is still here, which is doing a remarkable work in empowering young researchers across the continent. By supporting them to generate high-quality, policy-relevant evidence, PEP is helping to shape inclusive development from a youth-centered perspective. One key insight that emerged from our discussions was that skills alone are not enough. Again, skills alone are not enough. What is required is need for practical work experience, which can be gained through internships and apprenticeships. Furthermore, we must confront persistent gender disparities and ensure that youth voices are directly engaged in policy design, monitoring, and review. Furthermore, the government-led transforming ecosystems for jobs in agriculture through technology and innovation initiative stands out as a model of innovation, multi-sectoral coordination, and impact. This program aims to create 2.5 million jobs over 5 years by enhancing productivity, promoting eco-friendly agricultural practices, and facilitating value addition and market access, particularly for youth-led enterprise. It represents a bold step in transforming Kenya's agricultural sector into a vibrant, youth-driven enterprise. These efforts, in particular, are further amplified by the work of our long-standing partner, GIZ, whose interventions in counties are revitalizing agribusiness value chains. GIZ focus on engaging youth has led to establishment, which focus on engaging youth has led to establishment of viable small and medium enterprises and has expanded access to international markets where Kenyan agricultural exports are performing impressively. This is a testament to the collective shift toward a future-ready, sustainable agricultural economy anchored in youth innovation, resilience, and inclusive practices. I would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the consultative group of international agricultural research, popularly known as CGIAR, for continued engagement with younger people in promoting sustainable research and evidence-based policy development. Their approach to convening partners and policymakers to deliberate on advancing the youth employment agenda is both timely and commendable. In overall, the commitment shared by our partners during the dinner reaffirmed the critical importance of coordinated efforts in empowering our youth. Together, we are laying the foundation for more inclusive, innovative, and sustainable future for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I echo the words of the 32nd President of the United States of America, Franklin D. Roosevelt, who said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." So collectively, it's possible that we need and we are called upon to bring our networks together, knowledge and inspiration, and apply them and foster the spirit of collaboration and innovation. Indeed, together we can build an inclusive and prosperous Kenya. With those few remarks, first let me ask you guys to clap for our MC, the Master of Ceremony, who did an exemplary job. That's him. Thank you so much. You did a wonderful job. Delegates, it's now my humble duty and privilege to declare the 8th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference officially closed. Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you. As we go, remember what the PA said, to actualize actionable recommendations. Thanks.
Indeed. Thank you. A round of applause for the board chair. Mpigeni makofi ya kilo tafadhali. Thank you so much. So yes, this is a culmination of it, and I want to thank you for being amazingly patient from the beginning. Thank you so much until today. And just as a son of as well, it is Edmund Burke who said that when boundaries are broken, new worlds are created. And I hope that we've pushed the boundaries and we've created new worlds of thought, and now that will be actionable and it will be implemented at the end of the day. Thank you so very much. Be kindly advised, there's tea. Don't be in a tearing rush to leave. Yes, yes, and then we are bearing in mind to pray as well. Thank you. Let's pray. Let's stand up and pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you that you began with us. And here we are, oh God, we're culminating this conference, oh Lord, with you who has seen us through successfully, that everything has flowed so seamlessly because of your grace and mercy. I thank you for every delegate. Thank you for every speaker. Thank you for every discussant. Thank you for every party that made this a success. Thank you for giving us good weather. Thank you that technology, God, did not bring any hitch along the way. Thank you that you gave us the presence of mind to be here. What a joy, what a sheer joy. The Lord, we're coming out with new knowledge, new perspectives. And we do pray, knowing that you've blessed us with a youthful population. May you give us a discerning mind on how we can try and implement and inculcate this youthful energy to be resourceful for this nation, O God. We thank you because you say, I write to you, young men, because you are strong. And we know, Father, you've given us the wisdom of the elderly as well to guide the young. In this critical moment in this nation, where there's this disparity between the old and the young, a society cannot exist without the interface of the two. May they appreciate the knowledge and the wisdom of a sage. And may we recognize the strength and innovativeness of the youthful faces that we have in this country. We bless you, we thank you. Even as we disperse, we pray that you may go with us, O God. May you even bless our tree, O God, as we partake of it right now. For it's in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. Asanteni sana, tea is served.